transformation at the amount. Ayana Bosmi be at the Cruciho. Skills training programs. Yet business opportunities be Nipibia BTB IB with little capital. Yes, Kakasi and Washesa in Humana. Ayana yet and Emubiasi. Jumedi Eradiadum Yashasi in Fibrini. I am Faso. I am Shira Amenipi or Maimu. Said the D. Kamba Mania said. Busmi be a skills training program. The way Nima Yabon de Runo. Date not the part of Shannon. A Saturday 10th May. Saturday 10th May. Energy Medi Ebekoso. Venue and as baby a program in Bekosono. A National Theatre Wakraha. National Theatre Wakraha and a skills training program Ebekoso. In Yumeya Medebe today. Yeshim Sadano our National Theatre. Sa enyume nyina ebechire ne ye practical ebiana utieme o adamfo bi o niebi o baby o busueni bi de bi oba wonchen bejemua o pet 20 cities 50 cities 100 cities shedding crime Saturday 10th May Manamra Network for Societal Transformation the skills training program ebi e National Theatre na ebeyen faso pa mebusua o man benya so faso enchirime nyina nso ebenya training program yi Eson faso. Yeshiemua, ye betchere said ye prepare anyway ya medebe today. Edikai, glass cleaner, ye de paper glass in me. Ye betchere said ye prepare no el program as floor cleaner, parazone, cupcakes, ye betchere ne el jumedi as alata samana, Tom Brown, meat pie, emotion paint, tomato paste. Meaning say bibi koso wadwunim ubisa ho se ye bede ne esua we nyina dakro enema ye kyerɛkyerɛ ne ye di ntia ɛya na next for ye kyerɛkyerɛ enyuma bebre no ne se enema ye kyerɛkyerɛ ne ye na ɛyɛ simple down to earth enje bre ni pebia betimi ayebi ama no ayeye enu ntia ne ye pese ye kyerɛkyerɛ ne ma simple bebre a onipa ko gru fia out of enema bebrebe no obetimi de ne nsa esibi so aye amano aye enunti ede ya na ye kyerɛkyerɛ nema bebre ye kyerɛkyerɛ sane me wi a ensan ye packaging kwani ye faso packaging products ema na ye fe ema na ye attractive ema nipa ni je ho ye be kyerɛkyerɛ ni nyina kwani ye faso label products kwani ye faso brandy products kwani ye faso marketing enyuma ye be kyerɛkyerɛ sane me nyina wo workshop yi ase nenim se emre wi ye no ede adwuma impuntu ani nhyira bebre woni a ede wo ho be hye workshop yi emu nyina ekwane e fa so register adwuma aban mu ni nyina se be kyerɛkyerɛ e wo skills training program yi ase yesre ebia na sebe o ye housewife utieme upibribia ye workshop yi e ya brebi na bedane abrabo ani pa ebia na utieme wa group penifie so akọ pension upibribia ye skills training program yi e ya number no e 0244 474093 ye kyerɛkyerɛ sɛ mewia ensan ye fascinator e madibo wonti eno so yehyiemu a ye bɛkyerɛ ne ye e workshop yi ase floral arrangement say they share flowers and also ye bɛkyerɛ ne ye e workshop yi ase Dettol after wash communion wine bathing soap e di dware ye bɛkyerɛ ne ye liquid soap ye bɛkyerɛ ne ye shampoo, conditioner, body spray, Ansah, semine ya yebono round. Aye friend Azuma Blues yesu yeshimu a ye bekyerɛ ne ye. Ni nyina ye niema enipe hia. Ewo ye ndada asetenem. Enu nti ena next for eya ne ye pese ye kyerɛkyerɛ. Enyuma bebre fa ho hyɛ no bi. Na neno ye nya dwuma baako. Se de di kan bo ama ne ye bekyerɛkyerɛ packaging. Kwana bitimi packaging products yi ama na ye fe. Kwana bitimi a marketing no. Kwani abitimi label no kwani abitimi a brand business registrations ni nyina ebe kyerɛkyerɛ workshop yi asia program yi emre wie no ede adwuma inhyira ani mpuntu bebre woni a ede wo ho bɛhyɛ mu nyina kai sɛ date no Saturday 10th May workshop kɛseɛ yi ɛbɛkɔ so National Theatre a ɛwɔ Accra National Theatre a ɛwɔ Accra ɛna dwumadi ebekoso sign fa number ni bio bomodi fa number ni bio ebia na oteke mu na otie me number no ebiem 0244 474093 93 0244 474093. Omodia Truby. What next to Asama so many years. Unya bre emebia. We dear. Eya famushim. 0244 474093. Now this time no. Agri kifui ba be chire kwania ye faso ye agri businesses bi etese poultry. Kitchen this time you the poultry aka ho. Good. And also you dey ni pe here. Ebitimi abo enti this time you the poultry so aka ho. And na ombesa be chire piggery. Kwania faso eye pigs. And also ebitimi abo enti this time you the piggery so aka ho. Eya na enyimi bi ho mani pa e se demu. Ni pe se demu kra bet ejuma. Omodi ase date nenso Saturday 10th May and a program be koso National Theatre. So the barman no agree for ba church businesses, poultry, piggery farming, ni number be church. When you first hear snails, on ba church, mushrooms, and you dear mushrooms. When you first hear fish, ni number be church. Or workshop I say what in this thing cause so many years. Oma National Theatre program be that way dear. Next month, Saturday 10th May ohun fridge medium shasiye ebo date neto na prepare towards this important program. 3D epoxy yebechire sede ye installing our programming asset. CCTV camera yebechire kwane faso installing our programming asset. Benim se bibi koso wadwenem ubisa ho SMP se yebeda ni esua we nyina dakro eya na yesheda ene pesi e chire ni ma bebire betini ayemfa so ama nipa eno nti ena ye chire sani mi very simple, practical, down to earth ni pibia betimi ayebi eno nti ena ye chire ni ma bebire bu fruit nso ye be chire se de ye no bread pan wa ye de be chire samosa, coconut ice cream, setting lotion, styling gel, ointment, yogurt, ye be chire sani mi e program yi ase di twatwo kra e laundry super ye di sinema enyuma we nom ni ehiem on Saturday 10th May ye be chire ne ye e National Theatre bomodi abode tinito e da ne drusua fa wani chire National Theatre bisusu nye maybe na be ye mo akese amabusua oman nchirime nyina so ebetwa so aba dachi time ye be hase ne ya nopa 8 o'clock on Saturday 10th May. Now registration fee no BBS say and that's why 200 Ghana cedis. 200 Ghana cedis. 200 Ghana cedis. And no kwan sikipie mum. Nemum menye mobile money. Menye mobile money be a registration there be. If you never shall see then it do so on Saturday 10th May over program yase our National Theatre. Now the registration fee 200 cedis no aba abi pia e ojumedium ase hwa National Theatre nya yira kwan kra obi anim ho baby a otibi onya fo Accra Central car na obo driver mane so oba National Theatre obi su hwa e Novotel Tema station na chiri hwa na wo enya yira kwan kra obi a enim National Theatre ntime ma no ha wadwen na yewie ensaye ya ye books anase handouts eni me be chire ni nyina procedure so mu a ye be chede ama obia free of charge yenton e free obi di makin kan puna de book no kofia o ma betimi hweso aboa o unianom abusuafo wo fie betimi aboa ama wo ye niema ye be chire ni nyina ye tintin procedures ni nyina gu book ni ma ye be chede ama obia yenton e free ye be participate certificate so a edi adanse ye se obi ba program ibie ye be che edi ama obia yenton e free. Sign for number nibio, Omodia for number nibio, Omodia for number nibio, Abia now to come na UTM. Number no ABM a 0244 474093. For number no 0244 474093. 0244 474093. Na yaye videos on enyuma bebrebe nyina dia to pen drive so a eno no oba National Theatre na ope pen drive ni bia obetimi atobi e wo National Theatre eda na dwumedie no ebekoso na okufia na ohwe video no ewo phone so na kai o kwane ye fa so kyerɛkyerɛ nyima nyina na ohwe wo TV so o laptop so na kyerɛkyerɛ kwane ye fa so ye enyima nyina very simple down to earth bia na sebe o ye housewife ya brabi se date ne so Saturday 10th May bia na odru penny fi so akɔ pension o pebiribia ye ya brabi bia na o ye adwuma na o pa adwuma bia kan de o ye ho ya brabi kai se date no Saturday 10th May ebi so na sebe wapadwuma che unye bi nyeye unhu de wonye bra workshop bi na be yemfa so amabusua oman enchirima so benya so mfa so wo nie bi wo babi wo busuani bi adamfo bi ohun de onfa na bra bonye kai no na boa no Saturday 10th May manamra workshop bi e National Theatre o misusuane ye kyerɛkyerɛ bi na be yemfa so amabusua ene oman inchirime nyina so ebetwa eso aba dache branding kwani ya faso brandy products kwani ya faso package products kwani ya faso label products kwani ya faso marketing business registration nyina ya bekyerɛkyerɛ workshop yi asia in se program yi emrewie no ede moa ebebrewane a ede wo ho behyem nyina meje mu ama openi atoa so idie fa number ne bio na mum kai se date ne Saturday 10th May venue National Theatre registration fee 200 cities bet benye mobile money bia shasi save if in korea edani dus na ba program na sia na the registration fee no aba abetua ewojumedie na se ho a time a ye best start ya no pa 8 o'clock for number ni bio abra me jemi number no 0244
will convene a national
47
conference on education
4093 Bomadianfa 0244 47 40 93 0244 47 40 93 me bo number no di twato yesremo amadi next chiache so many years on radio TV amuntimi me bidana this time die obi enfa ne ho him number no ebio 0244 47 40 93 0244 47 40 93 yebehwemu nyina manim on Saturday 10th May our National Theatre of Ghana. Nana, that's Yamisha.
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furuku be ponti punasi sokode. No akachi la katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mrianko.
Will introduce the academic stress policy for all first year students in public tertiary.
100.5 Citizen Show Friday afternoon. Thank God it's Friday. We are back here. Baby Biano. My main guy was the same voice, the same personality, the same platform, the same program called the Citizen Show. And it's another Friday. And then, you know, let me do some Lagos night, Lokasa, Calypso. Oh, yeah.
13th All-African Games, Sky Train, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We will allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumara, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we'll review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we will launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there, there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19, we will commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20, we will reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wogomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21, we'll initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bunu East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. Of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these programs. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Danwaina, Nago de Kore, Ezu, Manya Munache, one day I got a maka soye, I kamada kimaka got a mashi soye. Ezu, don't you know for the way, so me sonka. Yanda zongoni suka gwara muna soye ya, inshallah. Ale babu karfi ebamu iko muma mugora musu soyayya akara don shi ne keni na sadiki afade we inshallah muka zo muduka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam amma yau saboda kudin da yayi kama da abiya aje Mecca mutanen mu iyayen mu maza da mata da yawan su sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne kowa in the Iniansi, Esamuye. Eza karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za yi azumi ana duba watani kamun a fara Ramadan, in za kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance, don shi kowane lokaci ya zo yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau, gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah, don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah, za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda, shine ana turawa na cira holiday, za mu kara guda a kan Idul Fitr, don shi in wayanga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau, waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu. Yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. One, we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, SETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11. We will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1. MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We will institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We will investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We will investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We will investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th African, All-African Games, SkyTrain, Palugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the world of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we will launch the Black Star Experience.
On your Facebook page, Richard Benjamin, David Seme Cornovo, Rashid Boche, and Irakwa Oyibo Buati, Timnina, the Damunina scenario, say, more joining here. But quick one, my minions, so, Kwabe, Monfa, Manas Azuri, ne write up into a mame quick, Namenya Sadewe, because I need to add my voice to this. Ne wo mitrim se ne ekwa bia so no meyo I'll do am. I'll go do am. I'll for do am. You see, we need men. Oh, can I buy? Chale, the attire, I go buy a tire. Kwame. The attire where I buy, no. Can I buy? Me who said you almost mix it, me kwama attire, no. Me who said you almost mix it, no. Me ya na mempe. A citron, no one want to say, I na mempe a citron, no. oh era me pataya no de mu ozan na se me kotobi me no amienu no me ena me jai and they say me you see that thing you see that thing and you don't be me no and ra to me sorry na punu papa sorry na punu na bam ai me sorry na punu no na dwunam de see jaso na me tueye na me kodae sorry be 5 am koe na punu na bam dikadikadikadikada oh yende adro yende nyame adro pa menyene mano menyene ya wonwa na kwabejai ye adwuma so uni menyene oh kwam so so uni menyene ya nwana sa odi suwa de betina abem bam dika ene u kanesna on a glass ketwa no na ta ukotodwe ya etu ase wa chiri bramu nkonkonenne usisimu ta tu yare ase. Okay, so Manasa Azuri awuni extra love letter be comma Malik Basinteli and mpacho Kwame Malik na wo ehino NY Anna anyway, so let me move on. So this is Manasa Azuri Awuni and Mefabe 2-3 paragraphs pet. So dear Malik Basinteli, here is evidence that the Zoom Lion contract expired before you took office. And your predecessor who fought it notified the company. Please do the needful. Don't resurrect this thievery. Don't disappoint the youth who marched up and marched with you in the sun and in the rain during the campaign. Elder Joseph Sian Ejapon of the Church of Pentecost told Parliament yesterday that the sweepers are paid below the minimum wage because they work 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. The cleaners of your office don't work all day. So it does not make sense to pay these people below the minimum wage. That is the essence of the minimum wage. Besides, only humans with instincts of wild beasts would allow their fellow Ghanaian to work for a month and go home with only $17 a month, while the businessman makes millions. Take note of this. JDM, Shamima Muslim, Felice Fosukachi, Erica Demagbana, Osman Abdullahi Ayarga, Stan Dogbe, and all persons with conscience in the Mahama administration. Okay, why? In the Mahama administration, no, it's more longer than this. So obviously you must know say watching see. No, but we know so kai kra wa kaya but that's okay. Am I empire to home? So it's okay. At least be 3 paragraphs here. Can something see. So Manasa Azuri etro love letter comma Malik Basintele say Zoom Lion contract sa omo prepare krom no wo hwe sika Zoom Lion eje na hwe de otua ede ma eye omo o employ wo mo na che se ahomete ewie me ba office the me hunu say Malik Basintele are responding and response in the encounter say unya baby have a fool. All right, that's fine. Okay, Felix Yankee say Bob a milk bush far home milk bush una be chiri mu me say menyene eno ano menyene. All right, Koshi Noble Agokpa ewo Adenta Amam from thank you Koshi. Okay, so Malik Basintele 1 hour ago ebe responded to Manasseh Azuri and you know, so I pick some few paragraphs. Okay, so all my life I have fought for integrity and for the better placement of the youth and people of Ghana. For 7 years, 9 months, the MPP renewed the Zoom Lion contract in its current state, paying the Ghanaian youth worker 250 Ghana cedis. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came to review, reset, and bring Ghana back on track. This includes ensuring that every worker is paid satisfactory for the work done. I promise on my honor, as I stand by the grave of my late dad, not to renew the contract in its current state or form. It is evil for the previous government to have committed to this, and I shall stop it. My brothers and sisters, on December 7th, 2024, change came, and change must happen. If my mother, brother, sister were a Zoom Lion worker, I won't be happy with either of them taking 250 Ghana cedis as salary, and as such, I can't be happy with you, your mother, father, brother, or sister taking same. I shall be live to. Okay, so let's leave that one. So this is Malik Basintele response to Manasseh Azuri, and I think may use medium way Ediabo Azuri Abaso over the years. He has been crusading against this Zoom Lion style of, you know, and you're fine. Zoom Lion, I am ya mewofa. The Japan, Okwa sorrow of Pentecost, and you're fine. And you're fine. The way you do, the thing you do, it is no fine. It is no fine. And you're fine. Now problem na Manasseh problem ni nyina Christmas and more bottle bako and 5,000 for the media and a sardine pack bako na and one problem no makachre no problem ni nyina no problem ni nyina ama media for no entimi nka miami nua kwasinsia ontimi nka bi miami nua yo asempa ya furukutuku ontimi nka bi city ontimi nka bi omgrade o wa no me de wo mbaako ni nyina ye December omde mono ba em say 24th there na boxing day no 26th na omo package into wo media aso ani afrew waje woze mo problem no nyina no emo eni anwa omo ye di omo hwe kru nua anim no mama na aduane ntino media for mo ye bi 2000 na say middle class for 5000 na kwame sifa kan maji 10000 emo no Paul Adomo sister Paul auntie Paul ojibi omunyina obi ajibi emo no any problem no ni atra sa de we hu sa. And I like the response from Malik, though Malik anka say obetwa Zoom Lion contract mu no, and it's good because NDC ambassador obaba begu businessmen in Yuma. Malik was very emphatic, say the current form intimo bia from Malik Basintele nkonante so also betwa Zoom Lion contract mu was sika na woje no a woje say 600 700 no ama almost say 250 no wa chere bubu nkunta bebre elda unima sisei bubu nkunta bebre and the 250 no and Malik Basintele ka say no and me uncle Bob say chinchina the current form no a bet na ho the current form no enya dia a bet na ho the current form you see and se mutie ewo Flagstaff House say one more no mo call campaign etu anamon bold decisions say ya ema ye ni je ema ye ni je ema ye ni je me ebia basintele oye minu aketua ebia na office mi mura won konko ye hwe mi ni number oni mi number minya sure class ye share that well bia ye share once but okay I wasn't there anyway but the point ni say watu anamo bia say ye bona baso even ta akwala we kura hunu nyansa say so ode ne na si form enti ebinom wo NDC aban no mu a ye ka mo asem a eya na nye se bibia o se wo jimi ni aka che se wo jimi na jai jimi no a jai jimi no akwala we wo na adwena e woni tim yeah, because Manasa can't deal way from NDC 1 from NDC 1 a jam time wa broso sa dia babe ura MPP 8 years mu adia ababe ura this time and now we have a very bold young man because obiaba office ya na zoom lion ayana propra obiaba officer na zoom lion ayano basa bent so wa park here na go for long somewhere I must say December no mu na ayi ajirigano is lego ajirigano side or club school or something I school be ajirigano say Kennedy kai what cable clear sale mu wa minim se di fie na wo say na e man memma gulor kwadum na skashe de motuom zoom lion no mu skashe but bi shira na echiche just o mo Christmas bonus na mimi draw no yam se me na me ka say na me anase awie campaign na street di ma na me busa ba ko sa da no so the Japan say ebeji Christmas bonus 700 Ghana 100 Ghana. Can you imagine? Enti Malik, why are there? Would you later or your one you makra? No problem, J. At least what we do next if Makabi. Are you man do obey your on what you man the obey your? Yeah, said you almost you know obey your. But would you at least the ordinary Ghanaian who say NDC akabia mano 700 and two more 500 kra na ye den mu 500 na dia be pa na aba. But the other side of the question is say Zoom Lion say onye contract ni biewa ye wo enkrofo a omo the capacity eya ombetimi a handle sa eye module no. You know, Malik, another question so ubusa ho now answer ho so that mube who said the embassy negotiate afa say Zoom Lion say onye biewa mo onkrofo a omo the capacity and answer say na mra so say mube decentralize no because ononkwa the whole Ghana and you mun decentralize no say Greater Accra namu dia mobi kwa amenya sa se Asante region namu dia mobi wonse no obi anya adwuma ni bia ye oh wa paki ade na guo aban we ewi ni ya no ajampo ko a wa yom wa adwuma sa we luzu ya no ajampo na wa yom wa adwuma sa owie ya no ja Pentecost asoro dem meyi na ya meyi nyamya ye o ye dem nyamya si o hallelujah hallelujah e meyi nyamya ya no a close wo owia no a tiesie so obia mo botto baako no de eye can beef no de one sardine no one anwa no na say crowd your packaging ye Christmas we dey no e ba no yen dey minya bi dey Christmas we minya bi yen dey minya baako say MPP we ni ye no e no mu jam ma say ma me party co opposition ti wo mu yi mi free mu nti ye we ni ye on the 7th no December dey we no omo ma mi bi na life for me bogu wo so life for pa radi yanko for Jesus Christ of the way yeah me boy life frankasa but me koje me the life me the achia pa na koje omdo nananya hwe na me de benye me kasa benye na me de tiate tiate janse no so o so na be jime benye mempe oh nana yenyire ni pa baako na msi mfie nsu ni mo ma mbida mfie nsu ni mma me metia mu de branya dro mu de na me hwana no sei na mo ko me de me kachira bo mu ko me wo ha o mu amfi me sesi a ya wi ni awie ya eyiye da but tini na me se o nyamesunti me de asem che nyamesunti me de asem che me ko munkume na ja me kwaje ye tie mu no a na odi ayeye ho adwuma emu no a na odi ayeye ho adwuma sa na ja Abubakar say how you go do am okay collect a job how you go do am I go bro I go collect am I go meet am for hospital somewhere corner day inside there where I pick am omo your package so come on we grade na wan shim omo the wan shim na sampe ba ko ina am say tawo na tawo guso na tawo guso we dey na pa but on a more serious note I think say oh okay so I'm say 850 about 850 per head no akwa 250 no anyam for so 600 abai oh Japan abai where do you say Christmas we abai do mo mame dia maya me hunei o mo bom ya to what to top right ada there be top right prayer ye tobia ye tibi di be ye afe se fie mienu ana prayer no omo de prayer no traso de kwa ba itu there we de kwa ba itu ada de omo traso aba for to di bia I mean hey radio come me patch up so person o mo fa me mo ne mre wa de be defend o mo de me mo no e de anwan be bro o mo fa mre me kura no se me ntimi hu se bronya we enru na me de so wo Ghana ha me ntimi hu e bia da me ko se bronya we enru na mo Ghana ha me yare ti bia na me ko enti se opɛ mo no a ka no mo fa mre o asem de na asem ko because 850 no 20 panica 250 a month chale 250 cedis kwame this is very terrible and I think Malik yeah Malik you are the man me de ewiase onipa ya de na ya na wa mana hu sa de na why you know we ni so and Malik I hope say men kase look Zoom Lion yeah juma wa other countries right and or Ghanaian entrepreneur ye ni jino ho Yeni gene ho pa. Yeni gene ho. And Yanka says be aban twan contract mu, but at least monopoly no doorso. Yeni one. But as to how the government will deal with that issue, I don't come in.
Actually ended September
2024, September.
So there's currently no contract.
Yes, Maleke can say, with the kind of 250, you know, won't mean sign come back to table and maintaining the same thing. So they will look at it. And I make us say, men supported the idea, so because he has the capacity. And we must, I mean, put his capacity into use. Let us not pretend say Zoom Lion Nyebi for that one to be wrong. Because over the years, Charlie, yeah, so unko business muda, businessman and now can kwasiasem. But so over business muda, ubehu the way I sit here, and yet better. So, yant mean transo, enkase. Sabi Zoom Lion one year who in them fine kusia, but sikani di nyamie ni muni. TSA Malek said the wakano negotiations no enko yi ema womo no mo hunu say NDC the reset naba ampa, and I think say Malek office show that resetting no adwuma no show eda monopoly no so maka ho asem. Somebody my no for cra no afa baako no obi so afa bi no obi so afa bi abe better. Then again we need to look at how to bring in a district assemblies, you know. Me Kwame, I think say Senkaba ni beti me a resource district assemblies no. Me de kame me penisa so near ja portions bi ama private sector no. Yeah, private sector also because district assembly no to me employ. The kind of from for a Zoom Lion I employ woman. The district assemblies cannot employ them. The district and municipal assemblies they can never employ them. Oh, the numbers. We should be able to say bia lekma. Friend or mon lekma municipal. Nasa okase bia Lekma employ even young guys 100. Man and mema now or more yes sanitation job. They will struggle to even pay them. They will struggle because you look at the revenue. Revenue be IGF no you know bina the assemblies projects near the other. So definitely it will bring pressure on the assembly.
But say if the contract
Come what man they were ma ana o de ya mote. But Ansah a cruise number. So we show the pressure on the assembly.
Yeah, make the whole idea that says maybe why instead of not this is not to say someone Jim Zoom Lion, but the other argument says why contract they be no the biama Lekman now you actually paying Lekman for into the money is coming from YA's budget and then you Lekman more existing budgets no in a Mudababi tria cleaners do you understand? So when you're cleaning instead of YA in conjunction with Lekman so we are YA each year Zoom Lion no in
channels assembly
exactly. It's like you're creating employment and you're also helping the assembly also generate some more into IGF. So
I think you have a point. But
if YA is willing to work with the district,
but you see, government to government. Normally, no businessmen normally
and inefficiency.
And apart from that, businessmen no. Omo say adwuma we no ebi omo atimi do omo sika ye be 6 months ansa na abayan yeska youth employment agency no. The question is say ebi a lekma find omo in that situation do they have money to pay for 6 months and sana tis a malek enye sika assembly no so yeska na adwuma na hot na bola na sase that problem no one because most of the contracts across Ukruma no a businessman no a pre-finance
sana
buying in your car now wababa bitua. This also there obese there bia no then the assembly is feeding the pressure beba Malik no office so Malik the pressure no so be call a youth minister so youth minister the be call esro ye be wan say JM2 aye white. The pressure no too bad. So the private sector too, I think, but it doesn't mean that so many say 250 Ghana. Oh,
in this economy.
You know, okay.
In this economy.
250 Ghana. Hey, but in the 7 years in almost me survive on 250 Ghana. No, Charlie, let's think about it. 250 Ghana. Huh. Hey, Philly, and you?
No.
250 Ghana.
It's scary.
How much for your magicians?
Yeah. That's why I come here. And bullshit or more ocean governor form now use the mirror for very, very old people, and they also have responsibilities. And there one was said they're able to sustain that kind of income. This age money.
250. Huh. Obia Razia Ibi or saying Kwabena also appeal to says Bobie Bastard boys are also doing great. I think the government should consider them too.
Yeah. The thing is, of course, they're doing a great job, but do they have the capacity? Because at the moment, no. One said and the Bastard boys and Juma no more and they say Ubia Bomba so moya diankasa. But do they have the capacity? Because right now there are no Zoom Lion. Or share the kind of infrastructure that Zoom Lion has in place. When will Bastard boys reach that level? This is not to say, so don't say you can empower them in. You can find maybe some small area be. Now when they are starting, almost no me building themselves. Almost one day they can also become as big as Zoom Lion. But the reality is, the Bastard boys are not there yet to take on the full responsibility, the full job now. Zoom Lion, AECC, and not that full contract they won't be able to deliver. And then I will be setting them up for failure.
Yeah.
So I say, so I say, definitely I think they say a more movie. Maybe they say a more because right now they are using their own resources and look at what they've been able to achieve. And imagine if we're actually paying them, giving them a contract, they'll be able to do so much, but make so much impact. Now, I say amongst young people, Krana is also inspiring them. Say, oh, these are the kind of things you can do for your community. Yeah, this so Omodia is to be more mobile. And is in line with what YA does. South America, say youth employment. And Bastard boys, they are youth. They are youth. This right is well in line with Jumano Moyen, but even son, I say to me in a way we don't end up ruining them. Because I have more opportunity. I so
Anyway, I think I go with you. I go with you, but you are wrong to say the district assemblies cannot employ the youth. If an individual can do, the DA can do better. No, I'm not saying say to me employ or more. What I'm saying is that say the number of people I am funny say Zoom Lion be employ. Trust me, Charlie Ujaima District Assembly own to me. Own to me handle or more. And Felicity be make submission say she can be free NYA, right? National Youth Agency, a be free one ABBA, which I agree. But then what we must understand, governance and business, government business, no, and yet be an binding yes kadeba. If you are 3 months, 4 months, now tiakem, into ese nipano or preference. Uko just jumano eto aboko bid municipal assembly so first month, second month or first canoe, third month or first canoe. So which means the pressure will come back to the central government. In 2 months, a tembiano or more a personal, not pressure abaso. Meanwhile, there are other pressing issues somewhere. Yes, I buy no eco attended, and that is why we need the private sector. It was we joining in our district assembly. Nidia, please. I would prefer so under resource district assemblies, no, municipal assemblies, no. Na your mom will be a quota be. Now private sector no so GB. Oh, I say decentralizing to avoid the monopoly. That is my point. Okay, so Kwabena says will be why can't the MMDAs employ their own staff to manage waste? They can. Charlie, are you sure? I won't go back on it again, but Felix, what can I say? So let's move on. The government should also consider ASEDU. What is ASEDU? Zozi says, Commander, most of the workers of Zoom Lion workers. Oh, a sanitation company. ASEDU. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so ASEDU company. And yeah, get ready. Why now? You have more capacity, but I think Kwesi says, bus stop boys can do the job. They can use the contract certificate to secure loans for heavy machines and other equipment. They have shown capacity by the little they have done so far. And I think it's just right that the government, put them into the business. Because now our monthly salary didn't come. Zoom Lion is owing us 4 months. You see? What's one problem now? Zoom Lion Crana or your businessman now, private waiting at pre-finance, 4 months. Why? Because over here, now a buying sooner day, empty and a cat. In this, what is our bed we could assembly? You see the problem.
But we are sure I'm buying Giannica. We don't.
Me mono, me can't hear mono, mono. And as you say, so we are abana rice. Yeah. Pacho with you. Okay. All right. Okay, so also they are sending me. Eh? Okay, Fatos the quick and come jump here call. Yeah, almost swear in a year government officials maybe can't assembly what I say. Miss I can on my Facebook and I think say or true for me kind and I say a beer me promote Kwabena say Bobie the MMDAs can use IGF to fund it. Bro, IGF no a yes saying go to Asante Mampo Municipal Assembly. Kojesika omojeje. Asante Mampo go bia kete omo kwajibi wo kofi ase ni ade ade kra de ba chale. Ensu ba bia. So okay, so Kofi Japan the YEAC will stop the Zoom Lion deal rights. Setting the record straight. YEA sanitation model. Into way Kofi Japan. When yet Manasa Azuri. Pacho say
no, Manasseh is posting what Malik.
He's posting
what Malik wrote. What Kofi wrote.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kwame what you say?
Yeah.
Dear Kofi Japan.
Troy
no are posting.
Yeah. To give him more visibility.
I'll say I've read your passionate Facebook post, and this is a response to Malik. Not anything yet Manasseh Azurina responded. Or no, you are posting a Kofi Japan. That's the former CEO, right?
Yes.
Kofi Japan,
MPP, no.
Yeah, I mean, so MPP, but the main face, Anyway, so dear Malik, I have read your passionate. Can you even see this one? All right. All right, maybe I can use the TV. I've read your passionate Facebook post and I commend your boldness and sincerity in raising this important national issue. Indeed, our youth deserve better. Let me, however, set the record straight for clarity. As of the time I officially handed over on January 25th, 2025, Zoom Lion did not have a contract with the Youth Employment Agency as far as the sanitation model was concerned. Like you, I have always maintained that the sanitation model needed a complete overhaul, not only to ensure better welfare for our hard-working beneficiaries, but because the functions being executed were overlapping with those of the local assemblies, that, in my view, is both inefficient and unsustainable. All right, so there are board minutes, meeting minutes, and official documents that speak to my stance. A position I took not out of politics, but principle. We can't be doing something that the assemblies are already doing. So I'm glad to see that as a young leader, you share in this conviction and are committed to taking this forward. I believe what we need now is not blame, but bold action, guided by facts, respect for the workers, and a firm commitment to value for money. Let's have that deeper national conversation you have called for. I'll be tuning into your live session tonight, and I hope we can all contribute ideas that lead to lasting solutions. Okay? No,
Kwabena, no.
Kwabena,
Debbie, and the Jai. No. Because on this one.
Okay, Feli. Me pacho, Mr. Sekufin Council, Sekufi Japan, no. Minim ni pakro. But Kufia Japan, Tiasmo Canoe. The issue about when Zoom Lion, a contract with Ghana government, AND, is not on the table. It's not an issue. You understand? Obia ni hon komo, pacho me nyim free so. Obia ni hon komo, ya no nye issue.
Yeah.
So ya don't free him, but then one one yamashisi no one bet say oh or no hand over na contract. Yes, of course. Baby I must say and so Manasa Azuri did not touch on the contract. Say it's still ongoing. Neither Malik Basintele touched on it. Malik Asema all can say the negotiations are who Kofi Japan no money Zoom Lion no mo ye no or no Malik no on me and trust our negotiations no so. And yes, sir. And yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, now another point. I say there are board meeting minutes. Ewo let's say or no Kofi Japan no.
Yeah.
Were raising issues.
Yeah.
Malik Basintele raising issues no. Me pacho or the two papers no dey share table. When Malik Basintele realized that no, paying you 800, 850, now what you 250 more, no for 500 no, a cheat. Malik Basintele echo say board meeting, and no couple born and no much group papers no dey share table. Malik Basintele has brought the issue out because you guys is Zoom Lion, and yes, every politician be about office be with the different Zoom Lion bottom. Ye media for any ye did say me dear ma come to you mo. As me cry the name mo kwa e mo bronya kwa me o mo ma me hwe we ase da apart from e mo enti say we cry say ma come to you ma maka. Maka ma come to you ma no problem because e mo de wa ma me a when cry na me me pay power from be afraid ho menyabi wo de menyabi
me ka me to be am
me da say
me to am am
e for ma obeba ti we e mo de wa ma me a enye hwe. So the point ni say wo Kofi Japan one ka in public that Adia Zoom Lion yankwala no enye enti yenya ye have a national discussion on the matter. Obi abeka na jira say kwa enti we on mfenim oba be glory ni bi me kura me ho no na meka opa akohwe ye board meeting minute yankwala sa anyere.
Okay, but at the same time metinya can I say, but at the same time I also think it's still commendable say at least not walk on them, because if he hadn't taken that stance then by now we wouldn't even be able to have this conversation. If he took the stance of okay, let's go ahead, by now say they would have renewed the contract even before we came in, before NDC came into power. So
well, no, but
no.
So
I still think say that we should.
Yes,
it's a commendable action.
I agree.
In as much as he didn't bring it out, which is due
I
to
agree,
fear.
but another fear. Why Jessica no money no Jessica na cha for 7 years, 8 years, 8 years. That 2 months now. Who corona why there? 8 years. That 2 months now. Who free abemuno and why there? What money na Jessica no system crofo no fie moche. Aka busumi mienu se bomba so. Others one will say so you know, man renew. No, one renew no back on me am Troy. And then this a year's our contract no. Money in a year. And it's only in a year, and that's like 2 months now. Coffee now, so you be wood. Yeah, no, yeah, make a same baby. Yeah, make a same. In any case, who coffee and Nenka, or the my who say, I dare say any in year renew a Zoom Lion contract in Ibiwa. Then I bear a topic, but you see, an Americano. And yes, and Crawford say, I dare businessmen, a bonu. The politicians know, but fairly, ne kakra obedinti. What I say, ne kakra obedinti no. Na akoye problem. Ont min ka ho asem. Osuro. Se mi say no. Ejaja po mi hunu na shame. Me dia to ho. Me dwane. Se me nwane so a ocha omma me. Me kra no, me o ma me hwe da. Me zoom lion. Oma me hwe da
personally
David me no woman ni sa
you know say oma we mu no
emo ye ne say o chama
na so say oma
emo de emo no kra o jaye
just who say
ya ndc ya wini no man ba ko
okay
na champagne ba ko na wine na tawo
okay
nem so de semra mienu
ishim
lucky soup road ishim why one na no o bokas kakra mama
bokas ba
the kuma kakra me on do ba middle class
500
www
okay
5 ta
you what's want to be more
5 ta
bo na and then your Christmas gift okay do I declare o declaration how you know
me dey nka mo no dey me mfa wo na cash no mo mama bi ono e wona me problem nyina wo ferry cash no mo mama no so that's it sasa go you why item 13 for asem ko na me ka Randy Abe asembi na me ka kire NDC for me send that Sunday message Emma mpanimfo bi omwa bam ye yentimi nkoho bi bebre enti eja oti akira na wa boba kwatum me catch there almost say, and even I discussed it with Jinapo energy minister just say now I busy no one female I don't know but ye because so actually ya adwene kopem say okay, so Obia sending me a message, and I think I just need to be fair with her. I say Bobie, Kofi Japan resisted all forces to sign this contract, but he refused. But could you came in? Pacho, me team message na say anyway. First, you know the paragraph on Metia say second one on Metia say. Oh, Randy Abe Asha say ya DB. Randy Abe Asha say echo round cocoa farmers communities no engaging them. Governance is about engagement. Governance about engagement. I say when I can, but I'm say your media background into no ya ni ehu ade quick. I say Randy Abe media background into no who the wisdom in it. Say energy sector and say on say commercial say omo pacho mami so makwaje mo kwame mami so makwaje mo amana twime and he said you free kokuma anyway, so governance is about engagement. Engage the people. When NDC FPK Akunyoyi, we've done so issues me penny for me and Sam share that SND a message ma almost say. And yes, a Ghana for him say, Dumsoni etra 8 years old, they know. But you are dealing with an opposition here, they are very treacherous. And the language no more use in a far. It is a bo propaganda, it me ye pa. So, and even no what be a dead money ya to NDC for only be arguing so, do Saturday, doom sorry too much. But Omurafisi at them, some film watching. It is based on a crowdfunding no more dealing into no. Get your PR, system no on standby. Just engage the people, engage them. Because I'm not take over no. ECG no more original PR directors. What you say? Activate them. Let them engage the say Ashanti region. They should engage the Ashanti region people. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. Say Greater Accra. The say onipa no o fili dum so no oda sori no hunu problem a NDC aban beto ya. Ubose na koma atɔ ne yedum kane akra no a onye dede sa because onim se sabe enkrofo fonta bi ɛna aba be create problem na to ba me kan no na se obi di na duane na se wo kohwa bi ɛna wo gyina ho keka nsɛm. And I saw Randy Abe yesterday and now anopen na me hu video no and seriously I'm impressed. Well, sir, Randy Abe you can talk, sir. Randy Abe make me suppress the media and whatever. But at least, Koko Piafono, Obia common chair ko church be much the woman, yes, sir. And watch the woman, the reason why they rot a year or bet 2 years, our Cocoa board. And the reason why a beer as some Rajo Mama Kaino ain't me embasso and menu ya nebia August or mubie new season noa they will do it. Kwame, wait, yes, I'll call Ligon, Ansah no Ansah we. Yes, I don't call Harvard. Ansah, so when Ansah, we Nicolas all bre we in governance, all breast higher day. Yeah, watch you for boy in 52 name for did your mama term. And last week I had a friend say example saying say I no open JM2 up too much man Crawford dinner term. Engage the people. Let the people know what is happening. You don't have time. Yes, you don't have time. Get your PR system on standby. Let them engage the people. Brano, and train 6 months, 1 year. A year Tom Crawford to say you are incompetent, After now organize a forums, our assembly, Ghana must know, and then they must know, normally they budget. Sometimes I feel like a professor that created problems in government just so that they will get money into their pockets. And this where Juma agenda. You agenda you but I think say Randy Abe aya there and mebona baso. What you oh no let me move on. Mebona baso me hu ya no manage and I'm like yes say any peno go to the people, talk to them, engage them. Oh you see the pen to say Krochi Amansa. You don't sit in your office. You call the media to your office, no, I'm thinking that Obiabe Tiwase. I just say, what Wakasa? The name them Ghana, why the Bobie? What to office like a Kankwasiasem? Get to the people, engage them. Look, Minia, say, right? And say, no, yen never say a kaboom near yen say. Hey, was a nipana akuma Tony Boko. Yeah, Santifua, ya titi krumi. Encantete. Bibi near, yes, oh, a janimo, Fantumagu call ne dim colanim, no nipanim to say a Krochi Amansa. Yes, you open anyway, the assembly 1 year, oh dear, nim coca. O nipano walk and sekan chain cranoa. Conanim nanen and trace, nanen and count. And I think Radiabi baby Obiano, Mabona Basso. It's also no what media background, Ansah he's been quick. omo mu ni sa background o ka on tiase onsua o de to so anu odidi watem o send the message na o ka nkwase asem o te condition mu and no dada no onim say 4 years 8 years you go anyway. So let me move on. Then I think say one issue me de be and remember me pan and Ansah sentiment list to a studio so made a quick cry a friend say issues about galamsey said yeah and I know me catch them no say and your money be wa ye wini and ye can one 7 no nka a beer and this year buying a tea kakra bi so minuanom enkuma yi kan sembi na mama from adwene nkɔ hɔ a beer and kiama me drew baby a yedri enipa no a wono tu galamsey no enipa no a wono no asɛ o man no ono no ne nkrofo atimi abobo mo ano sɛ omo bɛkɔ ɛyɛ demonstration so ewiase Kwame but Kwame mama Kate Jamfu a video no me dey me yi no a na de a kyerɛ me kura me be send bi a friend say akatachie frifa me be send me wie show ya me send Kate Jamfu a videos no ene Kennedy Japan sem o kan me send ni to kyerɛ 28 no mo ma chia eya mommo why me am high van amamo eya mommo nkyerɛ omo adi ya wusa e wo Ghana ha to akatache me the best and do
what difference is it what difference is it when you have seen a KJT Crawford or Paewi? What's the difference?
Kese mi je show no ye mfa to o kasa
KJT Crawford ni suban ni say onu be wiawo na onu wawia wawie no na onu apai Crawford se na be ya wo wani ma onu ne so
se eye onu a
na enye bia
na wakatache no ye no
yes dum so ye bia no
bia na omo ye no
onu dum kane and I want make sure say obe make it available
wanya
cables grandpa or koto so the best old cables no wasa fetch that ton adi obi ye no wasa ma ne kwala ase wa madum so aba ko Raphael page so we bodum so ho da road abi na it has always become the norm say in communication no when you spend one thing over and over again it sticks
exactly.
And so when they begin to drum home to their audience say this is Abaya or this is Subai Weyaba, whether it's true or false, whether not the ones that said John Mahama was incompetent.
Yes.
How do you justify incompetence when you have seen Akufo-Addo's governance?
Sir, say Nana, Yanona Yambu num enimintino, and this winnie Yanuano, near one prayer say you bet prompt to normal put measures be.
Yes.
A guaquemo that block his adiano. But a say, hey, I find you a post in Sia, Yamaha. Hey,
when you say, Akwabi, now, and maybe my friend, your mama say, Mr. No. Offices are creating in and I said, the order that I war in Nano. But who why I am most important a chain, fellows of Osukwachi office. Me na kwana friend say, the way I say me and I say Felix cry or better me. Now say, hey, I think I mean say the office ni hu here. Mo be bua mine from 2013 to 2016. I'm here to Aba. The only reason why I'm out for Aba John Mahama is say they couldn't campaign on his quality of service. And you ma mo ye nyina mo antimi am ho daru. Na NFL is asabet na ho. Na me say the office na the most important officer. We say Kamenka say the office na the most unimportant office.
No, but onim the enti ni panakasa. Onim Felix sir. Onim Sir Felix is a very nice person. Onim.
Oh, okay.
But two, idea be a what politics when you're in this inqua. MPP for also, maybe in conform me didn't come off from MPP. They face the same problem. Say, BB question now car. The whole presidency need to make gang up against you. Dot we enka ho asem. Wo ka ho asem dia o ba ye betu apum.
Okay.
Nti bia sa experience na nipa ne wo. Enti na o de kan sa no. But in governance,
okay, we na me tell Kwabena dwe ho sam
no,
me
it happens.
Me director say no of all the offices because still okuda to be adwuma nyina opa omo ho the rule said information ministry no ehɔ no na obi bia sebi wo wa ma no ne okoho kohwe de ekoso Ghana enti no matter how e bia wo say wo office of say a foreign affairs ministry, office of interior, office of defense no obi come mo website kra no ohwe bibia or authenticate information ministry.
Yeah.
Because ana no abrochire baby a ubusa abrochire fo a omubu man a information ministry what I call for information free.
Yeah.
It is a news portal.
Yeah.
It is a abaye bibi na se wono amon ho the road na one pet information your friend is saying poo na information bi ankwa nkogu sa poo nim se ne be ya Kwabena Bobie Ansah pe information anya sa afi na obekọ frɛ Felix because everything should be explained and put there.
That's it. And I make
it doesn't have to require wait patch away so I know you go school.
And I make us say even with the various ministries any other agencies like Cocoa Board. You see, so Randy Abe decided that look, let me go to the my example. Also, small Randy Abe Ekwakai, and whose statement BPA about 3 weeks as 1 month ago. Now say Cocoa Board a backtrack because now some agitations be a bus system. No?
Yes, and we issue statement.
Because the approach was wrong. But lucky for the NDC. Because Randy is a media man and he understands the street propaganda.
Yes, and the intricacies of the game.
Yes, or then he decided that also a funeral or call on what is so be here they were Sadiano. Even on social media. Because he took his time to explain community by community what church the woman didn't oh Rajo Mama can say okay. And KSC say, but Mpamcho, yent be say, you're bearing this time. What do I say? Brejo Abba. What now? Not by 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. Now I didn't stick it. I be a little bit problematic. But anyway, now me person me bought Randy Abaso. And I think the next thing
that just one abaso no Kwabena friend Wahab one me ne wasep Wahab no ne Randy Namo.
Oh, let's move on.
But I know I'll do it on a special day. I have because me kwaya adwuma my MPP ni medidi me nya that one I will assure them and you be roy ho abontin you be konto you be kon because Kwabena me Kwabena sometimes no it is very painful. Especially when you have known say obre na ama say bi obi akotena baby na ni pakro no after say wo abre wie no ebi kura mpa to baby din na kakra me so meya me so me sabe koma na odi akokwa akoma MPP ni Joe Fortune bi do nya me Kwabena sabe ebia na
me say ebia na ejina de wa hu nipa bi aka kire no
oh efa ho Kwabena me mani pa ne ko anka
say na make say abo bi be ka wa
me say odi mani mfiri me ntumam na mani pa ne nka na yesa the best shadow force was street him.
Yeah.
I do not want to because out there no World Bank same project no World Bank there no or more than who auditing me or copy wa I went to me anye. Now got this canal the command be ma Kwabena me no back from Wahab. Me no want to talk serious.
Anyway.
So na the technical advisor.
I see.
Are you? Me so, me nya adwen. And I miss you ever come to one or pay me secrecy. Because me no have kind of boko. Ma persuade you however I should. Kwabena penny or fair will not penny ketwa. On your beer, said me didn't diagro. To the extent that we must happen, you know. Now we made it. Now we are brand there be Randy Namun, yeah, brand over him. There you and I may say, yeah, brand over him. No, Untiasma make a yes, me say, Ejina, dear Yaka, watch I'm a paninka. Say me plan na nipa ko no gyina me ni me se ede.
Na me kyerɛ sɛ nipa no a wone no ɛkɔbrɛ ye no. Yɛm sɛ wonti de make ase.
Nipa no a me ne kɔbrɛ ye na wo kasa asɛm no. Enye moja bia na yebu ne fa so.
Me ba wo. Ebi arande abe ye di position ni ma no no de kafa wo ho ɛkyerɛ no no. You don't know enti twa so.
I mean no nti na me nso me de be na say me ntɔkwa ni.
Okay.
Ana de kɔbrɛ fa na wo ayi won ayi ɔkɔre. Oni wo wa kun from da.
Okay.
Oni ni kun wo wiem. Eti sa nipa no oni be kun ani be oni ba be kun wo radio so. Ani TV so.
Yo.
So what Jimmy abodamu a ɛho ne ye be kun tɔkwa no.
So
me akyerɛkyerɛ ye nsɛmu. Me nkɔ yɛ adwuma na fa adwuma no kɔma MPP ni. Me.
When day?
MPP so won fa so kyɛ me.
Eja when day?
Yo, no was saying yes can no dia. Hey, ekofo de Jimmy.
Abanisa.
Amasa.
So the point is say other institutions no they should start explaining engaging
public engagement.
Public engagement.
Solid.
Ebeboa ama yeye no nyina anu akọ. Na ayi your friend say na me kai yase. Mpacho ma me first video no aye Kate Jamfu a enti Medical Brown
MP before someone who organize a crowd adwuma mo ba ensu kese be na da ensu kese be those are brand new amode feeling so amodi me ahye no hey na adan you say yenye den MP before yeah mo ko position mo ba bro bon e be mo bra rough mo ba branka sanka mo ko position amode mo nesu na bo bi men na se mo be ento abama mo
me free emotion no billions of cedis me do say amuno brand na de mo ya no ana me no kasa mo si sanko keke
Demaya
sema ka he de ma si obi ma si no
adan demaya bi ma si 7 those that ho 7 machine brand new 7 machine na konde machine na adan
money bank
adan MPP for nipa boni for MPP for
money bank kwa ni ya
nipa boni for MPP for nipa boni for MPP for person nkunya for MPP for person nkunya efo ebi si Ghana da ebi si Ghana da ebi si Ghana da ma set record kwasi afoi ma set record the machines two weeks per year to machines ni na money ben I am
money back one yeah man the I am
money ben money ben they am before
selfish interest in TV now
last day I had last day I had galam say last day I struggled last day but me aba abe di boni ante say na mko abe di boni ante say na mko na ko bombe tua mka o MPP for me ko position mu mbabiem na mo sa me na say say yen to aba mamu he MP before someone who organize a crowd adwuma mo ba ensu kese be na da ensu kese be those are brand new amode feeling so amodi me ahye no hey na adan you say yenye den MP before yeah mo ko position mo ba bro bon e be mo bra rough mo ba branka sanka mo ko position amode mo nesu na bo bi men na se mo be ento abama mo
me free emotion no billions of cedis me do say amuno brand na de mo ya no ana me no kasa mo si sanko keke
Demaya
sema ka he de ma si obi ma si
adan demaya bi ma si 7 those that ho 7 machine brand new 7
Anyama oditu eye galamsey no enio women organizer Kejemfu a nenia mani Kate Jamfu a niema enie Kate Jamfu a nenia mani Kate niema ni o Katie Jamfua NDC National Women Organizer Hanabisu untini din wo baabia on fagalam say nyahwe we eya omu na account video okatachi video enie muamu National Women Organizer ono ana asai asase no a ensase no amokwa demonstration no mo National Women Organizer ono ana ayesa ade no mame jebi de no mo National Women Organizer
mo hwe galamse operators eni o
Excavator
ya twen fi wura mu a ye de abesisi kuro
Asankregwa ni o
Asankregwa o mo de hie ni me ana me postu ba ko no o mu ni hwe amoa mo de mfidi na besisi Ghana fo mo hwe galamse operators eni o Excavator ya twen fi wura mu a ye de abesisi kuro
Asankregwa ni o
Asankregwa o mo de hie ni me ana me postu ba ko no o mu ni hwe amoa mo de mfidi na besisi ya mo de abehintan o endi se chema huntumi ne jomboadu ne nasefo aha ne ya jomboadu ne mfidie ne sisi ya no ne chanafo edan no mo asisi ne ho no ye yi fidie ne na besie
ewo ne de yadwuma ngasa
endi huntumi de ya ne asisi nwuram jomboadu mfidie ni o Ghana nipa oda ne mines na no ona asisi dan ya chanafo na titi mu no o mo cars na asisi ho no wow fidia omodia we ya hyehyɛ ahiafo excavators iv esisifie kwa na ye hye no we wo so omodia de omodia behinta baabi emoa mufo de ma enko bara mame baabi omo hye bia ebeyi omoto emoa Ghana fo mo hwe galamse operators eni o excavator ya twen fi wura mu a ye de abesisi kuro Asankregwa o mo de hie ni me ana me postu ba ko no o mu ni hwe
Samo ye demonstration na ya monkai Asankregwa fo Asankregwa fo babia on be kire mo nkrofo kura o mo asai eye Asankregwa ensase ni nyina pacho Canada Japan kwekwa na memfa nwie bebre wo uyi eye demonstration ni de no
se ye ntimi enya politicians ye nyina adwene amma bankrom se we are serving the nation entino yamma krono saa no enkoso a both NDC MPP ye nyina ka wo for hwe galamse nsema e ba na airtime
very disturbing
airtime say me buy say ye ntimi enya politicians ye nyina adwene amma bankrom se we are serving the nation entino yamma krono saa no enkoso a both NDC MPP ye nyina ka wo for hwe galamse nsema e ba na airtime
very disturbing
airtime say me buy adano no yesi e be kan ho asem na ija but you see what has happened and ye kwa usinko a empayinfo no bebre nsu ka ho wo they should bow their head in shame down their head in shame
from all across the ministry
airtime and ye ministry nko a there MPP for empayinfo no they should stay away at dear President Akufo-Addo kaso benyina say Akufo-Addo to say edua esi ho a eni hini
wow
yes with the galamsey madam I'm telling you main from Akufo-Addo to what to say edua esi ho a eni hini because ni hini nyina rot galamsey when it comes to galamsey Akufo-Addo hini nyina a rot complete
serious
na momo tumi kwaji obi machines say onu de onidi now they are mauba please that is an equation one woman some abey now you can't even talk about Mahama. How can you talk about Mahama? How that time I don't know mum permasem baby luxury boy and fam make assembly abede mano beka bia it comes to pass
ahia ne be kan
it comes to pass.
Bobie so na yes for evidence in the bra.
Now, me evidence, the bad they are sent but me no, I stay away. And you am the buy, one can was it. But must say, Martiamidu, uncle, prosecute you be. One who's away. Medicine was on say 9 November, who better not prosecute you.
I say, no.
Who ye had a Jim? Enti, I just want me, Kataje. One woman almost say or mine. Say Obi at the 8 months, 8 years, and trenchy bush forest, and I will ship for 8 years. Okay, I say we in a free 4 months easy. In 4 months, your mama is swearing in on the 7th, right? Tienfa said 3 months money. Also on for 3 months from the president, Akufo-Addo O2, National Women Organizer O2, Mo General Secretary said O2, Obietu for 8 solid years. Now I Obeka said already 3 months say Galam say no kuye. Meanwhile, 8 years no. Na mo de wuram. E wuram na mo da. Na titeta. Enti omo etu asase na ese no. Omo nya sika gudem. Enti yem first can be sponsor demonstration. Enti amafo concentrate on the demonstration no. Na still ya na machire na yetu. Ni omusuba no so enti we no enya nwanwa. Can you imagine say yet woman mu oman no nana yetimu no onipa da senia ya na adwene say look ekwaya me mefa so asai woman ni eni na me say woman no na ba na me ma unim say it took NDC almost say over a year Ansah no almost stage demonstration because NDC felt
it was almost about NDC they said demonstration krano
say 8 years ni
no
8 years only about 3
the whole 8 years NDC demonstration back up
Bank of say 3 Bank of Ghana Pacho use microphone
Bank of Ghana Electoral Commission and say Bakwa youth organizer
yeah Salem
no
Pablo. Sorry, Pablo Pablo
NDC organizing three press conferences na no mo ya na na yesi da bi munya press conference na mo yentisi form enti most of the
kra no yetisi form no yetisi form a little bit late.
Oh, I can say, sir,
20
Ghana
2022-23
like many Bernard Mona no your demonstration were construed to have been an NDC demonstration because they partook. But one Kasa agenda say a demonstration there. No, it was about 3 of them.
Within 3 months.
3 of them.
Nana B General catch them say. Now, Kwame, sir, on one can come who bomb some by demonstration, no political parties, no. On picture, no. Oh, I could be a we didn't name case me yima okra. One moment when you know who born jail.
Say jail bed.
Enti omonya fast emra meye dede. Na se obi di nsa koma na akwa say Everybody nyankopon. Everybody nyankopon.
Asemo.
Yo. Me uri menyomo. Menyomo ke. Menyomo. Oh, so ofa sa ni pani nyina. Yaw. Fa Nanabi National Service. Ghost names no. Send it in. ana ni din ka ho ni din ka ho nana bi national service give to our no more you know yaw ni din ka ho nana bi
o ka ho
ayi your friend say kodua why 2022 scandal
ono na ye
enya kodua
na kodua nya ska wo he koye general secretary
ayi your friend say akpalu ECG dubious contract no say $1 million say enya akpalu enya akpalu
ono
ahiagba atimi akwa ye voting fraud ahiagba any your friend say voters ID but ahiagba wakoto aba ama ahiagba nke so dem any serious country nke say ahiagba enka same ahiagba kura de nke ni kwa say etwen say yenyi your friend say Chief Justice through Ansah na yakwahwe ahiagba akiri kwayo
no
ahiagba de ke say ya chino ne yahwe no pa e wo street mu ma ne ho nam ya de ya say what me hunu bone say
nyame hwe ne kane o
ayo
o kai say nyame hwe ne ma de koda hospital no
ayo
na me kai say ofiri ho ba obesu anyansa
onsuya
say na minim say wo bejimi
wo jimi obejimi
chese
obejimi because sesi an so obi an kana waben wo de ahwe kwa me manya picture no jayo kwa me hu ma de sendo na de fato amame wo mo mutuo no a wo mo kansa nyina se wo no be demonstration no kwhwe wo mo na kwhwe wo mo records na kwhwe wo mo enti wo mo ye dede na se bia e ba se NDC fo ani brea na akwa se han a demonstration ye ntino na aban no suro ntino na o chiche ye enti obi adwane ye no de mokosoro moba fom mopa muni bayire pusa da sema de adwoma ma beyemo an obeyemo de adwoma ma obeyemo an obeyemo de asiedu nkatia no beyemo an obeyemo de julo zebra no beyemo an obeyemo
you always as human being must at least before a decision analyze your reasons what must say because for example dentina I was a demonstration me demonstration say ebi a say and say no me say adie no ebi a seem to be o baby okay now sa demonstration we almost omo kwei no
omo ni bibia ka
dabi omo obibi ka just nyansa na enim
okay omo wajimisem ka
na say obi bantu makro kasa
omo wajimisem ka
asa do omo obi ka ba nyansa na enim ye tie ni say LPG NDP PNP gum omo ni MPP akoye adwuma omo kasa omo koye demonstration Kwabena sin to ben who demonstration omo koye because I think say if we are say no
na mentwa no na hwe wo ani mame enipa ameni wo mu Justin Kodua Akpalu nana bi akwa we kura de ase o ye kakra de oti far right no first row far right from your right or counting from your right ya down free Kamara Dini ono de
abekronsa
ono de on said anyimi sa
Kwabena wajimi just say ni Jimmy no wajimi asie
odi ate Kamara Dini de no
o mu nyina ajimi
ba
Kwabena MPP ni bia ni onim nyansa o Ghana ha
okay o si ma men kasa ye
ba ko kura ni o
okay
de wo betimi assign ni ti no o MPP ni but on said that and na di ma hu say we what you say yeah say on na di ma hu say we a
enti we no we aboasie
we yes
we aboasie okay so when the we no and almost so market come abom na unim in the coming days you bet as a Mustafa Hamid and I'm a debi enyo enye Mustafa Hamida enye ono a blend no mintimi hu ni ye kwame unim se manyini say me said them who are dear sir at the cock or wami at the tuntum or wami who a blended at the core near the tuntum a blended at me eh oh Kwame oh Kwame at the cock or wami who at the tuntum or wami who a blended at me who say cock tuntum na akabumi mean to me yes sir my jaw so open in patch up or dear oh quiet and mammy ah me who say Kwame ye picky channel ye picky channel so nenga ya mo bomb one by one but anyway you better correct picture na ya diaba so omuna so mo kwa ye demonstration but me de galam say de me bosso na me amenu akatachie ne ebi a me kono show so ne na ma kire ne aban papa aba ene said the Ghana SIA de ene aban en stop e galamsey for say mamon ko galamsey
demonstration
demonstration for mamon ko demonstration galamsey demonstration aban say ono mampanini ni chief of staff ni vice president ni ministers they have nothing to hide and they even support the demonstration. In fact John Mahama say omunyina support any IGP omunyina support demonstration no because galamsey na say nyina ye ko na ye tu ase enti okataje say unim difference bi akra between MPP aban and NDC aban a ene yama bi difference ni bi ni ene yama bi enie asem papa bi amanya oye asem papa bi amanya za Yesu yada oye nana nyami ye oye amfa oye so won't asem papa ni bia ena de what be at least and I know last one Kwame bo akufo adu MPP for kwacheche galamsey demonstrators no but last one me wie mpacho bon tantam we are tax evasion and divine say what you say papa
Yes, I don't see a strong boy like this. You want to kill us? You want to kill us? You will tell me why you can't hear us here again. Why you doing this to us? Why you doing this to us? Why? Have they offended you? Have they offended you? Why are we suffering? Why are we suffering? One day, it's not me. One day, where I'm going to be, I'm going to handle your case. One day, where I'm going to be, I'll handle your case for you one day. You don't know. Just watch my face very well.
No, you can't prevent me. You can't prevent me, sir. No, what you are doing, you are going against my ethics, please. Why? Why are you preventing me from filming? No, stop it. You know I'm a media person. I am well dressed for that. You can't. Don't allow anyone
Pitepsi sa akwa kusi tienim the omode galamsey ayo my way tenya afi no bi ba be my narrative ewo ekroma ase entina eye NDC aban say let them go because say omo boa NDC aban ma yakwatia galamsey why not sani epe amemu no saying your payment, and that is the reason why Jomama won with 57%, NDC won with 57%, and 188 MPs. Reason in here, and by 2028, now I could demonstration 10 NDC abayanya here. Now man for the difference. No man say 20, no 28%. And do both the demonstration who are you know now all the 2 votes so called because we have a difference. And Ghana need any we are seeing difference between the NDC government and the MPP government. That the NDC government only be the hide. No, I can say me man demonstration.
Because we're democratic.
Or democratic.
And it's a Congress of Democratic.
Opa matches 16 days. Obi am fa ho awuta ko enyo obi ase because your mama no odo no pen crofo wo maboa no no akon atia galam say enti on court en stop you enti ko na ukọ wie so a kofie obi anche unko dem 2 weeks e ma besia adam 2 weeks ebi 3 weeks e o kroma na e mo nware o mo sanitary pad yemfa mom e okrom ha esi wogana ha okatachie obi anya mo sa mbeko fie free because me kura makoka chom so menua no e na me sese no menua ye menua ye ne de wa wonti ase no obetua kwa akoshepo ye mienu ye nya adwene ye betua trust ye di enkomo se we e okatachie si kwamna we me no nya adwene me so okatachie we so me no nya adwene aha ye wia ye kofie baakum enti ye no unia no onti ase a eye wa wasem eni de obi amfa ho ginapo no onua ginapo o mtrasi didi enti u meka nkyere me se me de me ni me fie nipa enkonkoko ntokwa enya de a obi ani sa ngwase asem ni bi aha but se me ni obi nya adwene a meka kyere no ade we me no nya adwene e wo ho aha but
that's the beauty of
oh yes enti me aminu akatachi owi a also mbepon anopa se 5 a.m. was 6 a.m. no makofa no me ya na me ye green tea mama tea kakra na ho anom bo so why fine o akoda heli diva akwa
yeah
boko de na poko akwa ba bio me pa cho wa fre no ana anya no a Gabiko Street. So, Pachofa, Ghana, we have story to Amame. Quick one. Fatu Amame. Fatu Amame. Now, Pacho, are you ready? Come in your story first. Okay. So, Mamene, Joseph Vediako. Oh, Joseph Vediako. Okay. Minia, Aquaba.
Boko. Now what?
Okay, so Fan Milk, Kantanka, Trasaco, several companies cited in tax evasion, money laundering scandal, and Ghana Web. And Ghana Web say wona Joseph Vediako na Joseph said that now MPP na jaye eba NDC ana say ujaye na NDP na ujaye called NDC na NDC ba
me one na kwadu oro ana be cutting movement I anti-corruption group and the human to bana obebo okro no ani dawoti bana be ya dey expose ezi a mo be NDC kwa ma me kan popo mo ya be sakota wo mo
no be ma ya no so de ye nyina eta wachi se ye nyina ya nhwe ye hu anim anka no kra nkyere ye ho a the assembly ba bi. So quick one, what is this issue about Farm Milk, Adonko, Kantanka, Trasaco, about also say 1,300 companies?
Mami to for the tense company no I Brian Champo kwa diwo Brian Champo diwo
MPP Brian Champo
they diwo listed him Olam diwo listed him MP NDC MP diwo
NDC MP diwo
Oti bless diwo
ne company na so no
woni diwo obi antumi obi ahwe
no me ti ase me say the company na say ono
akasa ne di Oti bless.
Okay, so my background of the whole issue.
Mimi kwa press conference say 1,200 companies involved in money laundering activity in 2021. And a Jerry funding by said no, and 1,000 to 2,000. Minimum
so Casa, me follow.
And the Mimica 1,000 to Uncle Mimi 1,000 to listen all. The Bina Major said, Dina woman at Dawson. And you who be a group, and you know, Mimica Casa say 2,000. Now the MPP abandoned for no book. Me betata and the for say book. Sana, Nukufa, make a say, and this book. Sana or Bay West. Intimiate some of said the other made Monita Womo. Me okay to be Samia Uku. Really, almost there be a denta, medicated baba. Wow, Samia Uku. Menkaso a cron for no betata cry. I have to measure Moko court. Womo MPA Mustafa Hamid, minimum but this one or me on documents or intimate be a me media maybe Juma. Na banda dano ewo hono na mini power anana mini strength am de me Juma. But this year the about we are bandie especially bambo. Intimate dan Bobie. I know say 2,000 companies. There's come to pay 1.8 billion. I think me choke some money break down. I'm to know. Me Trump say no. I'm me choke my right to commission. I know say one for break down in Amara. Bobie me 2,002. I know say 2,000. One break down Amara. More than 1,307 buy. Bobie says I'm not trade away.
Now, me pacho, sir, Obi, when it comes to tax evasion, there are punitive measures. In the GRA, one more, I'm punished Obi. One punish Obi. One more you need to punish. Almost a day. 548, and I'm audit. And I'm 534, 537 Iyoko. And 222 no, it's not well audited, which is insult to me and my movement. Because someone say 2,000, now most of my audit 548, and a mama Iyoko for 537. How much they are money laundering? And a 222 is not worth for a audited there. Entire 1,307. The rest anyway. Mama you break down say Bobie and Son Company. They find you say, Omo Tria say, Pandit, Oma may break down. On the matter truck at 29, Oma Pama, Midumo Coco, Matadumoko and IB. The man I don't want Coco to the NIV.
That is my truck on the 10th year until 14 days. And they do no one farmer. They say, me.
Oh, okay. So now you are dragging the GRA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can documents me. Me not be a minimum German war a cry trouble. Me see my press conference on the 6th, 2021. That was March. And I'm almost say and yet 2,000 companies. Then come from 1.8 billion. Me choke on some me break down, mommy. One got some show one comfort. Bobie pay the about with the time of break down. Moses Kamajo 1 billion Ghana cedis. Money that of my Yoko. Now, member listening, I'm not going to for me 1,200. 1,200 I'm listening. Then me 1,200 me official no. And I'm not going to my barbecue. And you want to come to the say, there's not no here because almost 2,000. And we money laundering activation. And to say it's not I can away. When there's some who do to be and you be the and let Anna woman talk about right to information commission and you
I see. So, where you know come out, Jerry? No, how many days now?
Oh, 29 reporting days in the zone.
29.
So,
29.
Money breakdown.
29
and so on. Bidiako and so on. Way and so on. Say near family woman panetini because mama because 1 billion. 10 umutia. 10 na kem. The account I don't want with the 2 umu because we are in a blank. We are in the police and I a blank. And yet the omaka say the account is ongoing. But we are crashing. They can let them come right to pay some money. It's not ongoing, and also we. I know my job. But these young people know they will crap for themselves. As far as for advantage, any man be an aqua or correct retirement, no prescribers. They will crap. Cut. They can just say, Minimum Channel, all the Tommy and Ambo Bibri, I will free a jam, maybe 2 what Samanka, a year Samanka. Me see, me the Babbitt, no hold it to me. Me am hell, my chocolate, a yam. You clap for themselves. They are tips, they are coming up. About the sun, they should bear in mind.
All right. But you go, that's serious on your cry from Macassa. Mate, Miss Medas say live in a crown 100.5. Okay, so, Divine, I quite you. But Divine, issues about me who story, me, I say, me, I'm who dreaming. And the reason why I'm taking interest, I spoke to two security agencies and heads. And then come on, you know, actually say the kind of sika Ghana share through tax evasion. Say ye sika nyina and Kenya dia Kenya bosiampo. Or say two security agencies na heads. We had a long chat today, and almost sika enyunu konoa anoshi. Then I bumped into this story. 1,300. Say Jerry Krabeka said 2,000 companies and maybe individuals as to how I don't know. But yes, one more chifem, one more tax waivers, one more muntia kra, one more tia bibika krema Jerry, na pabam. But Divine, you better deal with this situation.
Yo, mina, Kwabena, the kind of Maminchia, I shall phone it for Naminchia, a list and also production team. Now, answer na member topic way so no, commander, and Komobi or no more, me pese metiti ni kakra because
and then Friday
me pese me tinenia na mu why follow up no because I asem kese. On send another abayano buy no. I'm introduce the free SHS no. I'm be close to what we had in my Parent Teachers Association PTA. And now I'm be establish BBI friend PA, which is Parents Association. And now I'm clear teachers funny few because they wanted to render them ineffective. Like to me kasa, to me kashi. Wouldn't say association is not for me in no. I dear customer say about the cash cow executives for no et honumwa omudidi into you honumwa neba every school more than 5 years cry or that's your executive any SSI and that school for to me kasa.
How?
Obi sasa how? Or me be more details be
to be PTA and parents association.
And no my to the national level elections. Now could you do their business. Now me be my one institution. Remember be say that now. My feature here St. Thomas Aquinas. My chairman be honum. Your friend Dr. Jordan Labi. Or your PTA chairman say I no can say. Wouldn't say neba now what Aquinas no.
You say PTA is back.
Like almost claiming in the boom. Nebana na our Aquinas no. Wouldn't say no can say we university. As why national service we. And so papa we jina mu say order so a PTA chair. And the executives falling in
yeah ne babia and
omo babia in school ni mu. And no ma jina mu more than 5 years. Omo position no omo constitution available. Don't ma dia e buy e be see. On say omo ye ni PA.
What is their interest?
Interest in Mami fa Kwena say one example. What's the interest in say? Ye parent teachers for no first no na teachers for no job details. Near G information from one more. Ye payment be a go through the institution like schools no. Na any teachers for na can bo na bibia some ye ma school no ma ye decouple the PA no from the institution. The see no wouldn't say PA no akasa to me levy parents no directly.
I see.
Into no parent association no omo levy it now mo buy registration no omo 300 cedis fee each parent na no call parent association no footwo accountable to the school.
Yeah, no, I'm not
so no money accountable. Me no kasa ma establish offices am omo ho. A mo le kese to omo ti omo ho ka. When is that?
Yeah, na parents ni nya force.
Omo nya na.
Wo mo nya ko ro.
No, we see the ma voluntary but they want to mean jai say. Oba warfare. Ehun hia una school no so nja ye wo mu.
Oba welfare no ehimfa na critical say wow you can't deal with it. This is unya association.
Me no ka say on say bi won mo hia furniture. E bi won hia little support. Hwe the same fan say me school presec say. What I know ni say all students for crown many of the new structures are a bar up school more yeah also contribution
I know
and the parent teachers for no so nyama omo ye e dey support e bia by way of
and say wo it be ye boanko ade I say the parents ni okay
amomwa it is kanomaji
no amomwa ni ejai tuai
tie it say commander
tio meba e parents association almost say parents na jijiska yes na de omo de abofoto no eya se bia Center Quinas for me ba wo Center Quinas intima kotua bi se be ya eja nkonwa bubu a yes o ye supporting nkonwa bi 100 and I say ye support e bi tables bi 100 and I say blackboard ye na ye me ba no be nya ho faso to me tuatua wie ye no se o mo tiwa ya no mudi enti bi ya tuai
but you see the point is that every year it's okay say yeah admission for parents for no on the spot no yeah admission no asada no I console it won't say because we enroll you kid no you even know you I say yeah be fuck me so in the case of Kwenas for instance no who's a day school and a post is leave one me dey kola no 50 chire no bi na eba unim so mo baby o mo friend no camping like structure bi o my for san kola na am privatizing no your parents association for PTA for na hwe so unim say basic services say some de man kola na nyama so mo ye no one omunyo no majama school no because here dey oba na ho no masan so age hu sika fee no omunyo fan support and some of them at now 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, up to regional to national level. Omu didi kolane ho into omunjai. Into me when I'm person draw attention say sa assembly information na me wono me ba be mu school by school, institution by institution. See Akwenas the and you'll be surprised say oko this way oma jaijake ade no and obi an be ni honum no oma cartel omo be di sika no no de konom de go mfutuom school ni be some question omo say omo de omo pe into nim some omo so metropolitan me wa no omo timi mobilize in excess of 600,000 omo metropolitan back omo say omo a project for the year no scanasa the following year so no omo be san so age contribution deal
hey
here one
say business
business wo honum man go for you
I see
eno ko dan chen Bobie, unim ye ka keta hyehyɛ ne sansɛm we tax asɛm de meba hɔ unim ene asɛm bia apia me yamu hia hye me no nitiwo
my own friend
your own friend nitiwo former defense minister ade odi ay Ghana no me yam hia hye me no unim sɛ Ghana army for omo vehicles okoto no okoto Azerbaijan okoto vehicle every 53 years
mami sibani
security vehicle every 53 years ba ku bia di 53 years o
mami sibani
na niti wo ekoye na wakakọ kra sa cars vehicles we every Mercedes double Saint Limited from Azerbaijan. Each car, every 53 years, no. Would say, Otua, $440,000 for each car, amounting to 8.8 million in total. And on some of the bread, Ghana Army for no, Omutimi Yusu, no, vehicles on
the say.
Neduano, so divided when I say almost like more than 50 plus. and I want to mean use
Azerbaijan.
Omudi call war no mudi call including the amount of my exposed no. One say so many UN missions Jumediani bi no mudia and some the equipment in Yama Acadia de call. Ghana the na de call ye no. I de do on UN for no shaka no and I say we there 1980 something and I use 970 something. Go with there I had the way to me use and I reject Ghana the
but we to be called a year helicopter 1974 Edie Baumia 1974 Ghana Armed Forces
it's me udwinwa Bobie
when Miss Assembly
me wadwiri me
1974 or a Baumia military chopper
Otoma police and I say
military 1974
she when him say me taste asem we me hu nyina adodo
profo na do mo agro
when him say so far Bobie
otoka no ba ku bia say
otoka no ba ku 53 years ba ku bia 440
so 53 years which means year ben check a question
Odim say Okrana wa mama adu about dey so say
check a question
be
we say in 1945 was 1966
yasi mu apa na odim say me so far no me da so ete hono mu kakai me ho hwemu say time na Mahama eteki power yi na ka meti one appointee bia no ho asem ba betodwa obeka say South Mesi we die na just 1972
ati obisi Bobie adezi na na mfo no bebre o me corrupt sa okay Daniel Boss 1972 and about me also talk chop on 1974
that's about 53 or 51
yes
me yesterday by any brisem
over that
any brisem
next over day
October could be $440,000 and you see this
and as I say I done a white elephant
and the buyer no yeah the buyer and you spray but soldier for no so to me move we are kocho no na ka ni jina fako and no ko bo mu musuo no de call UN mission ya rejecting ni na
UN mission no de ko no hin
who say e ba ye cheche e di bi ko Sudan e di bi ko Lebanon ne sana manama mum crew no
for Ghana contingent
yeah Ghana contingent no
na no mo ya kocho no de kwa dey
see that down peti mamento it's yes yo e di aba di siso ane di akwa no
not just a quiet preconam so
ya de aba ya de ko minim adua na eta ya chiri ka 53 years minim
oja manu koto chopper military chopper 1974
ada ya kwa say Ghana no ye nton foforo man ya na mra bi wo ho no mo ye say when it comes to
omo de akwa ya chi no na ga say reverse no omo de akwa nanka onyo de
unim sa
there be reverse no omudi gear no ese ye no no omudi ka no ko na chi sa no na ga say there 1974 chopper
okay sa railway ya omudi ba ya must speed ray unim sa no so 1982
say
1982 Sadio omudi ba yo who say the say Japan dey bi ya reject it earlier the brain and no be spray no Russia and yes you mo be manage this
ya no say
82
from 71 to 74 to 82
meanwhile no more see the new modern rail system near Idi Haba in Pakada Makai to say Ujiwa Untiasie now me kwa bay na me catch us me pa pointi ba kwa ne ho bebe nyamo e beka so no de hwefa ne ho udim say nde me no ka say workers of NLE for they are up in arms with leadership no
so my
Yes, you must sign a contract be more than 20 years, 25 years.
Samuel Kurono.
Yes, with private company KGL. Emma KGL, only say see a KGL, a more powerful chain NLE. And no mobilizing no movie at you. Or Momo Jia, or Mati Commission. Me, I never qua me ja. And say, Adia obidin ni trimpo, ebe yes or the yayen yame now be babe sen, wabra unim hoshi. Kwame Nkrumah, Eddie NLE Baye in 1954. Malta, unim go for a designers I do in my Malta. Malta buying a shed that buy the whole of Africa. Ghana was the first country or the lotteries at buy. And
Uchalotu.
Me a gay man.
I see.
Me a gay man intimate system nasi. Almost to meet nasi. Imagine say the NLE Abba send a beya. Yadi unim say yadi mobilize sika at the mount mine. And on the other hand, so a buy no one who release sika through the lotteries into the pockets of Ghanaians. No man ya BBAD. Bobie, can you imagine say in Kofocha Lota? Samuel Ukumi at one point, me sending a message catch and say, Yadi Lota untia, okay, say northern sector, omuko demonstration.
Yeah.
Sikana could pay a Sikano, but Sikana could pay private pockets more than 1 month. Now, come demonstration to me to Eska. Ubedi Lotto. Yet mean to ya, and only private people you cost any contract, long contract, almost just scanning in and yet a honor. So I didn't share. Can you imagine? And yet, it's me, baby, to say, NLE, as I say, investigations are Kesa, Yoko for me, and I before Muyan, and some of the NLE edition because it can't happen, say, NLE, cook as a Juma cook as your way. Workers omun be bright you okay. Omunya jumabia and ye the whole set up na private companies and omumu jiska state to a tune of 250 million just every month no mu jiko omu no mama o mine no commission so munji we fansha mo ho. Imagine operators for no omu point of sale devices are running into obsolete NLE cannot to me procure because you see other way for take it over. Take you over. What you say? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Oh, and see for me, sir, NLE in common way so a idea SSA. You try any now ufu say obi send me message be Bobie, because of how you do your program I don't want you to get any position so that always you come and do the program nambe tiaka na me wisdom gambo nyame be tiaka baby a wo bia wo wisdom me ba ofie ubama baby ada se me de kasa na seme Timuna say mo akoma eya Callistus liar trese mentra ha alaji tanko kura me hwe wa unim hu bi alaji tanko unim hu bi say mo akwa we ya mama line no Awasinsia your friend say I need say me aminu oh tikase we unu say any power ya me yo trust me yo Kwabena after the member
the main
issue no
yeah
which is very very important unim about the taxes no de bia ye ka say ye ba no oman chichire ni oman koswa minim oman a obetumi akase obetumi ama impuntu adwuma akoso development akoso a osi o use taxes ne die eyeden a oman ni hia nti eden a wo kwan bi so no oman no ebegigi saa eto kakran no e die fiti mamufo and na wo hwe Ghana for so kra by our nature no a yenye nkrofo krampo a yempe taxes tua majority of Ghanaians no omo ye nkrofo a omo ye law abiding na all the taxes ne ba omo nwinwia so at the end of the day no ye tua. But question say Ghana for ebisa ne say taxes ni tua ye de ye den ene ye de yes ne be ya e be benefit amanfo na amanfo enya ho faso na
so anyway we dey talk
na the painful thing ne say unin say de bia no omo ya yire omo no ye downtrodden omo wo e form ne koliko fo na boja fo no omo na de bia na so mo pechi na ye say ye je omo tax ye je to ye ha omo obi wan say rat kiosk we mu ye rat store we say what your tax ye so why say na say driver be friend me say ne assembly tax untua into your permit. All of these things didn't happen. But the ME say when it comes to tax evasion, this and based on her report, so more than 2,000 companies and individuals combined that my evade taxa. Just on my dream say omuntia and as omuntia break it system. This is something that cannot happen without connivance with the authorities in power. There was Adebiana Ekoso during Nanadomo time. When say when it comes to this tax waivers, any tax evasion, your contractors of one Kasankasa or Honumwa, or much whole contracts. At the end of the day, no companies, individuals for Yomuka. Send a beya or move to me. Evade taxes no more as can be called private pockets. Eti social ebi onu mo a GRA for no income tax omo no omo ni individuals a omo corridors of power e connive se na be ya omo be evade this tax system no. Unim say ye kan about say here taxes e dey developing here taxes developing. When it comes to tax waivers, you want to go okay, say MPP no na you say you tax waivers cry to a tune of maybe $350 million. Tax waivers last minute and another power.
Yeah.
Now the Santo Kwana na apenyo marking at the courts was say a parliamentary business no I grind it to a halt because you see almost sitting piano. Sitting no majority at the time Air Force insist to say back me and friend on metras in Nano. Not tax waivers, no person may pass it. Now tax waivers no more than $350 million and no yes can echo private people or into one say young grant waiver yama waiver no. Nani na yadia obunya pass it no more waivers ya. Na for contractors for nebimu afa back door omo fa chiro no mo a na pa omakwa kwaje omo commission e wo ho eyen for business a omo ye yenim sana ma wo nyina na sania mahama abeya oso oba be reset system no e be reset your mind no. This is the time where some of these things are waivers ni maniama ye grant edema individuals any companies are sebi o sha benefit ayenya and ko chire nko hwe.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even make sense. Say, how? Why do we grant this kind of waivers? Bobie, my memo shocking revelation be. Wouldn't say na me no ka say. Health delivery systems no, and I say, yeah, health institutions no, omo kraniama at the bar. Wouldn't say omo need tax waiver bia, you need tax exemption bia the momo.
Really?
Yes. Unless you
even with government,
and that is the day
government hospitals.
Government agency bia, government institution bia, it will okay say but another time almost the antiretroviral drugs be and they support to be empire containers more than 50 now buying to me clear. Meanwhile no more your kidney patients for here sa enroll. When you say yeah omunya waivers na just say you trolleted the parliament. Na parliament am approve as some their support no. When you say mining companies for waivers direct. Bibi on the baby omu waiver exemption
go fields
omunyina omunyama omu de banyina say mining company no FM view
but yeah health sector no
health sector yeah sports share Ghana Table Tennis Federation yeah crack table tennis at the all the regions in the schools unim say be do yeah president abon modia aye share say na be tables na be do unim say taking individual pockets and they call clear Sanyamano for the states. And your money, they know.
Yeah.
You took individual pockets to clear. Now, on my baby, does it make sense? Say, yeah, mind no, mind whoever's. Now, Kababa say, I say, ECG Yamaka or port. ECG na state in the know. You see on clear into the Yamaka or port. I mean, yes, easy. In this on the
channel.
Yeah, demo channel. Does it make sense? And so you say you're granting individuals and private companies some exemptions new way see normal from where the free na yet na on my name pre na see hwehweska. Media sir, have you seen the amount of money involved in?
Very
huge. So sika we na nyama betumi classrooms betumi see
and the companies involved I am going Farm Milk, Casapreco, Adonco,
Magdan also.
It's not Sembe
Magdan.
Yeah.
I know, like there are a lot of like companies are it's because unim adeba kwa masanso abe realize we in tax system say enko for be bre on mom ye workers are good GRA. I'm telling you say Obeka say one not fit for purpose and deliberately no conceal information from the public. Send a beya obedi 40 no aba mo honum. Me akasa me nante say me ko friend say first not Nima for some outlets, GRA outlets be based on where you are doing your business. Unim say me akasa me call for VAT invoice, me call for VAT certificate kra. I said me sound so fetch they ko kululu sane amama me see me betua tax no. Me see me betua tax no. And recently me call because I need tax clearance certificate. Me call honum unim say obeko uye information no be a conceal no they will be so evasive about giving information.
But I think say aban ko but to omani enhwe ho ana
unim say GRA workers for no any some of the government agencies no almost kakra politicians no they are rich people. Obi kickback in quiet or no me obi on the kickback or kochre plot near they see then I am anoko ne kickback no or no kickback onje or plot no first man no dey see dynama no or no kickback no meanwhile no obi antini din radio so obi amboni din obi animu no on share pipi atalier on share this atalier or no ti honum and ODD because the political head for no so they are looking on because what they are concerned about is say obeda sorry no obesha to no siska say na aba. But when fast was can buy any conform managing no, they don't follow up. See when you go to GRA, many of the kululu nyama you see from the top to the bottom kojo they are rich people. Every time be a obo scheme, hey up the upper will be quiet undercover. The court GRA is here and I say ABA tax clearance certificate. Omonchiro processes are be film. See, elaborate then they create fear. To let you know that when you go through the right channel, you won't get it. So come to me, and you have to go to them. Oko heaven, but you go to them. One quite you won't get it. It will not happen.
I see.
See, there are times to grandpa Obi Onomwa was setting up company instead of GRA. I don't know. You are supposed to set reminders. Say you are providing service. If you want to more, over send the CIA, if you private companies are, insurance, policy. Who want to more, no reminder say, policy no baby end renew, and as he say, GRA answer no because your person won't default. Oba, sika, wouldn't say sika, ya no no default years you your calculation, the baby say 12,000. GRA ni bet me show when you catch us or 10,000, and yes, I on your mouth. We yet then come on your mouth. It's a moment, but they don't tackle a honor. They don't tackle. There are a lot of places they don't tackle. And you on see Oko Highway, Oko Way. Agencies in the period on no more. Omocha and no more movement to her. It's the politicians and they are back and call. Omunya politician. Meanwhile, you have political power. You are authority. I don't know who use to make sure say all these infractions in my bony eco system ni obe deal with in the first place. And to back on but abanko Mrs. Uncle for no honum. Ministry directors. Obeko to ministry director be what I'm telling you. all the president and the ministers for you now,
really?
See, your investigation, I can tell you, the directors of more ministries, they are more powerful than the designated ministers, or more agents, or more ministries, and they are rich. See, BPR form say, and they have institutional memory. I'm not better, baby. I didn't know. I'm not better, baby. I'm not better. Already, Nancy, I just have some or Kokaya or Casse, school feeding. On one table, so on one table, so and they brand say on sign you make create new places where central region man schools exist. No, I don't every month. The same thing, and I miss you. Minerals fund, yes. Wouldn't say or sure buy no, it didn't make sense to say office back. Obucha 1 point something million.
I think we have the tape, right?
More yes, more than 12 years. Wouldn't say yes or investigation. You see, Obi the cash envelope, my breno, $10,000. So on the commission, for that rent now. Or no rent it down. Says can ho. And your mom office one no money nikabo mo. Your mom cat that's so kwa no ma beje kono. Meanwhile, na politician no so far. Bobie, in some year, tete asa no me. President John Dramani Mahama reset no. As a sort the fees honum. And na agencies no. They be ameka say omo procurement. The way omo managing yama friends and institutions no honum. As a see
and the will see divine. Why they remove our talks like that in public? GRA issues from Adamo is hard to get in, but when you get in Chalemasa, you go chop.
Yeah, Utunim say MPP time no no. All the original chairman, my wife's no my girlfriends in Domo Baha.
GRA.
Yes.
My wife's and some girlfriends. My wife's and some girlfriends.
It be no two. Beginning no two. I'm some make some minimum and you'll be saying.
Omo you didn't too.
Ebi wo you so or Muslim or beti aware too. Omo nyina ho. Ebi mu de omo guys. Iti unim say big men nyina no ade ehi omo bia this places no e ho no omo de omo GC team BOG GRA obekọ na family and friends. Itu be check e obi oyadwuma obi an lineage no. Na ne yanka ne yante ne ofa bi. La sa line no wo. Itu unim obi o GRA head office obi abetimi akere oni pod ne bae. Including some office one tax collector NDC, tax collector MPP. Yes, also the NDC ni no ya powerful man, and you need the ordinary man. Yes, also the yet to be canasem. Yes, yes, you need the able to me canasem wo. You need to me canasem wo.
Ja.
And all these things, see, Shami say me say who you gonna need, who they will be line too. No being control the kind of frustration they go through when they want to even become, when they want to be responsible citizens, say, or say, or no answer, or abiding. They perceive from henceforth, me file. See, education, wouldn't the NTR they don't invest in education and in publicity. Send a be a Ghana for who say, go file. Wouldn't say that, wow, do who be cause, me nya way. Sadano, omedi. Hey, Sadan Ombeto so would the kwa and you don't know say law near the abano. You can't do anything without them. You go and come, not to wash when him. Meanwhile, they're supposed to facilitate and assist. And they don't care say, Ebia, what about Obe negotiating, make sure 2,000 until come more spreading and answer BB. Because the money is going to the states now on farm no do it.
Ture say Divine, you mentioned highways. The least said about Ghana Highways Authority, the better. The procurement office, Charlie Manya. Neil Ates is a corrupt media house which has evaded tax for years to invite same corrupt politicians to discuss issues on corruption. Neil Ates, Pia. Neil Ates, correct. Hanabisu, they are ready. Okay, so let's listen to Hanabisu, quick one, because you touched on it. You go to Dr. Louisa Hanabisu on these issues that we are talking about here.
That actually paid $1.4 million US for rent.
No, hold on. 1.4
million US dollars for rent.
Dollars.
Yes.
For rent of how much? What period?
For
rent of the office that you occupy.
Yes, and it's a cubicle actually. Directors have their files on the floor, and the one who rented it to us is called Kwabena Kufuor. He's President Kufuor's nephew.
Kwabena Kufuor.
Exactly, he's
President Kufuor's nephew.
Yes, he told me himself. That's when they came begging me, and I thought it belonged to us, even though it's small. It's something we could have worked on, but no. They first paid rent for 2 years. That is 2021 to, was it? I think 2020 or to 2021 also. There was some
but it is for 2 years.
No. They did for 2 years. They were
years.
paying $10,000 a month for the office
for what
space.
space? For what square meter area?
No, right now, when you check a prime area better than where we are in that same environment, it's 6,500 a month. So it means that it was a ripoff.
They have caused financial loss to the state.
Exactly. And then now, when I came and they said, now they sublease it for 12 more years. And they quoted it in dollars. And then the payment, and of course, it's CDs, so you have to pay the dollar equivalent. Why did they quote it in dollars? Because if they say, let's say, $1 million, it means that if you are going to pay tomorrow, it has to be the CD equivalent of that dollar. And so they paid to them for 12 years. And when you calculate, it means that per month is 9,600 now for the 12 years each month. And they paid everything. And and why am I saying that?
They paid everything.
Yeah, they paid everything. And you see, why am I saying this? We have workers that we can't pay. We have communities that we're not able to service. Okay.
And staff that you haven't paid. I mean, you messed up.
That you haven't paid. And when I came, our insurances, and thank SIC, Honorable James, Boatin, I had to write to him that please, if you can insure the vehicles for us when we have our releases, we'll pay you. And they did it immediately for us. And so some of our DVLAs all expired. You couldn't do that. But you had money, and $500,000 could have bought a land or a government, one of our government properties. And this was also a government bungalow, mind you. And so this is a fund. You had that money. Okay?
1.4 million.
Yes, you're giving it to Kwabena Kufuor. And when I told them I was not going to use the place, and I'll use every means possible, because when you rob, you cannot use the law to protect yourself. To take it, this Kwabena Kufuor came to my office and put money on my table, and I asked him, what is that money for? And he told me that it's commission. I said, what commission? Then he told me he's going to confide in me. Whatever happened with monies and everything, it was because people had to take commission.
No, so you mean that he came to bribe you?
He did. And I took the money and reported the money. So the money is there, $10,000 is there. This is a fund that actually paid 1.4 million US dollars for rent.
Hold on. 1.4
million US dollars for rent.
Dollars?
Yes.
For rent of how much? What period?
For
rent of the office that you occupy.
Yes, and it's a cubicle actually. Directors have their files on the floor, and the one who rented it to us is called Kwabena.
And this funny be named Baba and Tokano. One day, Dr. Hanabisu Aye, she took the money and reported the case, the matter, to the appropriate authorities. Say, Bini Ashisha, say, the Hanabisu Ayino, Yana Mekan was my microphone Tiasiano. And Pamnesa Fako Namenye. Now I can't say, we are deny, and you can't tell me. You see what Hanabisu has done? She has reported him to the appropriate quarters. Better. So at the end of the day, say I can't somewhere Hanabisu Nisa clean. Omo report to Amon na fedi bebie wo ye ni han ni ahwe wo say wo betu one na mo na so mo ntu one na mo because oye Kufuor ewo fast na then so I like her approach, And Mame Mbona Baso, let's comment this is the way to go. Don't come and complain to me. When you do to me now, to one among Ansah no about public. Aba beka. Na kwa betrana hanabisu baya no abeka na obi di 10,000 obi baya we dey even come this Ansah. We dey confidential. You see, sometimes hanabisu me dopa me I like radical people. Seriously. Me I be radical. Mempe adia unu obi ya ase 50-50. Ase oh yeah, ase oh yeah, ase oh yeah, ase oh yeah. Entina me manye journalist neutral no mempe kwase asem. Se me nim sa ade we say na tie. Na me pesa me kire se me neutral ntino me hu se de me si aka asem na bi hanabisu straight kofo fase ye fra no Kwabena kofo on a disca $10,000 buy my report no pim case close matter die say me na ya na me penu o ti ana kwa na and this for supporters no omo be testia no atwa kwa chire nipa kro no agika credit no emran koye ye to ya dey oba besia hwa kokoro dura wanya na mema tiwo ombe press conference na busan say sika bi pa mako piesu sika ne say ya o sika bi pa why na this can confidential and say no say unim say sika no any like a bo say $10 million say yes say unim ni pa kro yes di mi abe o ba badwuma be kan kire me is say me dey ana divine me boa
me ti ase yes anu no
enyensa bia nim emeka kire me unim say won kire ni pa kro a odi sika no na say won nyere wo mo ani sika no amount a hwe ada ekon so energy am say half $1 million bibi na say ECG say ire o say deal oh we have $1 million there we dey basem ka kire me say sika $500 and something million ayira na asumasi Bobie na hwan wo ho we na hwan ho they were supposed to buy this omanto they were supposed to do this na fedi be hunu se be ma sikrum e free nra mani age cause ko jotumbu afu sikrum free last week nyina wa sikrum no busum mo na ayi basintele so asikrum no so buatopa no buri jei and I say hanabisu so did say sisi no so wono so kodesa
na say Dr. Randy so
and Randy so buri jei
class no 20 containers or no so
ya keka ya say ade odi ayo omo no
o say since obi so say ade no mo de be o say we didn't request, we didn't need it no mo call die no ma be dampe egu omo so
just omo ba banka
say procurement
say me dey say na me hu mo asori o busia ne sa bunijei bum dem pa ni mkirimu pachoko
won say asemi ayeke ebia na da we o hwe but adia Hanabisu Dr. Hanabisu bravo to her. And I'm even surprised she like when you serve him no all specifics D or this is so gain and when he say the amount na account as a Ghana phone ni mu so be tie me all multiply 1.4 million by 15 CDs and now be who sika yes see a rented diner some no can some see you see cubicle
but your trom cubicle no
you to say chamber hall anya kese ni bi no and I say hall ba ko single room a emusu ba ko pe into to the sense or some shelves the crown no e bi si ho into am files egugu form because e ho so office this so much say na Bobie edan ya tonton edan ya nyina ya nim aye tonton cantonment la bon way atisi am no ka say ukita $500,000 a ubenya bi
na one for 1.4 they are rent
for about 500,000 better a few 3-bedroom normal 3-bedroom house no $500,000 and yes
Send me who Hanabisu Nanka, Michelle in Crown San Woshia Quanoa, Korean one can assume womb. That's that you who bomb man on who Rafa Akuniano so.
There be unzedity or Nasam Crown, Neka, say, you know, we are operating a capitalist system. On a businessman, free trade. We are directors no more on due diligence now more approve yema because on also about and Obama Bola Goose or Sibola Goose me turn 1 million. What Jimmy or the amount? Nipa no so a Jimmy or chair yema or coach 1.4 million. The man not watching the commission woman over Hefa. Sandy Park Corner necessary to me baby hour. Now a small room. In 4 years, some 12 years, some will renew. While process can have a third dying. As I saw finishing. Chiang, but Chiang. All the same area. Na. Because the CA, even normal rooms here to 800,000 and that's 1 million. $1 million. A be mouth down correct. And a cubicle la semwa ye kaya Omakako di who says Sikawi. Intermediate Adiwi Senya ye kaki can say me say a dear ma bonia akosuninano ye can reset ora nyama we. This is it. This is the time where I say and I see on say Hanabisu Adewi. As I say your poor and go brain take. And many people are not aware of some of these exposés because you can hear near the big country, near the big house, and media may I me will be this Sunday. Me share the other saying. And then I'm okay. Now, I saw the trans here. Now, I tape, and then I'm like, my God. My God. It's the Akosono. But young tear brand Yabediano. Okay. On the containers na can one seven. You go to around the Abedian. Saying na
ye buy and yes you cocoa board were about 200 containers. AC port. Na 200 containers na agrochemicals and na juice sacks. Ne ko hwe mu no. Ne ma obviously ye cry 2022-23. Ye year. In 2025. 23-24. 24-25. And these things are supposed to be at the port. I call demurrage. As I call auction. You check here, containers no here. All those figures are much about 200. No? You check here, you husu. And it is a National Investigation Bureau. Investigate this idea. No? Well, the so-called 200 containers, no, and cocoa board stores. We are still trying to find out how many of these containers are available, what are in those containers. Now, whilst we are this, shipping lines are blacklisted cocoa board. Because once the shipping lines, no, more containers, and no more do unyama gum. Or more the back port now. We you unyama, no more do containers echo back. Okay. It is a want to me you unyama, no more containers, no aka. Or want to me go back. Naturally, so more jumanunso essay. It is 22. 23, 24. Niama importers, omo krania mama cocoa board no. Omo dia ba cocoa board and to me and clear niama no. It is shipping lines now blacklisted cocoa board. And our shipping lines now some blacklisted our suppliers no. Okay. Now what is interesting is say what krania mama for 22-23. Uye. That was the same things for 23-24. Uye. That was the same things for 24-25. Until Ufa BBT said Jude Sachs. Jude Sachs company no more supply no. They've been blacklisted by their shipping lines. Omachro petition to us, attaching all the documents. No. Yaba say in one of the first meetings I'm here with the shipping lines to plead with them, to explain to them what the issue, to tell them about how in Shisha Ede Tuhwa Sanyamanu NCBO, and to get them to also continue to do business with suppliers, no, because we'll continue to grow cocoa, and we'll continue to need agrochemicals, the fertilizers, and everything, and the sacks and all that. Now, into sacks are imported 2 years ago. we ɛwɔ hɔ nom they are importing this year we ɛwɔ hɔ nom only for us to find out to say no knowing say
this so I didn't say sin to say no bu wo bu ni jen zano so said baby Randy Abedin says no after they are atupa zigzag bubasa. This is what we want. They say bu no bu udi bu ya wa tire ya kura sisi mu emu utudi atupa no kwasa ya figures who information we be na jinapo anya no om the containers CCG no the same thing na jinapo e de ne ho ne sakwate tare ho me se sende jinapo se boss baby a wa fa ne enye enko ho brakwem so person for chiro or person on diplomatic I don't diplomacy wo me se jinapo brakwem brana baby aka ne kono nye me said that sending the message first day or yes a press meeting no o wie ya me dadam nam si Jesus Christ you I sent him a message nam si bro brakwem misrao bra ye be nyankrofo no ya hwede rani abe yo mo gogo bani issue the same thing. Just go straight to the point and explain the matter to the people. Randy Abe wa finish no case die. Yamutu finito. It shouldn't end there. She Miss Hadiama we mu nyina no. As say ya dia ya de kofom honom na ya bobia na. Say no. Hey, you see, and Randy Ansah no oba be kasa no. Yeah, obi a ya radio a che ho. Wo so akọ school say ya me ani kura na onye smart than the person. Entia no mu hu ye say ya kasa ya nim nyansa ya no mu ya mesre. Oh, they around there. So the issue about discovery and the issue about going there. Yeah. Then quickly to the security agencies. On chairman people for me did. Niakasa into a combined three elements at the same time. On your gap, woman of me, I can say, I'm going here, Debbie. No gap. Oh, yeah, media communication, no, dealing with the appropriate authorities, simultaneously. We no gap, no be the mother can pass here. Debbie. Say, Jinapo Corner, Sawe, and KCG issue, no, and Kanye issue beer because Najina patch woman clear, no chrome say. I feel that not quite forth and back and forth figures no corner bana fairness here. Then I'm like, oh Charlie bro Charlie, now this thing no be job. Now this thing no be job, be small job. Just put your logic together, you are good to go. So Randy Abe for you.
Sure. On say Randy Abe the any and these are when we because a tip of the iceberg, like in your monkey kitty pone pieces and on Randy Abe asem okay or see and near manutio 2020 2022 ebigu ho muyi adenum fanya shi 2023 abro masa so akra the same thing muyi 2024 masa so akra the same thing muyi iti nyama na mo krasa mo de be yete mo krakra na mo yi na de bia e no say omo ye reconciliation na omo person mo reconcile figures no ni enyama na omo clean ya mentally even to the extent set yo omo sanso a auction aban nyama no cocoa board nyama na ya aban dia no ya auction ma private use hey Bobie ya auction at the ama private person no onu no de kwa dan hey do you know say it gets to a point that last 2-3 years more no not youth sacks no the whole Ghana na shorty meanwhile no abai ye cocoa board no opportunity to crow on crack normal dealing with contractors from contractors omu ye juice suppliers no mum na akoto ewo aban no cocoa board for ne ma na o ma koto no mo sa so atoma state no because cocoa no mu ntimi bag omu ni saksa omo de bag koko ni amano Bobie does this make sense to you sanama nyina kokoko so when we are talking about reset your mind Ghana some of these things no media say yes so for pay ni abobom achi sa
because
with the truth
we some companies be 1,000 something. This case, Nico said die just like that.
No.
The Hanabisu case, Nico said die just like
that. But no, Bobie, does it make sense? You better current single room 1.4 million. What to me to die? Bobie, you $1.4 million so any city so dollars. Hey, Bobie, they bet me Ghana say a current single room. Managers 4 files in a Google form. Near cannot say a simple matter. Debbie. You have to mean trivializing no. I need pedestrian conversation. Debbie. Unim say, just had in our front to know. Now, salaries of workers.
But my name say interview Anubusa Dr. Anabisu whether they are ready to cancel the contract.
Also, no, they cancel because of fraud.
Yawa.
Or say they have fraud or no? Hinged on fraud.
Oh,
and no dear, and now you'll be back continue. I think the brand is our commission.
Yeah.
Maybe wait, my fan with them.
Also, about cancer.
Oh, I want to have you.
Yawa.
I see there's no other continue because already you know it's hinged on a event a fraud. Once I have fraud,
that's right.
Government workers would be so. Ebimu sugumi susesi awo.
Almost no fella.
Apart from fella, no who's a ketuano. Government workers almost your way to a can a ketuano my obosumi ne buke. Abaye juma efui.
Say it depends where the person is.
So almost your more trains a controller. Ebe to government workers for no so still no month.
That's month where
April. Say April ne wu.
And I say
and 25th. Monday next I will
say about time.
Usually about from 22nd or no Munda I calculation. I'm not tension about crew. Unam crew man for Ubia AG3. Every small time you no be checking the balance. Small time no be checking the balance. Oh, and omo managers.
But I just say be a months be not here.
Maybe a month April day.
Until this say 2 days, say 3 days.
Like,
no, I just want to understand.
I mean, say like, oh, chances is in the morning away. Who's ever go weekend? I got transit. Oh, my budget a free nyama. But the only say, oh, also, boy, let's see, I'm no can say, hey, treat or a controller for no. It's government work sponsor me can't show me some when you're fasting for you now.
Okay, so Roxanne, come say, Bobie, I have received my salary today.
Nearby, the next, a bit more my. Because I'm not planning in ABC and then next say,
so I think we need to.
So today. Not just say, oh no, and then Anesaka. But not be more expected. And I be more as I speak in Omosankai.
Yes. But another bad place that will be sending me messages here, almost education ministry near my Wohono. But we haven't heard Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Probably he's putting his documents together.
Only say education ministry Hono Kradi, Ajikon, what class say?
Really?
Yes. Wouldn't say a binder than or no more. A free SHS in your money in an. Wouldn't say before election as our first exposé been a buy say a expired rice and a consumables na I expire in the command school for no by force. Wouldn't say damn look at say many secondary school institutions secondary schools no wouldn't so money furniture. Nkonya students next on bet na so I share DSC and them no kase o de opa ye call omu ni nkonya ni bi.
Wow.
Yes. Emma me kasa ma send no message akoma honorable minister Haruna emma so me follow up because abinda da no invest e wo sa enyama ni mu na onim say me no kase almost also the private companies because here collaborations the partnerships they were using the Ministry of Education GES letterhead na no more de cranium and the betron markets.
Oh,
enti nema na ye kra yes yo ba fast stock ye de be man kola na didi ye be say no na private people ekra ye wi are be kona esimo kola enti oil na ye de we akokra ye de oman ni sika akokra na ye say no be kono na esimo kola na enkofo twa oil ni di omo ton mi wa na schools no nya bi all these things ni nyina happen enti me de obi bia ye de sector bi ahye ne nsa sisi agency bi ahye ne nsa no mo be padi me NLA information na me minimum no me papa no te honum na o ye no te so play diplo no ebef no
I think this thing is here the tuja because what's here why Chris Dugan sorry yes Chris Dugan na ye omo PRO
okay.
And Kwame's friend says here say the issue about the KGL, is not entirely true.
Why?
I don't know.
And no one can say. You see, Udim say workers now on no on no fence or call workers now on the petition today. A friend is saying Ministry of Finance.
What petition?
Oh, Google right now. What the Google NLA workers petition.
Recently,
less than 10 days, 5 days, as someone make a new.
I see.
Workers and union, workers, union, some more union.
Yeah.
Union, no night. I yes, our petition, no. Kwame, share petition, no. Who's our petition, no. Ubejina so. And one say the same thing now. Amuko kahanabisu. Amuko man 10,000, no.
Yeah.
Imagine say agent state heads one or no. Near sort your one. Or back at us the same year, anyhow.
Okay, say. Yeah, campaign, no. Se Kwame Mokaya, me track as Omako meeting said they need to steal more so that they can use the money to bribe the system. Samokaya, me can say we ya say guy watch that kwa ekwochi wo mo say wa wanfa bi kese na say obi be you free ho na wanfa bia nkwa nkoma no a wa ojejireje ya ne ti na ma aya na nkrofire suspicious no because even with NDC in opposition the kind of things amanfo hu yesa akoso ewo various institutions no mu no na enema ye dia but then again me omo ka say it's too early no me ne omo ya adwene however the earlier the better because by the next 2 months we need to shut them down and then start petitioning government over alleged private capture of national lotteries.
They can say Bobie you see say some no mo kano enye obosrem kan workers how my year juma 20 years 30 years mo ka what the Chinese are about no more they are suffering institution is struggle until say if he is denying so it's not senior Omar ya report to honor Bobie so mama on the platform on the church at least all the public na sa anxiety ni anger ni rage
Chris Duke incident no so on a frey I said the divine canon is not entirely true but on kasa
so which aspect was not true they me kan here na the workers for natural
NDC Chris Dugan
the workers for natural here wa na me maka ho na entirely true and I said yo ye di loto no mutumi ntia
yo
ye di loto no a omuntumi KGL no you know obetumi afre e friend say omu landline no obetumi afre na customer service we frɛ wa no do call see 40 within 48 hours share me it took me to go on radio to go and make noise and sound mutumi tieska sa KGL no me one me send a message come as am uku me friend that time no back say first one back be see me friend Razak okay na Razak bi wo
ho
NLO me friend Razak
me no me ntwa lo to da every year wo me ntia na me nim omo
me so da ya me twa ebo ebu ameso na
yo
me so da na me twa me see be DB every day 3 days almost sending me scan sope oh and I'm 500 oh and I'm telling you on authority me 200 money am 5,000 yes yo now ni excuse on the KGL for no me say wo momo scanner wo channel yes yo momo account no and so yes yo what do limit let's scan wo mo obi aso pom frɛ wo ma update bia it me sadi way omo kika no Bobie on a more serious note all jokes aside enely ho no no trimu pony adwin po akwame nkroma de set up wodi so sika na consolidated account straight into omo chifim di come straight to into obi omo dia en ka wasem scan na ye dia Ghana for a so
at least that KGL contract issue no quite is a whole something.
See a lot of issues maybe one more sensitive it's not me sensitive
hey over young crofona didn't be Debbie you coming to do the things that people do
so sir hey you coming to do me chrome ever go chrome
I'll chrome no but seriously me as I sit here beyond say obiwo MPP right na yenye free mampon na say free secretary but say who are this krana ya santini na ko wiade a me there to be honest with you make atachie onko wiade ma me mention de ne da ensi da ne wiase say but you see when there is no issue you can't tell me say okatachie kire na dwene eya odi obia ni asem na me support jo mamanti no me ne okatachie afrifa enya asem go abra ye free ekuro baako yene de me mfantete obi amenye I won't do it but so okatachie ko di bone a meka sinanim praying eso ye minu aketewa katachie mi na training no oye minu aketewa meka sinanim praying but say enipa no o kire na dwene say ade say na esi wo Ghana de a wo se me ne nkonya problem na wo nu akonya problem unu fie ni akonya problem na me fie ni akonya problem
Bobie hwe me kind except of workers no mo NLE na nkasa see
but they also ehye kokoro no beka
me ba ena na me kind no yo ha see in the petition addressed to the office of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice as well as the newly appointed Director General of the NLE, the union called for an immediate suspension and review of all third-party contracts and licenses granted to private lotto operators (PLOs) over the last 6 years. Or say, according to the union, these agreements violate the National Lotto Act 2006, Act 722, and have plunged the once thriving authority into financial distress and operational inefficiencies. Or say, the petition highlights a significant decline in NLA's revenue, particularly from each point of sale terminals since the entry of PLOs. The union estimates a market share loss of nearly 50% to online platforms and PLOs, amounting to over 250 million Ghana cedis in revenue. That is a shortfall between 2017 to 2024. As same way our workers for cannot say at the center of the controversy is Kid Ghana Limited, which is KGL, operators of NLA 590 games online. The union accuses KGL of operating contrary to the functions of a lotto marketing company as defined by Act 722, including keeping lottery proceeds in private accounts. Bobie, then be on a main canfa de way. Or say Ghana Sika, Ghana Lotto Sika na KGL diao. Yes, you keep Ghana Sika no private account to.
Really?
And a KGL na private. Ono jiji on my state. Ono jiji anu release wama NLB. What I say? Ono jiji a now wama private account to. This money is supposed to go to consolidated fund. And a private ni keep. No this idea of man will release it. Yes, your investment to whom, yes, you say whom. Bobie, as my me can ye, Bostrom Casamoa, Intino say, Chris Eka in some Nentisa, which aspect of the Mackay and Nentisa? If it's not entirely true, workers no. See, the workers, oh my yard, no kukum, and no mama show Facebook, or the Minister of Justice or Attorney General,
so
Finance Minister.
Which means we just need the current CEO to show interest in these issues.
I know a petition current CEO, no petition also part of it, no, it was addressed to the current CEO. Say this is what is happening.
Chris Dugan, a friend, or say which side in any and cray. Me, what and
the union no concern back on the say. The union has won that.
Or say if I know him.
The union.
Chris Waddle. Chris Waddle over here. I say if I know you, tell me.
I think we KG.
Oh, no, boy, almost say.
In terms of
salaries and.
No, but this is bad. It wasn't like that before 2017. Concerns of the workers want to say, the same way until 2017, no, they didn't have all these challenges. How can you come and tell me it's a KGL for now?
Okay, so do you see KGL issue like the Haptel?
Almost like the same thing.
Baumia company, no?
Yes, Haptel. With TCG. Intermediary company, no, unim say omo and no agi CGA no agi insurance no agi way at the end of the day no sikanet egu ne chest and no this person in kakra it will end up say have talent ya eba ne send a private person tio Bobie you see KGL was catching government of Ghana NLE no gini sika straight from a yin. What are you telling me? Say omu no mutia. I don't see what are they doing here. NLA can't do it directly. Short code na said then because here the short code 959 who the 959 come on straight. Who the omon cash in channel someone to out me nya meanwhile no say copy a point of sale na so kota ultimate do ticket ko no akọju sika sa da no anajo no a but these people will give you excuses and it's more or less like now they step one Bobie assemble na workers for ne ka ha no mo a minia Christy onum say ni nyina anye no kore because me de bia asema me kan say see a person economy bibia yen checking abakosem e bia time wa KG be take you over from 2016 no na NLA no omuntumi nyom niama yie omuntumi ntuaka omuntumi nyesi but this was a functioning institution that was working well. Obi ba e begina mfimfia say the main institution cannot stand on its feet. This omu supporting. What are you telling me? Ni sign a contract more than 20 years. Sign a contract. And now me no ka say, hey, Ochimai MPP a serial caller Ochimai TV and that's so broadcasted NLA games. Ochimai Facebook only TV Ochimai TV on Facebook or contract with NLE still you're trying in advance must investigate it will call me announcement watch online Ochimai this and that it will call Ochimai in a live
really
yes
me lot to da and me pay attention media Nadia me your pa e ewura muspa no near the ghetto gamblers, you need the pity pum. Oh, me padia, obiti baby no control me. Mempesa, you don't crack out bintina mempe aeroplane. Say obi chibi, me huni pakro. Say what they make me ni control. So I bought them no kukumi and one so kukume. Me idea be a mini control or so no. Mempe. Once a span, dear. Yes.
Unim
Intebe. Unim Intebe. What's ya noa? Mehu. Ubuka noa. Mehu. The other bia. Me would be facial.
Bobie NLA say omu to mini GTV yejuma.
But I'm not watching my TV yejuma.
Maybe so. NLA say omu to mini GTV, Facebook, and for life.
But I'm on telecast through GTV.
I'm on through UTV.
La. Say the BB Amodi Asheme. Kwabena, if you sleep on this NLA issue, I'll be disappointed. Anthony, me they say the mayor. Petition call a yes you ho. That's what so on your share. A day I am mayor. Necessary crowd so may I honorable. Tell us with me did so. Say me I'm not catch I won't mind you. You did restaurant. You do understand me? Me no musu me no ka cry me di gume ka myself.
Me, I agree. Say we have to include private sector participation.
Yes, but it shouldn't be
at the expense of the state.
Yeah, exactly.
We shouldn't exploit us. Like, see, you see, NLA challenges. That time, me, I've been following them because of Alesta.
Alesta also pillow to home.
Alesta, na Alesta freo. Phone so no catch us away. Mpacho for last go.
So why is the Lotto forecaster not rich?
Sometimes we can't tell. But Alesta are a powerful statistician.
I just want to know.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe so. Bobie, me follow.
Oh my God.
No to me to ya. Almost to me to ya. And I also want to know. No, because you are enjoying monopoly. No. Would you also to me another government agency in Yajuma? IGBCO. So some camera and yet they want to me no chum contract.
That's the excuse.
See, was so petty say papa na responded and I de bend there. And I would G. Not the shimmy say the same contract no watch my Facebook as part of is a major person or a player or no so yaman contract to show it on Facebook live. No tap if you TV deba.
Tisami okuna yes ade ni nyina.
Let us not church and well. It's na me say enely. Say buya nigu so ne ebe say na Samia Okuye honorable ebia or a member of parliament no fa no ndia.
Can be cancel be but as I say ko yo chumbu afu na fele so fo kwa che tumi funti majai. Because say Samia Okuna yes ade ni dia ene o ha ho.
Ade na me ha me ho.
O say
ade na me ha me ho.
Yes anam kan. Me yes Samia Okuna wosu se wo no sa wo say
Obianin. Oh, this one is a public record.
And I say,
Google Kwabena let us not church or anything.
Yes, I'm a car. Oh, divine. Oh, Busa me say. Oh, no, na walk. I say, Ebia Nelly see. And I'm saying, I said, near Samuel and a war. And I divine. Oh, Jesus, and my meme say, I on the war. Now I'm saying, a bayasem.
I did the bayasem.
What's it?
Me person me so woman me tia say me can be you because it will not make sense to me say Samia Oku asem or Samia Oku yen kan asem
there be yes na make o
there be o bad in the be asem say Samia Oku under his watch all these things have happened no yet to be kan asem
there be yes
and nobody will deal with the issue because Samia Oku is involved there be
no media me tibro for so Hey, and the
coming can be you. And the coming and this year, me radio soon.
Me swing cancer.
Common sense, make common sense, common class 1 sense. Why would you do this to the states?
And make us say, it's you. And make us say, so what can I be? Oh, say, what's your cancer be on? So, petition, no, dear, a better crack.
Share petition, Samuel Kuba and Okofu Fasa, celebrities for the uncle for by ya. Wouldn't say time I hear ballot, die a year ballot, eh? Bobie. That year ballot to electoral commissioner MPP who in position so a 1 or a 2 and for the first time in the history I have that video a honum na calibus jina honum no ye okwa all the tosro honum na aba number 1 no no omudi no crown posa so your politics you say you investigate
yes I me come
o de enko
any me can say Sisi ano asem na ya asem pa.
Hey. Obi so aba be show Facebook ho.
Say.
And you share last comments, the last 3 comments, and will be one kind. The one as far as and I won't kind.
Hey, oh my, to me. They say, listen, I was saying, Kwabena, you didn't know any actually. You must say the actually, because, hey. Ghana, I thought I'd be out there, no sukakra, no chaso, because. But, media, to be honest with you, at least, and the Pon show where Kofi as a very happy man. Watching Basintele in action, Hanabisu in action, Randiabe in action. Oh, at least, and the Medakakra. You best say security agencies no. Say no. Hanabisu so about report nipa no. Hanabisu ama me trabontia me complainia ankyere ye. Oba besia wanya akukuduru akyere se eyasomasi eyewei mimi wiase amete no. Sa me no ka asma me mebo nipa ni din sesia straight. Pam. I walk away. Finito, maybe entina ya na me obi ampeso no mbe ekululu no. Me mpem kwase asem. Your mind and you in your mind bonesa. Don't do it. And we say Basintele so I say any true mutiana obu basa or this year just one. Yet Kroma and Peninfo and Kokrafo ain't mean standing up to a Zoom lion. Akolawe. Sorry, Giram, Miss Reno, Basintele do here. What they put, Frizum lie on them or crab, many.
Now you go for regional ministers on Omko meeting.
Yes, sir.
I go for regional ministers.
Now you say parliamentary, and therefore be able to say, say, what's say? Contract. Says Zoom lie on the yard, you said, Nasa Basintele can so become more. Basintele Casa
under the condition
exactly
the prevailing
someone who say joy for a headline be et say Basintele Casa oh become no Basintele Casa become or say the present condition the years have for my contract
and they do not stand
it's a finito and it's on Zoom lion so on Tiasi and to say Nebu full na de obey no why don't you just that me money man one there so Jero the job because it's not part of the contract. The money I wanted the Ojaya is very, not just a woman, a janka, mammy, papa. Say, Anna, mammy, we papa, we are not just a janka, my amable. Efo Kobla, Bobie, please encourage divine to vent his blah blah blah. Hey, mean see the kwayo. Any operator, come on, some,
maybe.
Hey, me see the guy. Anga, but we work on. Cut your back. So, I can say, you know, some young could be was through.
Oh, but master me. The point is that me, I don't say my things to suit anybody. It doesn't even matter about how you feel.
Almost say, Minili so ya kasa sa fibe 8 years ni. Yo,
Bobie.
Obeka. Na Obeka wie no. Na wa nkrofo a wo kam omo no. No ase adane tamfo. Enti pam no twa no agya aka.
Oh, that be me anya tamfo sem. Me say me no kre eda. Ayi o ma metantala no kra na so de ya onye eboni bia
me intro position 8 years inside me tell me try 4 years
ultimate embo position your government hey sa me bia do no
we do ya pompo no man kacha do ya baba ya pom show no time na career be boy say ya Ghana, Jomai, Devi, Aye, Kaba, Dr. Megashi, Eba, and Spiritual Center, Smen Kacha Ghana, Funya, say, dear, I had several, what the Abba was say, a liver, kidney, ya dear, fibroid, and no besa, ya dear, be HIV, hypertension, diabetes, also, Bema, Agume, account, or say, Opese, Oma, Ayakase, now Waba. Ya semu asma ya de susu maware anaju bia na obabia baba yonwo adwuma sa tore bi so abema grandpa sister go say me nya gramu say anaju bia na atwimi ase out why out boy deliverance o matwim doctor Amegashi Heba and Spiritual Center ye bom abaso o magidi pa wanko a waye ho oso mamu Kumase macro old police house honom ko yeso am macro ho enkra Kaswa prison junction takrade wo mo wo Kejabil government school wo mo eto no so pe ko ho George reality osimen kancho sasa se udwumadie wo mo gina brane ai asasu djumade de nyade obi abetumi wo mo kra ai nyade obi abetumi wo mo o se wo pa asase 70 by 100 25,000 Ghana pe na utua 30% bosumi nsia na o tutomo tutunga kra sisia no awie memenda bia na no pa 7 mo pa asase ne bi omdom beko akwa hwe ensase no wo mo office of committee 22 Aferiwa Junction tema of the Michelle Camp Road was say enkai mo say from 0533553266 on sabetmia aka wo mo give us a bar center o mo dey give us a year P capsules give us co capsules give us a bar mesha and give us GC mission capsules aba fa ko ni P ebom na yede bills microcredit say enka kire Ghana for say uhia eye bosia bra o de hye adwuma se bra afei dia de wo mpa ne say wa so adwuma se ne nso eye age aguo no wo mbebo bosia bills microcredit wa mu adwuma papa waso hia Ghana card mpo ai bra uhia collateral bia ai enyan kan no ahomachi bia from 0596920833 police ni adro in booster ba mesha wasi adro ni adro papa ni boost immune system we ai jina ai na fe die tutu tata imboost heba mesha police ni edru ye na Ghana fo atuagu so mo no mamu pharmacy ne heba shops ubenya bi ede afri ho Osman Kanchra was MTN for Osman Kanchra was 10 cities enko wura ba bia me enko yo bukata na akira ho wo kira ho na se say the MTN SIM card 50 cities the obi asra was kotokromo okọ ye den Nante kwa MTN office 10 cities Ghana city open yesem no no register ma pm on akoro no Mayor Auto Parts and Diagnosis services oka one spare parts oka fault abaho pacho yemfie ni Mayor Auto Parts and Diagnosis Services omo ewo Ablekuma New Town from 0244 451776 Father Abraham Heba and Spiritual Hospital or say also sunsumu yare no no osa honam famu yade na sunsumu de no obi ape promotion eduaboda so ukunu adwane oyere adwane bra na omwa afi so ope enkun bi wo ho enkunu ya sese ope bibia firubu a wo de sra wanim uhia no watia no commanding soap ye no so ewo ho ye no so ye semina udi dware hey Kwame ro watare no mame na Kwame awro bi so a se ope a wani jinwa Ross just ring no mame hwe he no so commanding soap udi dware a o de to yes sapono so puku efire huru se manfo nkoi na o se sare nya no so na honam fam nyodwe ade stroke ni nyina fibroid o tu ase e de amount na ho atọ so and I Friday right so that's how we do it yes sare nya no so na honam fam Kwame eye urade nyankopon Kwame bidiakon Kwame unyo Oh,
In our first 90 days in office: 1. E-levy, 2. COVID levy, 3. betting tax, 4. emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9. We'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10. We'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1. Free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11. We will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1. MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We will institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Biennial administration. We will investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15. We review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Abose Okai, and all others. 16. We will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we will aggressively confront that's number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we'll launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there, there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19, we'll commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20, we'll reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21, we'll initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bunu East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. We'll carry out a shake-up. Of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Danwaina, Nago de Kore, Ezu, Manya Munache, one day I got a Maka Soyeya, Yakamada Kimaka got a Mashi Soyeya. Ezu, don't you know for the way, so me sonka. Yanda Zongoni Sukagara Muna Soyeya, inshallah. Ale babu karfi e bamu iko muma mugora musu soyayya haka nan don shi ne keni na sadiki afade we inshallah in muka zo mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam amma yau saboda kudin da yayi kama da abiya aje Mecca mutanen mu iyayen mu maza da mata da yawan su sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne kowa inda ya yi niyansi ya samu ya je. Eza karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba wata ne kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance don shi kowane lokaci ya zo yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda shine ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan idil fitr don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu
Opa obi a ogu party no a ɛyɛ wontumi ne ba obi a wontumi ne ba obi a ɔmu gu MPP party ɛnyɛ me a mehu a mɛka ɛna megu party no but ɔmu ne yɛ ahurahura ɛna ɔmu gu party no bayɛ ntena hɔ ɛma ɔmu gu party no na ɛka kyerɛ ɔmu meeting sɛ ɔmu akɔ nyinaa I have it. Yes. Omo mistake. There will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see the empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Kwabena. Africa. Otumeka chire ni pro say. Why is ceremony to young man? Why is ceremony to young man? Now, what do we are Kenya? Who Pharisees because we are Kenya? We are Christiania. Who Pharisees because we are Christiania? Men, come Muslims who want some, it is said, honorable Muslim community, you will go to jail. You will go to jail. It is a new man, my young man, the floor. Our new Mukota. I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So now we play religious stuff. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from, because the honorable chairman said to me, it's a drama. When you make your mere capital drama, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that tribal politics. Unless I'm making a Musu. Okay, will be all good party. And you want to be about me. Want to be anybody me. Only good MPP party. And you may who America and a good party no. But no one here and we will not and you will be good party. By young Tiaho and we will be party no. May catch no one meeting so much when you know I have it. Yes. Omo mistake. There will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see the empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Kwabena. Africa. Otumeka chire ni pro say. Why is ceremony to young man? Why is ceremony to young man? Now what do we are Kenya? Who Pharisees because we are Kenya? We are Christiania. Who Pharisees because we are Christiania? Men, come Muslims who want some, it is said, honorable Muslim community, you will go to jail. You will go to jail. It is a new man, my young man, on the floor. Our new Mukota. I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary,
we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1, MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Kwalugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single-source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We will allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumara, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we'll review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we'll lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We'll make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we'll aggressively confront number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we'll launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there, there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19, we'll commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20, we'll reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wogomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo Chame. 21, we'll initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bono East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. Of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these programs. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Danwaina, Nago de Pare, Ezu, Manya Munache, one day I got a maka soye, I kamada kimaka got a mashi soye. Ezu, don't you know for the way so me sonka. Yanda zongoni suka gwara muna soye ya inshallah. Ale babu karfi, e bamu iko, muma mugwara musu soye ya akara. Don't she the Kenny Nasa di Kiafodi? We inshallah, Umukazo, Muduka Musani Kabang, Zua Mecca, Yazama, one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Ama yo sabo de kudin dayai kamada abia aje Mecca. Mutanimu, Iyayemu, Baza de Mata, Dewansu, Suinia Suje Mecca, Amabasuya. Idan Allayaba Mumulchi, Mukazo, Zamu, Reje Kudin Mekani, Kowa, in the Ainiansi, Esamuye. Ezu, Eza, Karshe Mangana na, Munseni, watan Ramadan, Ansah yi azumi ana duba watani kamun afara Ramadan. Ansah kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda shine ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan idil fitr don shi in wayanga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu yau dai hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. One, we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1, MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Palugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumara, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the award of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we will aggressively confront number 3. Number 3 is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological.
Awa Muhammad, MVP Awa Muhammad, we miss screenshot to ye. Fato a Facebook page on a mame. Na baby we no. Na baby we no. Fato Facebook page or a mame. Almost say ya say Dr. Bawumia say ono oye kremoni die but in team fojo Christoni but in team fojo constituency onya bi echen no enya sa you know be so you know be what he say alai voilà who said, who did you so who be or the or into the yes, we was one way a cremoni. But cremo, some no awesome no. In team for you. Wow, in team for you, you can't. In team for you, yeah, men in the bay the same age, right? Oh, sir, in team for you, Timia, you can't. Na your friend say, Nidini say, Papa, guy and a friend say, Afenyo catch you saying team for you and team for you Ahmed. Okay, so this is Awar Muhammad. This is Awar Muhammad. And Awar Muhammad a post way, I think sir just this morning. And or say I performed an Okoti Dr. Bawumia on his apology tour. I performed better than Reverend Intim Fojo in his own constituency. If my religion was a problem, how did I outperform a pastor, Dr. Bawumia? Oh, Intim Fojo, yet Intim Fojo yo, Intim Fojo yo, Intim Fojo yo. Na onokwadi enye osimeje Mami fana asema union mama join here on Facebook page. Ochikoko si Foster is here. Thank you Ochi John Geza. Say me da say Divan Williams okay, so you seen team for you 38 years. Yo tie dia kola de uye jayo, hala. Ono ba omi aka kire obi ase se oye ne sumunti ne nkrofo etuti ano a den onya bi echen osofo. So it tells you your friends say according to say intim for you, it tells you how useless na 17 for your ne constituency e wonko a ne constituency nkwa na Bawumia enya bi echen parliamentary candidate or other places onya bi, and they might be Christians but we know wa extended no say at least wanya bi achen osofo osofo no constituency e hono so nya muslimi enti but senka ombetimi ejai to no a ebeboa omujai to no a ebeboa na asem de asem ko because ade na ya ahomete so omo ko thank you to so omo and unim something interesting. Almost share to ni nyina ase no almost share to ni nyina ase no enya de a omo aka thank you asemba akokora o anu ye keke yankoni ye ho ano trying to justify why they lost the elections and all that. See, Obia and Kashe, Muhammad, na. All right, so Gemini says, Commander, they are only using the Reverend in team to lick their wounds. After they will just dump him like Bola, so Dansuma Tunga. Okay. All right. George Agbagba says, good afternoon, Commander. Listening to you live from Possibility Security Services. Hey, UCC. Okay. That's Central Region. Mensa John is here with us, Ahmed Rufai. Brother, I'm watching you live from Hanover, Germany. Bravo, Ahmed Rufai. Long time no here. Bibi Aboko there. Germany Boko. Okay. So, but then America no. Say, Bawumia no baby I won't fa adiana emfa. Ti adania kasaka me omo talk about kono video na wa oh me dia send o ma fia say so omo ko boneka forgiveness tour forgiveness to oh Maria Adam enti Ghana Bar Association ade a matwere ya wo nkasa ebio mosusu mu dua bo hey ya de moko ha na mo de afa Asema anasa onkaye so onkaya then you don't need to comment because Maria we senior tester e Ghana in the media space no we senior tester and who upgrade ko wanim no oh momon say na say onkaye eye ade no obi na e ka no atia fine but you need to read it and understand it. Okay, Roxin Kumi me da say say wa joining me da say Roxin are joining mame and check away all right so David Samakpo ewo Makola shopping mall yeah that's it and as Davidson Yomekpe okay so this is a MPP so mo ya den yo and yeah so mo to nyum no mo ntoe we shall win Moncha hack bo wusu ajimaya but just baumia almost anyum na se no onimeto onim nyum no to bozat kwasi ache no baumia nim nyum me pa cho opa sai sha de we ase Ghana ni bia hwe bi baumia nim nyum no to Obi busa say Kwabena so apia say dem wo yi ase omo chance dem wo yi ase so this is the thank you tour so this is the otitinitiri ho omo to second stanza ni wie no ana ye ba omi ase on to be any thank you chache ma so bu afuo so one wan na ekontokwa o untimi hu nipa hakmo suzu ajiba ba bi odede nam address ya ma say Kwabena this is so depressing I assure you it no be easy hey MPP me will be I to say Gordon as a Gordon, no, like my brother. I see somebody like my brother. Yeah. Yeah. Shukura, see, you just left power 4 months ago. And you are singing winning symbol. You're not about me again, and about me on West, no. So this is the thank you tour. Yeah, MPP Omo Echo. Yeah, thank you tour. Yeah, thank you tour. This is the thank you tour. Oh, Gordon, Mahu. Turn uko bi Mahu. I see you, bro. I see you. Yeah. Eka befie. Eka pa. Enya. Nathaniel say MPP penny. Ekaba. Yeah. Hey, na chairman boy full vice chairman no na say be you. Julia Jackson say, so why did they start the thank you tour? I don't even know. Almost started free. Greater Accra na East na so almost as every. Yeah. As I God as I brago as children was no. Oh, usa Gordon. On a search, was sort of my pie. Yeah. Jiagu ayaka esiboso ajigain. Oh, yeah. Omo ya anye ye na nko mo ya tiesi esiye. Na am say esiye ni de na nye to no ma record e no. Ama record e no. Is it yeah. Wait. Why yeah. Okay, thank you. Mame so enquire majumana we ehunhiam. So this is the thank you tour. Yeah, thank you tour no a. Omo mani paso enquire didi no. This is the thank you tour. Ya omo se omo eko. Na enankrofo ka no. Instead so ubako akọ your forgiveness tour no. Ujina say thank you tour. Na why na benya time mama? Why na benya time mama? Okay. So my men konkoye enyuma mienu. Na me ntoaso. Na men komanim. Yase galam say. Yes sir. Yase galam say. Sa adewe sa adewe mame na me correct it. Should I even correct? let me just leave mad people. Let me just leave mad people. So be a bodama, mame nyane damano on fanantinanto. They were bodam for, so you must always allow mad people to operate. Mame nyasa a juma way about Galamsey. And na me kasa asem we echre Ghana for. That me who the reason why Obi ebe complaining ede echre about Galamsey. Look, Ansah na Ghana for beto aba no. Na Ghana for nim die ntia omo ekoto aba. Dabi ameka kire MPP for adia aya BT MPP for na ebi ya BT NDC. Enya NDC message dodo a wo mutimi eka kire Ghana for. Ghana for koto aba based on what they were going through. The torture that they were going through. Meka kire mo say Galamsey no, I'm not stupid to sit here and think Akufo-Addo Bawumia and the Galamsey ba Ghana. I'm not stupid. You can be stupid and think so. I am not stupid. Right? You can be stupid and think so, but I am not stupid. So I can't sit here and claim Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia and the Galamsey ba. But you see, the problem Ghanaians had with the MPP administration is the president himself was a Galamseya. Akufo-Addo nuana otu Galamsey. Akufo-Addo nuana nkasa nuano sa kromfo stupid man no na otu Galamsey. Otu Galamsey. Very stupid man. Wanwa what the president no. Now aside to Galamsey. Akufo-Addo was involved in Galamsey. You go and pick your friend say from Pom-Boateng report on Galamsey, and from Pom-Boateng and Samuel Akufo-Addo didn't share about Galamsey. That unfair report didn't say all those things are there. Bawumia office was involved in Galamsey, the vice president. And you obey a flag bearer. And ya say na ni abra oso okoto a ohunu so oto nyumu so ya de no a ohunu say stia no won kwastia ni bio. Onwane office na Galamsey Meka Bawumia on one office. We see mention Bawumia's office as one of the government institutional omo erane Galamsey ewo president wafa asenom Gabi watch as dakonom, they were involved in Galamsey. Mrekudu Kadom, they were involved in Galamsey. Abu Jinapo, sa boy no, they were involved in Galamsey. Na say me kote ya also no onuya when this onuya minister enti ono say open contract to benyo say there. Na me open contract na benya me Bobie fa me obey. You see, obia me nimu the last na me Bobie Ansah ebe ha mo wiase ni obia wo fefe ba me hu wo. But for politics, senior politics, and wo ya adwuma to say me ya adwuma, you can make it like how I made it. You can make it. Politics. And when your politics musika no afa. And obia me politician bia me di mani say ehun from Hello FM days. Bepema Sempa FM days. Bepema ne no bibia no won ho a yeme ni bre. Because minimum where you are coming from. What kotra abrosai 1 million sokra, I know you. I know you. Opa kotra I know you. Sangrofo we nyina no enye me Bobie na me bobo omudin o. Your friend say women organizer and they say they are not otu Galamsey ewo etiwa forest no. They are not to Galamsey we etiwa first no your friend say women organizer no monkai bien Kate Javua and obi diaba no Western Regional Minister akwedi enania kakraka bodamini. So the point is one more doso and you biana egbobo one dio one reports, various reports are no my year and no more bobo crofwa or more chas bisu no more. Look, there is a report from OSP office a tram crofwa or more galam semu from Pobwati Bobie Dean. So and yes, I feel no will be a babababomudin say, oh, and Crawford Yasibo be a syncrophobia, a galam say. No, and your Bobby Kobi watching Dako, thank you. And your Bobby and I feel no bababet. All these people are there. Omonko baby are. Tiandis winnie, you know. Some of us, now your opinion is say, look. Sagalam say we know you need to deal with the head. As I'm dealing with MPP for no, and even so be what NDC mua naniji won say opese oyebia na osuro. And there are so many materials there. Protozwa. And Daniel do ebo protozwa. When you are a young crofos and able bomb deal, I MPP for one a buba womudin. Get them for a yetiwa MPP constituency executives and a year press conference. I just want to baby kayo press conference. And no more a yakit Jamfua Dean. A Japamesa, a from Pogwati report the Bonnie Dean. Mirakuduka. First, your friend say, Operation Dian no enough from Pobwati Edano. No. Omwa. And you be a Kojo Pon Kruma. His name was mentioned in the Galamsey. Oh, but videos about John Boadu having 56 Galamsey sites. It's only my way, you know, and you Bobie and Eka, and you may go Bobie. It is an idea, NDC are buying this idea, so by picking all these tapes or by picking all these reports. And you see, sometimes when people make it seem like, as a, look, investigations, investigations, every material available, yama say o factor no into your investigations, video tapes, audios, documents, and everything. Look, okay, as I say, NDC, every year na sa and way, based on materials, radio for discussing from Accra FM to City FM to Class FM to Adom FM to TV3. So these are documents, tapes. Yeah, I'm up for discussing. If the government of the day decide, they say, and go back rounding up even 6 out of these people, so by rounding up 6 out of these people, go to remand 2 weeks. Go to remand 2 weeks. Why are your investigations? No money bail. Now, a jik Roma said a galam say, Ubos a man for be steady. Ubia be steady. And Gabo is in Yasaku could drone on Coco site. Yeah, come in Yaku could drone Coco site. And you see, and no crab aku Obian Beso better sign of Crano, but that's it. And the Crane say, and these boys are woman and yet a yet galam say only land guards a Jumao, any MPP for Nakabum neye. I mean, it's sad way, no. Oh, say I can't see a crock my way. Yeah, sometimes I sit back and I weep. Ayana makumaya. Ayana makumaya. Yenim, yeah, Galam say issue no, yenimo. Ghana ni bia wo kroma enim adekura ekoso. Ghana ni biara. Ghana ni biara. The only lack, yes, say Ghana for ya say the NDC executives no they omani nje Galamsey no. That is the only lack. Lack no. And I've told you the difference. The man Ghana for bufu ye kese our Galamsey hu when the president, the certain president Akufo-Addo himself was involved, the presidency was involved, yet we release it. Yeah, wouldn't want to be prosecuted or be crowned and to buy Jubilee House or a go paper so say in an open on a now transport director. Now director of transport our Flagstaff House. Now on a release presidency cars. Ama national security for boys. Adekwa atiwa eko to illegal mining. Omochi wobuko guko foridua police station. Womu dem 2 weeks. Court ema womu bail. Na presidency na no point no. And na upon crown no so free na prosecute na ye dai. Ya de obi keka. You can use only that info to prosecute them. You know the court tilts against Ediabasef. Nasana Mohan will be free. Busami say, you see, you guys, Moya Manaya to say, JM, I said that set up a so pam CJ, Ansah. Why said that IABB? You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't create that impression. John Mahama does. He understands the law. John Mahama, he understands the law. Onimra. Any John Mahama trim say or pam ASCJ and son with me IABB. You guys should stop that. Mona moment microphone perception say NDC I said that say my men wan kasa no an wadi bone. My men wan kasa no wadi bone. So don't create that impression to say John Mahama said that so about pam ASCJ na wanyakoya prosecute obi. Stop that. Munya say na mo adwene ye wo fam dodo. Mo na mo nam na mo keka say asem we na MPP fo na som. I was said that no pam no, was said that no pam no, was said that no pam no say. Mama no ankasa no wadi bone. Ne bone na yi na ma. And you guys should understand that ne bone na yi na ma. John Mahama ni mra. Or the mrana eye juma. Almost say so mo kasa kasa. What to say? Obia babe catch say why? If that is the argument there, any and Kobe to say your friend say Kwabena do boahene omo echiche womo no omo chicho and common try no mo clear judicial in Ansah no ma chiche womo. Nyen ko omo try Yanyina ya tikroma yanim ade kra ekoso yanyina yanim obi anim yanyina yanim konongo akwaya konongo ahimfo eche no come police for last 2 weeks I said no more frame me ya jano onenamo nobody is interested BNI NIB omakwa nanti akwa ye investigations afọ hini bi ho otumfo say BNI for na be ka kire ne say saa hini no otu Galamsey eno omode evidence na abre no ya tu ahene no etu na chia me hene etu I am say ne chia me BNI for kura report no ohene no ne nkrofo ne nam Asante region edesu etu Galamsey ade no odwene wa wonti ase odwene wa wonti ase so yenim ade kura kwaso okroma no everybody is aware this Galamsey thing we all know Yen nim at the cry AC wa Ghana I say. Both MPP and DC, we know. This is Galam say, we know. Our mempe and Kwama, a young Nankro a disre. Say, Omusia, yes, Uni Ubati no be a no catch of Kwabena. Galam say, I say, India, and yes, we crash it. Then I ask the person, so you know, munim exactly what is happening, and you are not doing anything about it. I didn't know. I didn't add pa. I didn't know. And easy say. Whether it's constituency chairman, constituency organizer, whoever. Bobie or you involved beyond. So Bobie and you involved. I deal with Bobie. Why should you see the problem we have now? Say you're dealing with them. Crawford, your mamra, and them Crawford a dealing. About your headache, amaya iwukruma. We look at the person's stature, we look at his background, where he's coming from, his religion. Then it's like, oh dear, ni party or join. Now down for the one in MPP, now down for the one in NDC. That is the problem we have now. Monsieur Onipa, say who didn't cry, who team power that. Trust me, the moment he be busa wasema, who say no and I yes, but I want on your tipayeno. And this is a new crisis on your tipayewa as I'm no cry. When it's yes, it's yes. When it's no, it's no. When I don't know, I don't know. Me ubusa masema, it doesn't take me more than 30 seconds or 10 seconds. No. I minim nadewe there be minim. So it's yes, no, or I don't know. Bobie waye ane there be simple. Ye nim say the yes and no nebu o man. Ye ya pemra ne bi na dia frafra. And ye struggle. Yenyina ya bompae senka omutimi ni omu edili ya ene enka MPP for enkonko bobo esika no say omu no baba be ye galamsey demonstration enko omu no nkonko bobo esika no say omu baba be ye galamsey hu demonstration onipa wono no wo to galamsey and they still have their people in their omu to galamsey. Omo deso ho kamo bae no nka omo go nanti wura mo gigi skan nyina mo to hye wo mo so a ene omo no baba be gina wo baba be ka kire yes o baba be gina wo akasa kire o baba be gina wo abeka kire se ono no wo tu galamsey. Look at this. Wow. Allow the NDC to do proper investigation with facts and prosecute them. A proper investigation that say a change say a whole constituency party about press conference secretary Jenfu a woman organizer and a two galam say oh I'll pay you. Edebe na wo pebie wo wiase and party full soldier say o share minister na minister na ka asembia ofa no a holy bible holy Quran ontimi fa na dwene entoto unu ede identity in investigations you free be lead you just need a lead no and obekwa pia asem no so. Investigations being a chain reporter from Pomboatiaye. Investigations being a chain Arab. Investigations being a chain reporter. OSP Noa Aye. Aya Yobia Yakin Kain Wokrum Hasa. Investigations being a chain way. Who better your investigations, baby? You. Obaso be unu say KTMfu a wo hye me mpaase. Wo hye me pieto. Investigations be na person o ye hunu say akonta mining. Na one dabio why investigations e hunu say akonta mining. Asai your friend say ye forest ne ye insuansua through illegal mining. Why you say investigations na hu? Enti investigations be na wo twen na ansana Ansah na wakwache untumi. The investigations na wo twen. You see, and the way so almost nipa 10 e wa ndc mu a, they won't tell the minister to do the right thing. No, what do you mean? Now you know what form. Now you know what form. Now you know what form. I didn't know nyajuma. And that is our problem in Africa. I didn't know nyajuma. Shadi Trari no Burkina. And so nipa da seni Burkina ni etimi mo bi da na ka kire ne say Trari is not doing well to omuntu no. Ya dwene no ye timi fanya hwe. Ye timi fanya hwe. Ya hunu say Accra FM operate illegally. Accra FM no wura. Ya baba to Accra FM mu. Ya show documents ni bibia che say Accra FM operate illegally. Ena ya betutu mu. Ena Accra FM wura no nam ekrom na ototo na basa. Ena odidi atem no o kekansem. Na enya nipa da sani na cause sa illegality no. Sa illegality no awo ka no say why investigations no ehunu. Enya nipa na cause ye. Ekuro we ya timi e free ayi Rollins apenso a ye nyina ehya ase ye tie news. Obetia ne say mo Samuel Evans Ota nyansani nie Erastus Donko our information that they are looking for. Erastus Donko information in yina. Or the information be a bio now pay. Missy, just go and pick from Pom what a report and read it. Ubanu Samuel womb. And the other baby now, okay. Now, my main chair, dear be one enipa MPP ni the entire near Bresse. Eso mu no mu dili no enipa MPP ni the entire na some of us ye ni abre no enya senkuma oko so me let there be any video be send you right let no for let no to na mention crofo ade me pacho me use the next 10 minutes pe me wi na maye magdan ho adwuma kakra bi na ma wi pacho ye ntem we letter we am dey be chemu every Ministry of Transport dated 20th April 2023 tio onipakura wasan kwakuo foria siama wana no ye minister otro de koma Commissioner Customs Division request for permit to import and clear 3 packages earth moving construction hydraulic excavator machines along with other standard tools and accessories at the Teba port. One document we document we. Oh, and it's a Osha MPP niya na ese ka nipa tu nipa twede nipa tu nipa oh microphone bi omnam street mundo omnim bone a NDS MPP fo adi Ghana they don't know wo ka asem na omu ni ma de kro no teach obo ye koya campaign an omo sori ye ade a MPP aye Ghana my way no say would when you bia you won't sit down and tell me say ye ntwen wo mo MPP ko bo fata ku pa na ko bo fata say edi kwa so bia waste na time na nke do mo kokko to ba nobody should waste his time on MPP amen ono na bi we gina wa ye dem funu se ayi prekoba we will hit the streets we will hit the streets we will hit the streets we kwasia wo ayi nana bi from NSS scandal to ayi your friend say rice scandal no so ka ho buffer stock rice scandal no ka ho we nya kwa yi dede sebe ya be fa no a MPP fo be si abonten say we nana bi we enya kwai dede we will hit the street 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 you by hit the street aso ayi unai na do nsa esane nenka 79 de ni bia enka ebobu nu adadwu nu aye sesam teta enka benya kwa ba gina aye you hit the street aye won fro sa adide o ma mejo so wanum asia boy do Jimmy said o ma mejo so wanum we will hit the street utri na aye utri pa na aye kaya 79 de ni bia na dwunwa na gama na tetew ha ka ba ji kwa ya be fa so be ka say you hit the street mudi 8 years say or mind say Ghana what destroy or mind no but politics of convenience inti muninam and am throw me weight about and am some of us BP utifia no akuma ebose kim wo me ensiso yes usi abontina onante kakra na we free ntisa wo sedem na pressure kun tutimi dum TV dum radio dum phone do na say me dum me phone free be ya no passes e bob be 11-12 more and I'm sorry because near many wa we say what phone abie WhatsApp your friends Facebook ubie ya na kwasia we gina so we hit the street ya on fro say wanum na o ma me kuru aba oda ma me dwunsogu siakwa chale fa document ne to so hwe esiama na chro document we esiama na chro document we on say on make kire ye say MPP time akufo do make kire ye say one of the measures are take to make sure say galamsi on be fight it and say sa excavators near the adini nyina no abaya hot mokai akufo do time eye esiama na fa kire etro ede kwama eye customs say omo nhyase enyi excavators ema nkrofo esiama enie eye esiama NDC wini ye no unim dom ye NDC wini ye na MPP for no omo excavators no a omo akreba no omo the document we na na port omo the document we na port ena omo etwi fam aya bi before na yes ade no na nyamen chade ye bomode an ye twe transport minister eye honorable Joe adwene esi so ena ye no omo akokam enti free last 2 weeks say no port excavator emfa ho excavator sa ba nyina ba peso omo mo bia nyi excavator you have the video for video no to na nkrofo nhwe we ask me a demonstration. I wish some better track one more excavators ning na yo modiano. Na you could try. Omo akra excavators ne ba no mo no dia kwa guram enie. Na you could try. No sound. That's okay. Enie excavators and komakra airbenye ni nyina kapot. Awia obekọ eguo. Just imagine these earth moving machines. Na so mo de ewura mu ahwe. Hwe nkwa yase wan komo ba asia ba bedi. Hwe nkwa enti omo mankrofo omo mankrofo sika se munya demonstration galamsey no na omo namase na omo twe every port na omo de ko hwe na watwe pa NDC abaya ni breye e wo port hwe excavators aka ho we nyina gu port o we nyina egu port tinkomo ko fa we nyina e dia besina ko wuram no mo atu wi a omo atu wi a na omo adrimikase ababa betra radio so abebusa se na hefo na etu galamsey no anya yabekwa demonstration hwe wow ngwasi asam because NDC buy no NDC settle nwie no enom do om nkrofo no atwi fam now just 2 weeks operations per NDC air port share excavators abeka ewo ho enti yemfa no say from January December ya to abani wie no a om nkrofo no nim so om ekofie no yemusa se excavators dodo say enom twi fam busa ho omo wia no almost enti excavators we enya nipa da sani na de baga na ha no be gina say investigations ben na person we biu onipa din na we so ayi MPP for ayi omo na yes ade no me see 2 weeks operation ayi transport minister any port any national security for tigina mu pipe tata yeah someone Maria Adam and Ubusano, who are the owners? Someone ya ka somewhere I say na ya jam enkrofo we no mo nam krom no mo ye dede mi wa na etu galamsey no. They are doing it. Yeah. I don't know. I know to be a who here. Yenya Abanga, NDC first vice chairman. Ninya Abanga. Ya wa MPP. Monfrey Abanga Musa say onia no wa MPP na dwuma ba no ye. Abanga ye minua. Chairman. Oh, chairman, your man be wa hwe ya wo kwa na wa hwe ya wo de akofra busuani. Wa hwe na de akofra busuani. But ade we no anibra e ba sa ade we hu no. Enye abusuasem. Want to me at the kwaye mu say kwaye. Now want to me ama enkrofo sika se mon kwaye demonstration. Na ga se nipa nya aboa nka nipa be di sangwase ase wo okromu a omo di boni bebre en omo no a chase kreti eya enema ye se o man we ya yetimi no eniafo anu o ma cha omo mienu wo de wo kwa ndisi na mesome kwa MPP na ye hunu se de ebesi ade agro na fa. Yeah, that is what is happening. Oh my team sa Pacho me dase operations kakra bi hwe trucks are cover port ti just imagine sir omo yi sade we nyina ade akogu ewuram Edebe ne besi wo wura mu. Imagine so mo yi we nyina ade akogu wuram ade ne besi wo wuram ho. And Mr. Transport Minister, I am glad say at least you were one minister ye ka asem kire no a odiso na otu ho anamo. Comrade Joe, go beyond just somewhere CZ a excavators no. Mon check a here for dia. Let's track them. Omo boys gurem. Omo boys kusu ye langa da juma. MPP4 boys kusu ekuratuo. Ene nam krom no mu din kwase asem. Yenim course no, but a true tribal issue. And you know, unim, you can only discuss it also with your tribesmen. Ewa them not more din, but yenim ade cry koso. The Brenwa ya Zango boys, eya na baumia yusu omo. Yenim, we know, and we know their affiliations. We know. And they are still walking around threatening people. We know. One kobush. We know. Boys for binu okay say NDC we need for people galam say site bi wo bono omkokum wo mu owura mu no with a pickup white no and crofo no omkokum wo mu no what is here come asem bi wo Ghana. But some boys no me NDC 4 boys omo we no emu two. Why na kum omo? Why na kum omo? Oh, say why here enti na major radio suba no. Why here wo de abufuo be ka asem bi? Because niema ye huni the things, the kind of information we are picking is so dirty. I mean, I was not trained. I was not brought up like, oh, I am a party. I was not brought up like that. You find some corrupt people trying to let you behave so. Me, ya ngomesa, me ya santini ya ntetemesa. Yes, I need catch me. What is wrong is wrong. What is right. And if we can use politics, to fix our country, and you fix you. The only way out is to use politics to fix our country. But in an attempt to fix our country, you don't talk ill about where you belong to. And it's sad. Sometimes you sit back and you watch and you ask yourself, really? It's so sad. When society becomes so mad about money, everything is about money. Give me money. Let me have money. Let me gather money. Everything is about money. Who has more cash to show? So society drew some level, no, where people believe that yes, they are cash. We are dead and gone. Common sense, logic is thrown to the dogs. Ya tu nyansa adwene nokra emudie ya to agu nkraman ho na nkraman ne mprako tietia so. Endi di o ka nokra no ho ahi obi ka chem se Bobie unim se obema nkrofo atai wo NDC mu all time se say na nipa no mehwe tribe ofiri mu o ka sa e ka de ka me ka chem se wo ta asantini ameme fa ho bai me gina so sa na me side phone to so. Now, so next time we are penny as my catcher on a bay on one. What time and so what? Your best Minister Joe and Amontona or to Yape. Any palm did not go to port or no, me, but Yape. Yanit saying a panel. A young man cry and the excavator na ba Jireno Katawanina Jireno We just want to save a country. Finish. Simple. Look, one day, by the next 25, 30, 40 years, we will go, we will leave this land. Let's have some impact, positive impact on society. And Sanya from my way, Mako. Yenya positive impact and Sanya ko. Yes, Sikadi will be a baby. Make up na me yes mepe. E kwan papa so. Fa kwan papa so. Enya sika. Pati. Fa kwan papa so. Na kitu bi no ekura no. Ye noa na ye odia. Ose mana toye. Omo mo fa kenta akese kwase bi no. Omo anya bebre. Na omo mo fa keto bi no so no. Omo anya keto bi. Na so obia emeye. Said na ho di si faaye. To make me as a sescal politics, me who perform as a sescal politics, Musa, old age, now a here or more, or move, no more we young affair. I've seen it. I've seen it. Me who perform as a sescal politics, Musa. Ebi mabu badam, ebi ma yare basa. Ebi ntimi form mampie. Enipa mienu na send me message about Dumso. And I think say my main cousin will be Energy Minister Jinapo. Eni Rajo Mahama. Jinapo na I can say maybe or concentrate or adwuma yeso. But look, Mesa Jinapo beto no energy ministry no. So wakase obiebie ni nyina so a you won't tell Jinapo say on for 4 months and fix it adia omodi 8 years asay no. You won't do that. But Jinapo no akoka yebeka say wadidi Ghana for atem. But that is the reality. Shangwasi asema na podu mutra hodi ye. Enye ayi mensia na podi akata ni a ono su frachem. Ega obi tse na ponke so dem. Go to ECG. Go and see the road. Yeah, me wa a committee no a omote ye. Omote ye so mo investigate ECG procurement ene de keka ho no. Me wa report ni bi. Me kai na 3 days na adwuna me kai ye. Uko share report no nsemu ewo mu a you be shocked. Uko share niema omo ye mess ya Jinapo beto ya. But as usual Jinapo nye obi a opekasa bebre. Min kaso on pekasa say on kasabat. I think maybe or kasa no be distracting no. And I agree with him on that. Inti on focus but say Jinapo say or si abonten pa kire niema akoso energy ministry MPP fo be dwan okrum ha they will run me see ECG report no Jinapo pa on ye press conference no on breaking it down kire Ghana for no mu nkwasi asema nkrofo we yadi nka Ghana fo be pam omo so mo ye MPP ni first nkrofo mbesi abonten say galamsey a boys be go womu civilians or citizens citizens be go womu gwatro bi okrom ha on be dwane what destroy our mind 8 years then you come and stand there and tell us omo hwe ya said the boys abafo nya bro omo hwe ya adia NDC form entiminya no ordinary citizens be sia womu okrom aye womu duka bia ebe yo womu ni who the 8 years a destroy our mind say within 4 years which don't come kwasi asem akufo do Jimmy fo we kwasi ampani we kwasi we na no man so we to be the eight solid years aside Ghana, then within 4 years you are there talking nonsense. Yes, you talk nonsense. You see, sometimes you na me kra me hu de entina ya na nipa mpeso obeba adwuma no. They insult John. Akwa bi ha. Akwa Jimmy Fobi. And this ni Jimmy Fobi. E ya oba page ya. Akwa ba akukra so ba bebu sabi. I adenti na your friend say your friend say also the identity katachie demonstration na katachie demonstration memfa ba anko boni trim nkuno memfa ba anko boni trim enkuno enanu aga bi wache da ku di ni birthday anya ndisi for na call a party na say wa bodam o katachie free aguna mimi free asante mampon memfa ba anko boni trim na de onu free bole esia bole dia oni nkodi agro do free bole e wa ndisi musia do free bole e wo MPP mo no ni nkodi agro na me de me no me free asante mampo katachie free aguna entimi fa ba nkonkobo ni trim wa boa unya ndisi ni awagimi a onka sa asem we da bole ni kosia bole ni ndisi ni MPP ni a oni ni nkodi agro. The same people are insulting your mama. Your friend say Gabi wati daku last week. Kwa the party as kwa nkrofo a NDC for aneguo. Me to party obi beba. Me to party da me frɛ obi a. Obi beba. Na de ofri bole sia bole ni a ono ahusu asia ni nua. Me free asante mampo me hu aguna ni a me de onya me nua. Eya na mo free say asante fo ya jimi. Mo free say nim nyansa. Nim nyansa. Bedru baby chroma politics e better tribal. Hey, obi a pre no hunu ni nua. No hunu say me nua nie. Dia wo ne no kwa e kwa pre ye no. Osia ni krom ni a no amu hunu say wo no ya asantini gira nchen. Na me nua mra. Yes. Me tell one of the oil companies adie bi a ekoso ho, you be shocked. Na sabe mimi free asante mampon ba me Kwabena maguna. Enti mimi de mimi nua de mimi mfa de nkobo ni trim nkuno. Oba NDC a omode no akwa omode omo frɛ me. Wo mo frɛ me busa me. Moda mutiti bufie na mudidi mia. Na mo keka nkwase asem. Muti mufie na mudidi mia na keka nkwase asem. Me de me mfa ade nkobo me nu atrim. Na obi kosia ono ne de no ni agro. Sir, I see. Say at the end of the day, we kwa share your chromo. Kwa share. Ade Van Dam now o Gabi birthday as we don't end this ni. Na this ni bia no onya end this ni. Now pedia wo. Oh nyansa. Oka nyansa wasma. I was there. No NDC member was there. Onya end this ni. Onya end this ni. Now the oya there wo. Oh now here there oh. One nyansa. Nyansa asa adwene no mo ha. Me pa cho fa financial intelligence document na to ma me. Magdan. When say and I know Magdan. There be na me catch me near Magdan say Magdan. Ade a wo ye no problem beba. Me de ma party. Na me catch Magdan. Say Magdan. Adia we no problem beba. So this is Financial Intelligence Center Ghana, and this document another date say 24th. Sorry, right? Okay, so another 24th. So that document way is dated 22nd 4th 2025. Right? 22nd April 2025. Financial Intelligence Center Ghana. So your friend say a document Magdan request for information and me pacho intelligence received by the FIC indicates that your outfit received and paid various sums of money to several entities between January 2020 and December 2024. Pursuant to Section 36 and 37 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act 2020, Act 1044, kindly furnish us with the following particulars. All electronic fund transfers conducted by your outfit from January 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2024. Point 2, copies of checks issued to third parties during the aforementioned period. Point 3, the financial institutions used to make the payments in question. Kindly note that pursuant to Section 37(4) of Act 1044, a response within 7 days would be much appreciated. Signed by Chief Executive Officer Albert Kojo Chumbuafo. And on this note, Mamembo Kojo Chumbuafo Abaso. You see, we need men with courage to face those who claim say omono aye ejuma enye sika Ghana ha. And people like Kojo Chumbuafo ema yemu bi at least, and then for the first time now me home premise me be ejuma because you feel like yes, something is going on. Something is going on. And this is Magdan. Adia we not be a catcher Magdan. Say Magdan. Adia na wo kwesi AJ jaitie free akwa. Never you have break free akwa. Idiot. Hey. Akwa bi also kwesi AJ block the free so ko. Yini free so. Mvaso abena also. Take him off. Take that guy off. Kwesi AJ, take him off. Kotie ba before fro obi answer. You see, look, adi when you catch Magdan say Magdan, adia o ye no ubesia o meter one day, and here you are, and here you are. Any Omode Adiano call 22nd, right? And now 24th. In the case 5 days for him to respond. Information I had to say or say unresponded. But win him. Madam will be joking, and I'm telling you, Kojo Chumbuafo betre ni bibi. Kojo Chumbuafo obetre Madam Bibi, small one. They are joking with Kojo Chumbuafo. They are joking with him. They are just joking with him. Look, that guy, when it comes to, radical movement, maybe because I'm a radical. Yes, because probably I'm a radical. Intimate I like his approach. But Magdan Akwabia ono okosi dan okowia abaya sase ewo tema na TDC for koya ai ono say okobua JM campaign so okoya de o and I'm saying who kobua who this kobua JM campaign and then sank ya de you do asase bi aso ade atwa bi me look onipa MPP ni on onipa MPP ni nye nipa so oni ne ka se ma say oni ne ka ne boko they don't know them and kojo chumbuafo Madan prepare na dia eba no eso bro you are my brother you know I like you a lot me pewasem yes me pe Madan asem because Madan na onya politics o Madan enya politics the man ni ye me hu de Madan ehun ye me nim ad onipo convince no ni nyina gabi ochire da ko defo yai Madan ye wadwuma tena o baby ye wadwuma ena omo ye dada o ena omo ma trade fair company CEO ena trade fair company no onipa a wodidi nani no ene sa nipa no ona ye yoko boss Madan wonu said the wi city wan se me ka kire mo se mo hwe yi onipa a wo yusu eye now ye CEO nti na me political position me say look at say the way I was say mobo on se Madan say why mobo o lawyers no a ye kasa no mo toto o mo nsa left right center no where are they unim say Madan lawyers ne half adwane agya no yes omko e bi shift ko NDC say a game omuko rewuramu emfa me ho but the only person that I know and I trust kojo chumbuafo Madan motam wo say G string cry be woro anasa wo say boxer shorts so a wode anwa begu mo de motam to say de oba abob wonya bra ni mense saba motam Madan motam I'm telling you some of us we know what is coming a best shock you second letter no fatoso and the information we are having is that Madan only a friend say Akwawe needing to say ADB wouldn't say ADB in Madan I get $10 million everywhere even documents documents to cover it so $10 million no I have problem can Oforiata end on any yes no oh yes enocho Kwajo Chumbuafo is a no nonsense guy sa for no near pe shejing na oh mema too Pate mema too anonymia ninya the same thing okay check date two dates ninya party two number is to check dates ninya mama here also my freezy you want to me any account mining account okay that one let me leave it ye ka sam kiremo the same one ye ka sam kiremo you decided say wuntie the open na obeye and I know from the transport ministry sir Madan transport ministry no so private airport no domestic one on the private man no yes omoje transport ministry neje omoje ubaya na asesa police for edi wachi menamfo for soldier for bi na ye wi ni foforo no baby na meko Bobie da omo se soja atare uko baabi ayenko na mse me ko baabi ayenko se me hwan na me ne ko so koke e na hwan na me ne wo adwade bi di mi kroma me no obi antwa sase o manso me no obi me ni obi a me nkodi obi yire me nkodi obi ga achi me no bia ni bibia ka wo kroma na me namo a me di soja ni adi machi na da NDC be free power so adan me dey me nua bia MPP wo power na tuo border ta so sa na so be ma ade we ye bi do yi koyi tuo no to na da MPP be free so no woni ba bia afa koyi fa to din na dwene ho jiwani be ma de bobra na jiwani simple. What is it? Bobra jiwani the obeti ya man ye create a good future for them, create a good future for society. You die and go, that's it. No tetia Magdan utetia nkrofoso na me catch Magdan. And look, I will say this and still I'll talk to Magdan because I want Magdan to become a better person. He is my friend. I won't shy away. He is my friend. Me pena 17 na me kana sem. Ene yetwe ene yetwe ayi nitiwu ene me nua nitiwu me testi nitiwu ani edi nkomo. Yes, he is my brother. He is my brother because me hunu say me nkodu obi achi ni obi an konkonya problem. Enipa no politician no ukodi na chi ni MPP ni ya no obi akonya problem no. Ade be chu be ko no ne netewo. However, say a bonin kwa dia me catch no na me kan woni pam. Me catch say nitu say nitu. Ade a woto as defense minister ya no Debbie nitu Debbie obeka dem. Na say me ni di nkomo me say remind no na me catch say wahu asema na me catch on nitu. Also no Bobie see then I'm so me I don't have any problem that we need to coexist. That's the only way I bet me develop Ghana. But se on saka power. Na se power no on saka no. Usu debate tie nipa kon so a e be free on sa da bi. Hey. NDC no mu kra no. Enya Rollins na party no kra no. Edru ba bi no ogina nchen. Na Tamils ne nkrofo abefa. Enya sa. Messi man now so that say kokwanyi do ebaba baba ya ndisi tamfo womo so omone mails nante ye eduru baby na bi gina nchen na jo mama so aba Messi jo mama beko ebi be gina nchen obi fufuro so baba be take over ono so no yesi na ohini bi ba ya ono de na onim Joseph MPP ne nkrakofo nyakofo ne nkrofo satan wana ne powerful che Dr. Anane kwadwo mpiani ala nkrematen akofo do ba ye afede ala waja MPP ala waja MPP ba omiaso secretary Jeffrey Ninsemo say so political positions and those things chale eba be do nsemu a unu adili ya tobo. Why? Political position e be do nsem na unu adili ya tobo na be ya mobo da bi ubetimi aye mobo da bi madam me catch re o me traffic dey we so catch re for almost 2 years that madam be careful, madam be very very careful. Madam, prove to us that $10 million from ADB. Prove to us. Me catch there, bro. Me catch there, bro. Your business, call baby. Your business, call baby. Your business, di kakra. Enidi bebre. Asante for your baby. You say, abuwa kwa kuwa matriso. No bomophobia there. Enti abwa kwaku aka trace when wo didi kosa onim se obofo te ba bi din tu de didi kwa na me catch you say your business nyame yi wadum na onya taku sempo bi eja onya 3 bedrooms bi edura nyumre no nsia 637 wa gigatum ni o jira musa ya giga mambo no by 12 a.m. 1 a.m. naturally say sorry kai garo hima ubwa da te da ka da bu na jane na okro no and I said there be what the other one son on nine or no nyina benu numa sesa bebre if you say a young one when yate e wo wiase awia minimum be bibi and awia e extraordinary kra e mame and a special day e mame na nyame nko a special day e ma me pacho nyame nko na special day mame a special day ma ahotefo ne ene ampaya edwa kra ene ampaya ebedwa and a special day. Yes, of course. I know what I'm talking about. That today na be special day. Emma Ghana for, Emma NDC for, Emma Eastern Region. So whom Emma XYZ. Moga, you there? Miawani mamenhwe miawani me pato fatoso pato we ya on fatoso na me nya de ene aye ora Julius Debra a birthday ene Dr. Julius Debra birthday chief of staff ene aye birthday and I want to for any budget. And now, Julius Debra birthday. And baby, Bia, Yera, Ewobiano, Yamani Trimqua, Yamanaiko, and the Mayadi Kakrebi. And me ya de kakra bi Ghana ni bia wo follow me ne ema aye chief etrinkwa ema ye enya enim se nyame chief pacho Bobie ni
okay I say
boko chief pacho chief oba Bobie enemesi afinshia pa on Accra FM afisa mre na nyame ama wonkwa no amo ahoden no ase ama onyinkire ye nyina ye ma happy birthday sir everybody shall be brave amen yeah that's it amen ora Julius Debra and you're wishing a happy birthday, no? And yes, of course, he deserves it. Why you be? And let me just do this, my favorite song for him, Kofi Kinata. Domboko. And chief of staff birthday.
And then funny crown and maybe.
Oh, okay.
And JD.
Yeah.
Said the Ghana any Tiano.
Yeah.
Julius Debra is the first chief of staff. What me back from one to the level of grassroots.
Yeah.
From up a Robertin and as a chief of staff. Now say you what did you mean? A yen is all make up from Ghana, no Babeka. Or don't you him crowd here or not Ghana for penny anymore. Oh no. For the new crowd, man will be a who course. But chief of staff Julius Debra say governance. And ya di who be a binding in an say a awesome. Nah,
but yeah, my name say yeah, chief of staff in Ghana. What call first chief of staff?
Asaba.
Not party Nasiaba power.
You see that. President Kwabena president. The first chief of staff na nyako pieni. The first chief of staff na eji kutanko bichi bilamti.
Yeah.
Eti no befa kodum pieni.
Yes.
Okofa Professor Mills. Yera Newman,
Martin.
And then chief of staff.
Yeah.
Mahama eba first. Na Prosper Bani.
Yeah.
Ena esanse Prosper Bani no one said that ente how Ghana politics. I said that yeah, Juma, the disconnect between the government and the party and the grassroots, no. I know she and my party in the government in unpopular. By the time I'm realizing it too late. And what they appointed Julius Debra.
Yeah, don't go obey you bet me.
Or by you know, he tried to stabilize things, but not the best saying. Now, for the past 8 years, even in opposition, Julius Debra was still the chief of staff to Mahama.
Yeah.
There's no event. Mahama Bekwa Julius Debra. You want Crawford Bria, no more Ben Mahama. Ewana Bemu. No, they were closer to Mahama than even Julius Debra and to say Bear appointing.
But Wasumo.
So Sam Crawford in Yano. Mahama and co-opposition Pono Moda or Machimano. But Julius Debra is the
Baba Kamara, you one.
They be Amikase.
Baba Kamara.
They be Amikase. Ghana politics, especially NDC. Yeah, politicians will be mafia. What they say they are not neko. But say Nigeria, Kababa Kamara and Kwaida free system no. Because you can't Baba Kamara de Mahama. Edit say wa. Kababa Kamara by this time I was saying Kono Ankas wo twa ne ho asukura free Ghana. Nanso mama anya sankrofo bi. Ene ono anu koku ti awa wi ntino. Minim se otimi da ne dem mpodi a se Ghana potimi tena dia.
No,
I don't know. Enti nkrofo no mo ben Mahama dodo no ada na o machi Mahama. But Julius Debra is the one. I am very loyal, even in opposition. We have a lot of people under Mahama, they became millionaires. The government make sure some business is successful, including even MPP. To be Mahama made them millionaires. But when NDC co-opposition, where were they? Julius Debra has been there, apart from being loyal to John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. The finances to the party are unmatched. Julius Debra was the first person on Mame Misika 10,000 Ghana cedis. Oh, meba would they say skaba me de skapa. First trip I'm organizing. Oh, Eddie Kwajo Makati Bachamfo Sebiga team in our court Chimai. Oh, Emia 2020 was sponsored by Julius Debra.
And yes, he come out. What can you ask one can you? When you Crawford Julius Debra as sponsor in politics Ghana.
Good.
Debut now your campaign now year from 2016. Remember 2016. So at that time I'm media many different 2008. Edeba. And in yes sir obedi chief of staff now you. Debbie.
That is it.
From 2008
in government in opposition. Still,
and yes,
and it's one person. It doesn't matter your status.
Yeah. Even 2016, Yanko campaign ma appointee Bia and Freya say, oh, Bobie, any team amonam. ɛyɛ me contribution me de ebony
never. Not even when our approaching the panel for support.
On few cry. Julius Zebra Basha Wafrel. Mumra, Namuway. Say, ye day, a day na ye. Uber won't cockrano or Bemo.
I mean, come across a mitro. 2020. No, why Sabrin and the brother Frimo. Namin Kufi Cochiano. And I'm a friend. And I'm so person, a Beffy Betchiano, no Sophie, and I'm a coy. Me call it what did you come am nini me no and I'm say chief na election that was 2020 say stations here and him say April NDC do no na yakaya no atum e de na ye ma message na call from ho information centers no so waka se mo wo plan bia na so me my design no that is it na me so my design proposal na bra why na me the next day na me wo proposal no so the man no less than a month or frame no release this car say yanko ye ko do techimai ye adwuma no we so not akra no monitor de ekoso nyina onim enti by the time I beba no kuta wonim adwuma ya ye onim e ka che say yemra na meboa ho ne yanko the next place onim ye ko central region ye ko short to petrol
ye nie
oni jemba campaign we invite on office and of fuel from there yes I go back to Techiman you could do 1 month from November to December you fujoe omo banking case woni GMB campaign me call ye or self fuel
me say ono any nipa you can just sit somewhere a whole chief of staff no what to abandon say bema and nadia wow sorry you say Bobie who there you know
say obe send Julius Debra message na edit 2 days or a day non responding ye say obe friend went to me and fa now one call you back after 24 hours and you're possible now the money any kakran say they say I cry will be kai Kwabena any fee o ko Julius Debra officer by the time we don't know we peer page na negate no e twen o kwa no na so refi na kunyama be bie door na ma no a different person
me say ye nuano mo nketenkiti ya o manya CEO ni ade kura no so omu bi kasa ho kura no a
ana me say
me ba omu bi kasa ho a any ministers nkete obi to bi kasa ho te say me to be sure omu sam we minim way back from asempa from nketenkete bi ni wo
ye nuanom CEO nketenkiti ya mba me dem akase ya na was support o man na ma asafoje edamufo
another nice guy
another nice guy some of these young boys yamomu CEOs ye bompai so munsa sidi no said okay most of them we give them the opportunity pointing krana na me say ma send bi message congratulate no send na no be hu message or be message no kra ka say thank you my brother not talk about call
let's leave it
hey radio
obunim say to me and council
BBC bro for right for your when you anyway babe chia na be chia
anti ye nyina ye campum ni achia
congratulations I'm happy happy but party baby be koso no mama yehu
menya sure say the way almost tight no bibi chief
chief would minim so I busy ye betuma
aka ye nyama no chief ye
yes ye be amano I'll be in charge of events location
okay
logistics ni nyina me in charge of drinks
me hwe empire boy be Mr. Medwan no
me dey ma wo dey na drinks for drinks
yempa nkola ni bi dey fam
na list we making sure say obenya
guest female guest
yes David obenya special guest on make grace okay just my cat be bouncer
be power be
na no nyina nye na no oh no na o hwe na no nyina na be say one kasa you are not invited
yeah
kwajo e bo ade obey MC the abandon. Now answer the beko issues. Mame more unimonyanfo Kwabena Minta Akando Abaso.
Yeah.
As a minister for health.
Tamale.
Yes, me born Abaso. You see, President Mahama Kasembi. Ghana all kind of cry is where the atem.
Yes,
I said Ghana for a real fearsome. And indeed, Ghana for a real fearsome. Yes, it's a come a nada. And yet, if you are not a person, share Unumunyan for Kwabena Minta Akando. In opposition, as a ranking member on Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, single-handedly, take you upon himself. Eputi Akufo-Addo Abai and the Minister of Health then to account. And make sure one, a honorable Kwabena Minta Akando and a call Kolebu in opposition. Eko who say omo elevator enye adwuma. Okodu ye no, esanse na Akufo-Addo build strong men instead of strong institution. And the management then at Kolebu prevented Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando to perform the rightful and constitutional duty as a parliamentary oversight, because no one say or expose the ineffectiveness any road to Eko so Kolebu. Oko hospitals also are elevator now no. It's not there for luxury. A very crucial service as far as health delivery is concerned. Obi kwa hospital no. What wheelchair mu. Obi ntumi nante. Obi wo hwa nipa mienu asonensa ene agina baba de nako. Obi ye de na hyekire ne de neko. Kolebu dan tintintin who expect say saya de for no yamfa ne mfa staircase ne nko. There be anything a elevator no. But sa elevator ni say si ho no mo ano monye. Ono abo Kwabena Minta Akando in opposition and it call ho control light. Aye wu how you will be resisted by a Kolebu management then. At the end of the day, video ni ba abonte no less than 24 hours and you fix here. Ono abo Kwabena Minta Akando and the call say wa Kumase military hospital. A brand MPP abain air conditions are fixing you now, matutuni na twitwi cables. Beggar proof you know matutuni na. Or call ya preventing. But the end of the day he managed Emma Ghana phone how Akufo-Addo MPP to that hospital na Mahama Shas it's about 85% complete. The naka air fitting sanya many naso na omakra container baby go on moi MPP jaye. The same Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando in opposition. And Emma who say the bank hospital, Bank of Ghana Hospital. Yes, see I be enya juma. Okay. Obora he was prevented yet oboremu. Eyimfoni Ghana phone nyina wi. Wo yes ade no anche and Akufo-Addo yes o ma bi hospital. Nemom hospital na o ma bi no. Ministers omo yade COVID VVIP yam form nko ne nkosa omo yade. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando in opposition showed leadership. Say ono eba na pomudin sam so a onfa ni agro. And a Ghana phone say yes, sa na ato aba man kwasiafo no yimfin pa we sent monkeys to do best job because appointing Obi to say Kwaku Agimamanu as a health minister, somebody who cannot think properly. First time in the history of Ghana, Bodamni, mentally derailed person, a minister for health. Now it means indeed we sent monkeys to do best job. And a Ghana for Twaba, the man John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. And a President Mahama 2 million Ghana for the Amano. What point be the Amma Udmonyan for Kwabena Minta Akando? Say a Jumapana washa siano twaso because Ghana for yen shady. And Udmonyan for by washa so ye Juma. Now no rage ya the Kwajiwamo, Ninchawan my rage, no about one announce. Rage ya the Kwajiwamo. Now I bedu Tamale teaching hospital. No I be won say mo ya hospital anana adia bakwa hospital went to me anya kra na enye ahonidie. Because ya dia ye nyina eyefin And into hospital, ye border row, and when you personal hygiene. Now I call a whole teaching hospital, regional hospital, a teaching hospital, a child doctor for the oho. Na omo high chese, washroom cranye, and when you basa. Na minister can. Na wo aya fa wo asa wo na medical doctor wo na wo hwa hospital no so no minister kan waka minister esa na de afa why aniamo ho nsem na minister ayi wadi a men kwati a yese doctors omo Tamale teaching hospital say omo ko strike because eye nipa na oda ho no no ye yi na firi ho o doctor ni bia swan say najuma woye ne se obaje nkwa enti se o doctor that hospital na nya adwuma na buy fire no wo business ne saying say o ka chen se wo nya adwuma na wo nya Dr. Thomas Anaba as MD Director Edmund Rich Hospital wono ene hwe ye supervise ye MEC the Rich Hospital a 10 key project ne say eda contractor na beka se masida na wie no na odiki ni ma wa ubie do no say ya mokwa akoye adwuma bibia ye ready wona see hospital awia kete na kufu adopamo no. Did you hear any doctors or health professionals from Rich say omo embark on strike because Dr. Thomas Anaba has been fired? Never. Enti Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando yi yawa doctor fo be bra o ma wie school a o mutifia o munya adwuma nyeye o mu se ya Ghana fo doctor ni bia wo so ko strike because doctor director no da hospital na anya na adwuma yi abanya yi na die no doctor ni bia wo se ko strike on nya adwuma ayade fo on hwe o mo no sebi it's time wa o mu so betena ba betena fie no ma home. They need to rest. Now, omo matena fie for so long. Omo hwehwe abadwuma munya bie no. Let them also go and work. The Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando ye no. Or ye in the interest of we Ghanaians ye ye hiafo. Because ye in ye Kokolebu Hospital, ye in ye Courage, ye in ye Tamale Teaching Hospital. Ono Kwabena Minta Akando no kra no. Se bi pempe so odu betime decide so on government hospital. Obeko specialized hospital. And whatever he's doing, or in our behalf. So let nobody support whatever the doctors in here. How can a whole regional hospital and when dear crowd to me new na MPP is telling HSA or order minister say 24 hours already stated this dismissed director no na o apologize when this same MPP and we are getting omuyi Dr. Thomas Anaba from Rich but with no apology
but honto ono doctor no one ura kando enya asa akatafa no o say enyema akwaso hospital no hono nyene mfomso Nemum no amenities somebody be adwuma anymore. Obi bebusa a very nice question on Facebook. Or say, I don't know when you say what so many years. None your mom when they be adwuma ni when I won't resign. I don't want to resign.
And now me no kasi onumunyan for Kwabena Minta Akando or Tamale Teaching Hospital and then yama wo de akoma o mo no.
Yeah.
Because me boss wa anya nyama.
I know. But when him say obi anfiwa I don't want to resign.
Simple. Because we salaries.
Resign. So resigning.
And what for me kaba? And to me health minister kaba this time start striking doctors ni na by this time all of them. Fire them. You are doctor for baby.
When him say Nkoma mudie my do mo su kopen. Na nipa bibini ye wudi ni a onwe ne yonku bibini ho onwe ono ane ho. Edu ba bia ye ne emmoa susuye da entemu ane sa abo anim kasa yenso so nipa aboa de o kasa
ensusuye da entemu se yenti aboa kasa omo kasa ba ye ne yenti omo kasa
ti a yenti nti ne yeso omo kasa se kasa de obi kana wonti a wonti ene je se unim kasa nipa bibini ye wicked nipa bibini hwese se John Kwabena ya yo fa Sejon any Ghana Medical Association for penny for akushia wo Afrikiku omutimechi o Kwabena omutimechi na omudi nkomo se me so Sejon no sabre no na MPP no enti no onwe da se we dey me bo your friend say kukufu bo
me katamechi
ti afi na omu speak freely ena afi enkofo we eye awe say omu ko strike kwara enam so ma menu aba ku afie ka baabi okaya e basa no ena me ko file legal suit say adokutafo a omu ko strike yi ade a omu bu say free do mahama ban ho a condition of service Kwabena why na ho boaso na kwantwe wo my we mu a on here condition of service some preferential treatments are the doctor for Kwabena sabi men kase eya me fechen say doctor ni o wa bruchira na manoni enya but I have so much belief say a doctor for ketua sakra na Kwabena
but somebody has nothing to do with
no maybe I'm just giving us some background as to how negligence what that health sector
okay
wabra uko ko nipa yare o wabra wo ye nipa when na me call court dey na me call court no srebo ni nuanom o makofa gari ni mako on ba bia jimi ni free gari ni mako na ya Ghana Medical Association for lawyer ekufodo na asoma na tua ne ka say omo no nko strike na say me list of the o makofa court a omra me defend om ekufodo pe president 2016 no ena me koye na fortunately unfortunately that day no na omo na omo ko strike no the striking doctors no baako oba wakodi aduane amana fane yam a owu wakam kwe she found herself at the 37 military hospital prior to the publishing of that news no or the front page of the Daily Graphic no na adokota fo mienu a menamfo no ene omo baako ye minimum department omhwe sa ye fun yare ne nyoma no omo frame say enkofo na omo hospital omo so omo strike no na wo bo omo achi da bia wo ye hu interview kasa bebrebe no ba kwa yare abaha ana me fa news for na me se me do omo ko me duro no se da bi patients were hunting fa cameras ne omo nwura ho but they got a story published into me page a story no and me dey chere judge na oti adwam ono so your ba. And I'm saying, my Lord, everyone here is a potential patient. It does not matter who. Because Dr. Nina oko strike in Impono. Yanko poetry aneka. I'm on so area oko seeking medical attention at another hospital. And my Lord, say because of the Hippocratic oath now, Masuen Intino, omo ye essential service workers. And to omo timi nko strike. Na mo negotiation bi a omo ni abanye na se obesha aban so say aban so see to it say ono so negotiations ono omo ye no omo kwatena so no omo nya my lord these are my reliefs omo hu say judge ni bebu aten no they have to come to me for a plea just so that judgment ni dey end but omo say they have called off the strike they have no jani o me so ntino. Once they called off the strike,
yeah, that's it.
Since that time, I'm not even call strike them because they can't. I'm copy. I will resurrect it. And then I will name say doctor, who person be doctor no, who salary ni, who new ma ye de be ma unie. Kwabena obi person ye posi, obi person ye soldier, obi Ansah say kwaya doctor.
So
and your man our facilities ni Kwabena how many times? And I want to say doctor be. Watimi ababontia be ka che Ghana for say mu na ye hwemo wo de awon nyini hu firi mo no de Nyankopon nti wonyare wo ye doctor nti wonyare mu na ye hwemo mo kura mu nti na ye she da ko school ye enye ye ntia na mo kan tra ban say enioma ye de hwemo no sinto wom condition of service there, what Jamaica will have strike. Dear, what if I had to Mamma Nipanana Yarano, one call strike. Also, what Jimmy? What Jimmy? Wait, Sadia way, said me, many health minister, man, the front page story. Sani Pano Yayinedino or Kobe beer all over the world will be a father.
Because Obaya complain.
Because we are more than a criminal.
Yeah, Obaya complain. Emma Ghana for after all these years, and I learned say almost for over 5 years. Sure. And for 5 years now, one kashi what finum to the extent say former Northern Regional Minister Abadri.
Yes.
Abakatre say. Na unim dia ya me nwanwa wo ho. Honto. Sir Sika wo the free MPA ko. And they don't do anything about it. Yenu Penny Kwame Sefakan was the negotiator and was aware. Into the near cost what Tamale Hospital wouldn't you know. Obeji Sikani said he was aware. No, sir, according to Abajino, incubator. Kwame Sefakan no born a man. And Kwame Sefakan Mustafa made Kokasai. So they managed to get them some small money. Sell Monfa and to Tony Emma. And the time Onunya leak ni say afedie encrofono.
Before you proceed, can I ask a question?
Okay.
The money, the small money they got, no. Auditor, any editor, Bemu, and I say.
The mamina can me catch.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I won't read ni post. Okay, so mamini post no say. Obi what teaching hospital. And then pa chrono ban inbox mo so ye adwuma wo na niema ekoso no ano ohye basa no so okay nti oye se ofrefre ne nkrofo ano mo MPP aban mo free area ono se omomoa no mo pace kakakra koy omo this kind of coin after some time then they realize that enipa chrono say I friend say ade no omo this kind of buy no omo nkoto you yeah. Sir, Doctor, we are. I can't do anything.
Yeah.
And guess what? Them.
Oh, now Kwabena.
Based on my minister, maybe 80 1 man got talk. And my minister fair. We know ye ankran crave for bisika. And no afraid Kwame Sefakan. Say, oh, one hospital or omu hiam wakakra. To say MP a bit near support to no, why not? So Kwame lobbied for them. And Mustafa made releases Kama Hospital, no, and it's kind of Kodru,
which was a good gesture.
Yes. Kind of Kodru. Mimi problem with Kwame is that so all these years not only more problem, not to where you break the 80. Not only more problem because me say many boy institution be aswa nkwasi asamo kwaswa me ba betra aka wa bube funu me mfa ho me enyama se yeah me obufu mi me mfa ho se me mesre waduane me ma ofie me what da kese na wasi no me nda room ba kokora mu right enti omo je sika no omo anya na nipa korona sa kwete ho ma me no enti nipa korona kwete ho ma me no yes okwete ho ma me no ya na ma me no anu esi kwa so na okọ right ma me no akọ ho okwa hospital no afa die enkra wo de ma no ne say ene ma so mo to no is in dollars yeah it's in dollars enti no but cities no mo de buy enti any almost anyo mo sika and they return the money back to MPA coffers. Oh, say Doctor no abodam we abodam ni complete we MPP former minister na account
we go share the hospital no wo pania what the preco pania be wo
or say but see no mo koto no in Dallas inti quoting Dallas inti cities and MPA they buy no what me see return sika no back to MPA coffers say omo do omo so omo nye and omo Tamale hospital complaining say eniema anyho na omo unim omo so omo strike no and guess I can't do sack omo nyina based on this confessing every former minister hono na media ni bia obetimi atrase akase ade we ade papa no what bodam
yes emre bi on kwara me ma another scenario the eboama discipline course e wo KMA me ofa akosi agima me ne de ko aduma ɛna painter for mo e painti on sa pavement ho ya na de akaru na de painti no sanko for this omo co strike kabra we na use do we of so pe show o say okay a painters no mo posim be co strike ni nyina mu ko gina ha eno mu nyina ko gina ho no na fe wo ho a na mienu bi ayi o mo ma be gina say ye de ye nkona na ye ne obetena se aka asem o say da bi mpese mo co strike no mu nyina ha na mo amoso so no se ne etie ya na betie me nsesa hwe mo betena mu saa mo so so mu nyina na kakra bi no me 28 na be se 4 e ko gina say so mo de on be ye adwuma ne saa and at the rest of 24 no mo ko gina so person ko strike na ko say okay mo strike na mo pese mo kono for how long o say copy say e be solve problem no say okay and the problem ye nya solve biem ntino mo nyina ya yimadi no twa mo din free KM mu and o say wa wo nua bia o pese o ye painter no na ogi say sika we na no ko fabra no ko fa o nua ba no say mo ya to market times 2 o say patriotism ti say wadwuma kra na wo ye no uhia bibia bani mentrase uni sinkonya uni menya hwe se ya wo yo madi ya mo be pa chewo no no mo sa ko fa wo hene bi bae ade a wo de yo hene no na eswani
no but I think they are not being fair.
Sani Paway, Kwabena, any kwan say health sector or qualified to be there. The only reason is that Kwabena ehono a so delicate an area say
human lives.
Human lives.
Human lives.
Now say we say be veterinary doctor pro wa akoko pani na akoko ni wu a. Kwabena, do you know the regrets they go through? Especially opa frewunu aba hanabisi omo aye training omo say o man na you know veterinary doctors no mo free Cuba na bae Kwabena say o wa akoko pani a ho what otimi de ne safe fa so te say de ye nipa emwampo. That is how far omo sua say enipa say omo aboampo eko ye friend is say pay mu o won antwe pani a otimi de ne sa to so saa etimi de cotton no de ato so no de amia say le be ya mogya nto aboa no veterinary doctor o Kwabena enye nipa doctor na so hwe obi a wo say we ya doctor hwe obi te say serebo wo ko strike me ko kan no na so kan o say ya say won ti ase akọwi nwura o yare akọwi nwura we oda so wo ho we ya doctor ni and they are playing politics with the health facilities anyway okay
na kai message
say doctor Anaba oko parliament
say na message about the contact kind message
message okay all right okay so on talk the phone number say message be also and he wants me to read it that incident which happened in Kolebu Lift. I was a victim. I was supposed to be in the theater for operation. And I was dressed to be taken to the theater, and to my dismay got to the gate of the lift from men's surgical ward and was told that the lift was not working. So I was sent to the ward. That is, I was sent back to the ward to wait for 1 week before the operation was performed. This is my number. You can call me. Okay, so
operation.
Sometimes I think, say, we should beyond the in politics, in that space. I think, say, we should be able to also find a space to do some social discussions, because these are the realities of our lives.
No, but it will come back to the same issue of politics, because you see, obi ti say nipa we na say oshia MPP ni say oye dede na say Tamale Teaching Hospital doctor be negligence obi ewu na ye yi na di nti wonte ase a onipa we ya e ka say enko bi negligence kuno no o ga so fa de monitor.
Yes, we have to also encourage, even though I didn't believe in the justice system. Now that we have a suspended Chief Justice and a new
now you believe
yes, I think we should be behaving like they should be attending court. Say sebi negligence of duty no punishable by law.
Yes.
That is what we have to be doing.
Me problem me tia me wo wi ase e wo Ghana no.
We should be going to court.
Yes, Asemwesi ewa Cry FM Studios. Mpacho bane na ho. Yes, Asemwesi wa Cry FM Studios. Na Asemwesi ene say microphone we ayira. Bobie ye say otuka e na gongo shia Bobie wo Jansen ne so. Ene ehunu say Bobie yes wo ye senior presenter wa Cry FM won na atua microphone no.
Fine, so sumo bianca.
Na yaje eye microphone no aside the ababe shim. Ena ne nam area ha Bobie awia microphone na Bobie ne na ne nam area ha obeba no aka ne ato so Jansen ho. Kwase asem no.
We should be able to punish
simple
doers.
Simple.
We should be able to sue. Me no.
Say your problem are your kroma nyina no. Punishing of wrongdoers a bad problem.
Yes.
Na omo ka bone ne kire ye. Na nipa no ye ade no ne nam ho. O do ka kire me say menye den. Ghana Bar Association. Okay, so Ghana Bar Association statement on the process for the removal from office of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, and I think probably we can pick some 1 or 2 paragraphs. Okay. So over the past 2 months, the General Council of the Ghana Bar Association has been closely monitoring developments on the process for the removal of the Chief Justice, which has culminated in her suspension by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. Per the Constitution, Code of Ethics and Regulations of the GBA, the GBA concerns itself with matters affecting the legal profession, which include but not limited to 1, defending and upholding freedom and justice in Ghana, and 2, the maintenance of the independence of the judiciary. As at 27th March 2025, when the General Council of the GBA met, 3 petitions had been submitted for the removal of the Chief Justice, and 2 cases had been instituted at the Supreme Court challenging the procedure that had been triggered for the removal of the Chief Justice, with subsequent applications for injunction of the said process. Now, the GBA is mindful of the provisions of Article 146 and 7 of our 1992 Constitution, which detail the process for the removal of the Chief Justice by providing as follows: where the petition is for the removal of the Chief Justice, the President shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoint a committee consisting of 2 justices of the Supreme Court, 1 of whom shall be appointed chairman by the President, and 3 other persons who are not members of the Council of State, nor members of Parliament, nor lawyers. So 7. The committee appointed under clause 6 of the article shall inquire into the petition and recommend to the President whether the Chief Justice ought to be removed from office. The GBA also noticed the provisions of Article 146, 9, 10, which indicate that the sittings of the committee shall be held in camera, and the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State, may suspend the Chief Justice. Where the GBA recognizes the the
actors involved.
Okay, so where the GBA also notes the provision, I've touched on that. While the GBA recognizes the constitutional prescriptions for the removal of the Chief Justice under Article 1467 to 10 of the Constitution, and mindful of the fact that presently the entire matter is
sub judice.
Okay, the sub judice. The actors involved in the whole process should have the time test tenets of the rule of law as their guiding principles in its application, and follow the spirit of the law. So it is expected that persons who play even the minute role in this process will bear in mind Article 296 of the 1992 Constitution on the exercise of discretion, and will act in a manner that safeguards and enhances the independence and image of the judiciary. Justice emanates from the good people of Ghana and is administered by the judiciary headed by the CJ. The GBA shall carry out its mandate to defend, strengthen, and enhance confidence in the justice delivery system in Ghana. The GBA shall remain the conscience of society, so it follows on and on. But contra GBA for any say yemfa
say nana mamensa enche obi na menche ati for ne ahwefo nyina wie Ghana Bar Association say I will request a dampari DNB. On say dampari or Muhu say the brass one or becono. Now more my genius di pa say contract nibu a muguso amuyo munyanyi. The Omuya the man who say Omuya lawyer to him who say they ran to court. Say court to crime preventive president from removing who and as a president kwa no more on never appointed. Omunim say e yankwasi asem. But no person mu ye bi madam pari who say sika na aka ho ne de. Enye say o ma nyanko wiri nto betimi aka so mo return is kano. Enti ashe. The same thing. Ghana Bar Association in this press statement to read ya. The akwenya sem so mati sem crofo. MP before na Ghana Bar Association mo ye day. Enti wo so mo so be kasa. Na mi hu. But so ufa this statement from the buyer. Meaning the mo patre. Just tell the president say, Mr. President, thanks for the good job for respecting the 1992 Constitution. Period. And now can I one. It's simple.
That's what I say.
Sadia get to Tokunuka.
Won't you say?
Sadia get to Tokunuka.
It's simple.
Former Chief Justice get to Tokunuka say, no matter how many noise are made, the law is the law. No, and found any statement, threat of a year protest, agitation, said ye nano na be a diamia. Instead of himself or Bekwa Cope, Sebu Afasidru be afa. Na funuswati no na wana. You agitate, you protest. Who cares? You can make all the noise. Then, the law is the law. Nana, yes, where be a do a Diana and Yasa Kwakuan and say,
what did the Ejan Crawford? I'm a more lose to say, we just say we will agitate. I know I never call.
Abobia Betty, a bedu a Diana, yes, Yasa Boko, was as a Kwaku, Ninsa, or one summer noon to Senipa. Ninsa she has a kind to a dry ye. Nansu Kwakosu or no, yet the door brown or Babu Boy to Kwaku do a Diana, papa. Obia Becca be a Yamabufu say. Sir, MPP lawyer no more friend Samu, could you too? Saba Pani Huna and I'm a quadro a crown quine. A crown quine. Yes, and you hunwa. Me when I know me and I'm a quadro a crown quine. Natty. Nisuba say a workra. A crow air cron for no cron for son of the quadra coming in. Can him send nipa the winning do pempen so be a Bonibia ya way no jai. And some fubia would know a jai because one is a very new band coming. But a work rantes are a work refidia on we are near Massa. Ufidia bet Mako chair correctly when you know many true to snow be ready in a chain or Sana Papa we are quaque. And I was say, or say, the removal of Get to Tokununo, a Bema investors' confidence in Ghana, a cofom. Share. The Biana Mekana Ghana for Nana may say a battle smooth soon and so. Na any real fiasem. Oman Penny Kufo MPP Befru Ghana Benya. Kufosi Obe prosecute Rollins appointees. Na Oko Kreti specialized court. Fast track high court. Say, yen speedy system no. Ten yen oh minu kase na yera Victor Salome no ochrimu no ko si Dr. Simpaya Nkimo Dana Budakwimo Malam Isamo eso omo toa so saa ene bedu chachuchi kata so yes see chachuchi kata somewhere 1996 as a openia oda GMPC ano wakwa guarantee ama adwumako bi e private a your friend Valley Farms a omobedo koko na wakwa guarantee ama makwaje bosia ama bosia no mo di 40 o mantumi antua the next time say GMPC na the guarantee and they have to pay obebu say how much was the money 230,000 Ghana cedis 230,000 Ghana cedis. Enti Kufuor Emma Akufuado Esha se prosecute Chachuchi Kata. Ena Chachuchi Kata wonimu mra no temra no wodi mra no homemra no onim de yemra no onim de atentene nti. Chachuchi Kata court says South Fast Track High Court no kra na Kufuor atie no. Eye unconstitutional, eye illegal. Enimra kwamu. Sabre no na judge fo a ewo Supreme Court eye du. Emu nkuno na kwatena asem no so. Omo tena asem no so ne yebu ye no. Emu num e ka se chechu asem no ka na eye no kre. Na sa Fact Track High Court no eye unconstitutional. Sa tem woni ba ye no. Na Kufuor eco program conference Australia. Ena Kufuor the free press conference ka se Kufuor ni anya ho kra. Ena Kufuor ka se adwobra hold on. Akufuor Chachuchi Kata prosecution nyina no suspend hold on. Minim dia me ba beye. Kufuor ba ye no. Eno ko appointed one judge. I friend Justice Kwame Afre. Na sa Justice Kwame Afre. Na ono so see one of Justice Kufuor ayusu no e wo Fast Track High Court. E dia jeli eye NDC's appointees. Kufuor ko appointed no from the High Court to the Supreme Court. And our justices no call 11. And almost I am panel on the same issue because according to Kufuor, was this or Jitum says Supreme Court rule no by a Fast Track High Court near unconstitutional. What it means in say, San Crofona why Jelu Munina Momako Fiasi, Victor Salume and Abutakui. Ene Dr. Sipa Giant Kino Mamka Winano say a Kobase a Nukrese unconstitutional there. It means I was here reverse Fast Track High Court decisions in Nina. And Crawfordia Padua confiscating also with Timmy every releasing in Nina. And to one tiasie to Kufuor appointees, our justice we are now on not Fast Track High Court or Kufuor you soon the end hatchet work na and then Kotna a year Supreme Court. Or then a bench in this almost at case in this no. Now 11 no ebeye 6-5 in favor of Kufuor. Set Fast Track High Court no eye constitutional omuwie ya ena Kufuor say now carry on want to Chachuchi Kata prosecution no eso when that issues by a Supreme Court ruling say the Fast Track High Court created by Kufuor was unconstitutional. Yenya sa papa ya Justice lawyer Samoku to amesi me hunu no hunu na me kondo ekran kwan. Nasimo kind said there was nothing wrong with it because Fast Track High Court was not a creation of a whole new court. And so I didn't see anything wrong. They use the Fast Track High Court to prosecute and persecute and jail Rawlings appointees. Omo de Chachuchi Kata asem no koye no. Omo ma Chachuchi ase say June. Enanka omo ebedi asem na wie no omo de judgment aba. But Chachu was jailed before June. E di Chachu ko tumu. Ye de no ko tumu wie no. Then Kufuor krono aba ya wa ma ne pardon. Ana Chachuchi so ese ma reject it. What I want is not pardon. What I want or what I need is justice and not mercy. And the Chachuchi Kata, after said wenya asthmatic attack, I know that hospital oxygen sini sunyina no or kase on pepade no in kawungu or patent training. Ampanyampa after several years a judge for no bia Kufuor Edomoko Supreme Court in High Court just to jail Chachuchi Kata I afraid a year Rita Aban Obepa Chosunisio say why your bonnet nyame any Chachuchi Kata and Terade any Chachu fan born in Chenwo so ma kwama Kufuor e yusu ni di sa wudi bonesa amene ya paper fear records say Chachuchi Kata say a convicting so a criminal for causing financial loss to the state no ya paper e dey free record. This same Supreme Court when Professor Mills ebeye president na pressure dan so say One year sakraye o judiciary because sabre no na kofo politu eye judiciary no. Wase no. Professor Mercy is on pen and wasem and to all appointing Crawford Crown Supreme Court no. He was reluctant. Or appointing people 2 or 3 pe. Edu Mahama so no. The same request any pressure no come Mahama so. One of the justices, and our friend justice, say Dennis Ejay. Sa papa
say
Dennis Ejay. Na Edru ya recommending no. General Legal Counsel recommending say President appointing onto the Supreme Court. But President Mahama feel say a yes as or Paki Supreme Court. And sa papa President Mahama until 2017 free power no one nominate no Akufo-Addo so ba no best align to will be I recommended no to go to the Supreme Court because say no move so anything in the was sideline. Then Akufo-Addo became president. It me up Paki Supreme Court and I mean because the Supreme Court justice about 14 Akufo-Addo appointees require 12. Okofa 2020 a year 1 election verdict a year. I judge 4 and so now what's not so no. Akufo-Addo's appointees in Kwa was about 5. Okwa because say justice Bafu Bani Onumpono Eyakufo and appointed to the Supreme Court. Enya Rollins, Enya Mills, Enya Mahama Eyakufo. But 2013 election petition really in favor of John Mahama and NDC Intino. Akufo-Addo frustrated no catch and so on resign. Why ya when you dance be obeying again to pressure no so on resign. He never resigned. And to be subsequent political cases a hold one equals to Supreme Court landmark cases in Nano, he was sidelined. Now they get to Tokunua. One no bar bench in this winning and Ansah no. One no name panel Crawford. When you nuga near panel. Some people candidate here or contest say a year was central. Now on your panel no na Bafu Boni senior justice on the bench no mean at all because Akufo-Addo will say oh nyane bidding. Because they will fail here say on resign one year to Akufo-Addo president no. Nigeria na edu say we promoting no na prison service obey pinyin. Akufo-Addo say over my dead body. Enti omane sofa manere so sofa obi a will go through the ranks edu no so obi anim say maami na wo say oye a prison for nyina penny because ani kunu e wo Supreme Court na Akufo-Addo so on resign now on first position want me appointed for from so on resign no Akufo-Addo denied that woman the rightful a promotion. From there Akufo-Addo went to the Court of Appeal Pakeho. From there went to the High Court Pakeho to the stand say obi kra nya asam na ye against MPP ni forget it. Ansah remi yaw ani kene Japan anko court ye to twene akwa America 18 million and kene Japan kasa o ka woni team no abo recordings ni woni team no hu se bibia e clean Ansah na pie fi na no aba why careful
wa shise editing machine
e woni team yes o boni ni woni team na wa bo playback no hu se e clean Ansah na pie fi na no aba because of $18 million damage idea aboratory so Canada Japan timi share a high court judge and a dinatam threaten life and in your boa at sa judge no Emma Canada Japan fan who die lawyer Eduji Tamakru on behalf of NDC and 5 political parties Echo Supreme Court was seeking injunction against the Electoral Commission. Say Electoral Commission by limited voter registration exercise that was September 2023. Now venue any criteria no dey or be preventing Crawford be nan Crawford be access to register. Entino court to find injunction to so. Na get to Tokonu Eniakra was sending communique catch say the whole judiciary no they shouldn't give date. Consists of beba. Ampanyampa after a week, a woman buy no. Or command data, or command a date of 17th October. Date after Electoral Commission the registration. This same get to Tokonu. Afenyomake went to Supreme Court Friday. Yes, we had him from 2013 Supreme Court election petition. Court to bet from Monday to Thursday. Supreme Court they don't sit on Fridays. What I go back to the records. Sabrana Supreme Court 2013 election first. On from Monday to Thursday, Friday, they don't sit. And then because of the election petition, your tradition, they don't say Supreme Court doesn't sit on Fridays. But Afenyomake went to Supreme Court on Friday. Around 12 midday. By 3, Naya Timia and panel 5 Supreme Court justices. Amuma Betnasi. Amwa Grante. Ninjanshin in a wish. This is how MPP manipulated the judiciary, especially the highest court of the land, Supreme Court. Ye was a papaya na nuhu miti sa buekura eti Ghana ha. Wankasantia da. He became a council of state member.
Why no nyana kasetia sa?
Samokujo to. Papa we yankasantia da. Wana nwini hu se baby anim fie nyina.
Opa ka show left.
Esuno Samokujo to and esuno. Inspector Bidiako.
Okay.
Papa we are now you what that say. My year MPP propaganda must say the Medin Chinemeko adakamenem and to was me speaking against the ill because me be where Jagana or Minchirima they deserve justice. This man supported everything. Upon all this met, we had a whole Supreme Court judge, our Chief Justice. I accuse you say we are obisi ko where you be fragadam adding $5 million. We never hear this man talking. And no to me and reduce investors' confidence. And then President Mahama Nana upon all the requests said we need to review the 1992 constitution. 1992 constitution mama chono mu nyansa pa. Do say enema boy out moded but a binum still no. It doesn't make sense. 1992 constitution say a person chief justice every na kunya so a awase wada sibamboni bi adi wa kire say wa bon said ye get to konu kire say wa bon woni mu hwe no na no Ghana ni never throw petition no dey come president what the come president and no can oh president atemu afepanyiwe wabon yini free ho oni madwuma no president hu a emra na nkase president nhwem na wankase wasam na kanu ma na senim emra ne se president wosaka fakrata no koma elmampen abanya gina tuku afutufu agina tuku e council of state na council of state fo no emom nhwem se council of state fo no hwem no mu se kwa bi ade aboni pesimesia na obentin no aba wo mu a no mu mato president for say president asam no ayede to maame no so no ye transi hwe mu no ensuo wom ente wo behia se bedon suko wom so munya ka ne say wi a constitution say any president wo beti committee na o ma hwehwe mu say the council of state for ka no eye no kre say no kre bi wo mu ana na sa committee no kra wo tia wo be ko Supreme Court wo no akoyi judge for mienu na sa judge for mienu no emu baako and be chairman of the committee no ayafo from Ansah omonya judge for omo so da dibiase bi omo animunyam na do maka ho enti petition ko ka president sa no omo sa bedwafo no so kotenase no omo so ma hwe se ampa council of state for primary faci ade ko no omo so omo a eni ti wo se nhwemu no omo hwehwem na se eye no kra na etia mra se de maame na ye no a na for omo da koto president ani se president ampo the council of state for kind hwehwem na no kra maame ne nsem no ye fra no busa na bobo na no no kra da mu ni se waye watia ga na mra then when a president ni be taking a decision say mayi wadi ana ma review One more Mukasa now, one the betting access President Mahama as a law abiding citizen, as a law abiding president, wa committee or breach any act or law of the as far as 1992 Constitution is concerned. Now yenya a law lecturer say Sir Act 146, you know, our Constitution with the about and say practice it. Obi ko repu ba dia yahwe Constitution mu ne fa no nkotum. Bosome so as a law lecturer no aketu ama o ko labor law num. Now already are right. Now you sue that Constitution Act, no. Now they push it for your rights and your entertainment. Now the same Constitution, no. O catch say, dear dealing with the Chief Justice. A chance of one Juma year acquired them first union. What's a me and fine Juma? And ten non person says some of part of the Constitution in the young question say obsolete. Irrelevant me and fine Juma. They did jelly across for the young fan jelly. They did supinin crop directors better public account committee. A woman must need the young fan pepe. Name the Chief Justice now or no, and a mother of justice. And to whom much is given, much is expected. And you who ask for equity must come with clean hands. Or no, now what one more catcher said, no matter, it doesn't matter the noise you make. The law is the law. Hey, it doesn't matter. Noise as samokujo to be. You can go to hell. It doesn't matter. Protest MPP for be. Mopa mon no mopo. Ensha mofu. Namun fan faka nko kumase. Enfanko lake busumche. Enfanko gumna munya die. Chada ka so be no. You can do that. You cannot change anything. Get to Tokonu. He's a goner.
Abayan Sagan.
O takwa di Ghana foka. Get to Tokonu. One neba no kwa keke. Ni plane ticket e cost Ghana 109,000. 109,000. Ni per diem $10,000 Ghana dollars. O convert here e 160,000. O kabomwa e 269,000 Ghana cedis. Chachuchi Kata was jailed for 5 years. Yes, we call guarantee loan. I'm a private company. As can you say 230,000 Ghana cedis. Now wo ba awanya juma magana. For Ghana sika wa for my Ghana sika a year 269,000. And you want to tell us because one and one fair.
All right, thank you. Live on 100.5. De La Vega says what actually does not favor the MPP in the Constitution is always unconstitutional. And that is MPP for you. When a blind person says he or she will stone you, you must know he or she has a foot on a stone. And this one is coming from Wood Eduji. And Atisa says, Araba is about to Tokonu is already gone. And she knows it. Next time when she gets a public office, she will conduct herself well and not to be a stooge of any political party. All right, so Ebenezer Mukhtar says 10,000 Ghana dollars. Hey, yo, 10,000 Ghana dollars. Okay, so Osai Prempe says Evu Tokonu is Ghana. Simple. Ghana Bar Association should kiss our black and lick it clean for all we care. Very foolish association anyway. But I don't know why people are having issues with GBA. Because this statement is just an open-end something. And it clearly tells you their stand on this matter. That whatever it is, a constitutional application. And what GBA is saying is that, look, let us allow the process to travel. Then we will know. Listen, Mamema,
14 years old.
Also, my dear, and I'm for see a Drew Randy so Randy Bishop beginning. Some shot beginning
on Penny was and no, I am minor. Anyway,
Kwabena me that's it.
Okay, all right.
Me fa Africa sidu na me fa nchia wo na wetefu nyina.
Yeah.
Na me mbo mpanyufo anyi ho ye dwuma so ho abado. Na mensre iradi ni shira na adom. Na hofe na honde onkodo amfa ma hunto na omoye kamade mo aye ya mabeshi. Na Kwabena me bay na me teo facham na ma twemesi kakra na dwumadi kro na BNB na ono ama awna wetefu once and come and tam but all the same a pedite we abi program bia chede Echo Accra FM say Echo Accra FM na pede ite program obama wenyu aja chede make sure the Bobie Ansah ho Bobie Ansah ho so na say ehun the panelists wonto listo chief by ne akon mpanyifu nyina we be shema na chede oye station a ensampa ni nyina aweden obopo efio no kwasam yi mete wasam na me di Ghana Bar Association me lawyer but I'm a friend to them because as an ocean I'm in your ejuma every day no kwenyo da ya me se mam we free money bia come to Baka Coach Association free just to lodge it in there no who the chief buying of Atlas Oceans or the $100,000 about what do moyade sentinyi there constitution na wadi yejuman ono na wa ma kwan ma processes ni afema ni aba bedu bebi ma yebedui oye na nkrofu bi wo ha ye wo man for the past maybe na say 3 months 4 months if you are bibie nyini e kan okrom ha was go to court let the law work allow the process. If you want to work there, allow the process, let the law work. You know, because now I jump with the fence, and they are crying more than they believed. Because my nankasa when you na semema, when you ni me. Onke jina simple do be ankade. Oh, abane chinchin mensa. Ne mo secretary no that ban I respond and I am not. No respond that oh baby order to president nankasa onyini ho atum na say council of state in Benfui where one decision now whatever na president na some one mo whatever na so aka my eye yeti or advice na what man bempendo we do so and some now abato ho nanyimen eh anankrofo bi pede wo behave de wonyim nyansa so bia and some now abato ho nanyimen no ahwe mo say nyimpa 30 out of the 31 was onfane human nkunkon ho na won yenhwem ananye dam not na dem say me ono ya asema awoka obi ni koko pai na nansa mete na was obi gina platform bi also obey demonstration obey de masa say hwe na say your friend a exercise aya you can't name it anything and go around and do it here nyina ya bia besi na be
no no there be say wo de wo ye no na woni skeletons e wo cupboard mu ono nyema ehye no no nipa no ogina so